Major 3 is here, and Florida is about to feel the heat.
Writing is on the green wall.
Round one offense. They might just be on fire today.
A 5 spree.
Nice name combination there. Scrap, give me all
The first series win for the Vegas Falcons.
They got it, Miles. They're gonna get it, Miles. Super lines them all up. Give him the ace to close it out.
Doesn't go down to the 1v1.
Oh, he makes the play, finds all three.
Seconds for game 5. Dachi, front line. We're going all the way.
This has been perfect. They are cutting them down.
Okay, the 1v1.
Oh, what a win!
Major 3 begins now in Boca Raton.
Welcome one and all to hot and steamy Florida, where we are getting things started. It is Major 3 of the 2025 Call of Duty League season, and already the fans are fun. We are loving the vibes here in Miami, and take a look at that bad boy.
Oh my God, that trophy is beautiful.
Yeah, they've outdone themselves.
Woo.
You know what else has? Production.
Look at this.
Oh my God, it looks so good.
We're vibing, everybody. Welcome in to the beachside headquarters. I'm your host, Chris Puckett. We have Miles the Ross Boss, and of course, the regulars. We've got Alley Cat alongside Nameless. I want to start with you, Rosalie.
What's up?
How's Florida treating you?
Florida is amazing. I haven't gotten sunburnt yet, so that's always a big win, but the weather's been beautiful.
Nameless, I heard you watched some terrible movies, but how is the barbecue treating you here in Florida?
Well, the movie was okay. Barbecue's
It's
been
big.
great. We've had a lot of tacos, honestly. I think I've had like 12 tacos since I've been here. It's been 2 days.
Miles, everyone has been trying to step up their game, getting ready for champs. You're running out of time. This is our third of 4 majors. Let's jump in to some of the big roster mania moves. Miami, are they the big winners coming into this event?
Well, statistically, I think they probably are. I'm not going to back that with anything other than damn, son, they look good right now. Super is just that. He has been an absolute staple in nearly every single victory the Heretics have had. We saw a little taste of him once. We came in to fill in for Metals during an off day, a sick day maybe, but apart from that, now he's in the roster. Things are really getting going, and as far as I'm concerned, one of the dark horses in the tournament.
And he's the shot caller in Search and Destroy, is what I found most impressive for a rookie.
Yeah, and they're also undefeated in that game mode in this split. That's been the game mode that has hurt them all year long. And, you know, he's insane in respawn as well. And the difference that he makes is, like, this is a Miami team that loves to set pace. He's willing to pull out that SMG, get involved. Like, he sets pace as well, plays very aggressive. They're tough to take down, man. We saw that throughout this split, a dynamic team that's been working on control and search. And this could be their tournament.
After a 12th place finish, they mix things up. Optic looking to do the same. They've got 2 players mix it in as Fred is sent back to a new bench. We are going to have Hook and Skies in the starting lineup. Miles, do you like this move so far?
Well, yeah, I mean, not that much.
No.
I want to see more. I want to see a little bit more success. I want to see this team get the chem going. And again, time. That's all it's going to take right now. And you are running out of that time. So it's a deadly double-edged sword.
It's one of those weird things because we look at the rest of the roster moves and it's like, wow, rookies have been coming in and completely changing these teams, where in this move, there's been no success across the board, right? So we're still waiting to see anything to kind of explain as to why this was the choices made by Optic Texas, because they have not been paying out at all.
They did get to 3-0 over Cloud9. A second win was good enough for the winner's bracket. Vegas, though, was right on the edge. We thought Fred's new crew was going to be able to somehow find a way into a winner's bracket. They didn't quite accomplish that goal, but you have to think this is the strongest we've seen of the squad in 2025.
Yeah, I mean, without question, Chris. I mean, this roster and Hardpoint, at least, it's worked. I mean, top 2 this split in that game mode. They were running through teams there. It's just unfortunate the Search and Destroy has gotten away from them, and they've gotten down to the wire. And a lot of those Search and Destroys, round 10s, round 11s, where, you know, even Exodus 1v3, not giving them enough momentum to close it out. So you got to think Search and Destroy, the primary focus coming into this event, but they're going to be confident.
Falcons looking for blood. Their road starts tomorrow, but tonight, well, I guess it's going to be tomorrow as well for Minnesota. That's the squad we got to talk about next. Kenny has found a new home. We thought it was going to be a fantastic landing spot. So many round 11s, Allie. So many game 5s.
So many game 5s.
A 1-4
so many
record at
round
the end.
11s. It's just heartbreaking because we look at this roster and we saw the addition of Kenny, and it was like, this is exactly what these younger guns needed. It just, unfortunately, the balls have not gone through the hoop just yet, but if there's any time for it to happen, it should be during this event. They're in the bubble. They're not in the worst position, but they need to start racking up some points as we get closer to the end of the year.
I think it's the same with the situation that Fred finds himself in. You get some dubs, you lose your old team. A team that sorely needs a dub, though. Let's face it, folks. The Gorillas, mate, c'est la vie. No, not c'est la vie. I'm not going to say it because I know the French listeners. It's tough, man. I mean, right now, this is a squad. We need to see some love here, man. I've got a good chance, man, to peek the players performing backstage, getting warmed up.
Yeah.
I did not hate what I saw.
Johnny was smiling today.
Oh, yeah.
Fellow seems to be in a good mood. It doesn't matter their record. This is a team with some young guys with a lot to prove.
Yeah, and we know the explosiveness that Johnny can bring, right? And that's what they need is they need that extra energy, that extra front line. And for the sake of LA Gorilla mates, it's hard when you change half a roster. So if things are going to start clicking, there's no better time.
Y'all are going to, this team sucks. But listen, they have nothing to lose, right? We've seen teams in this position before. They are just trying to play spoiler. They know what it is. They know that they've been outclassed. They've been thrown to the wolves. Now this is a time for players like Johnny, like Kismet, to play for your future spot and to turn up. And then also like Lunars, it's been a bad debut. Let's just keep it real, right? So you got to have a tournament down there and cause a couple upsets.
They were hoping they had a super of their own. Instead, though, you look at the roster mania move. Super tops the leaderboard. Arcides is going to round out your top 8 with Priestman in the 6th spot and Pred at 2. The Falcons looking way better than the start of the year. That's what happens when you add in world champions. It's kind of expected.
It sounds like it should work, but it doesn't always, man.
Yeah.
It doesn't always.
Sometimes.
Speaking of world champions, we've got Atlanta FaZe, and not only are they winning EWC, they've won Major 1 and now Major 2. Are FaZe the greatest team in the game right now, Rosalie?
Right now, I'd have to say no. I'm leaning LA Thieves right now, but only because Atlanta FaZe have had a really slow starts to some of these series and losing some of these hard points that like you wouldn't expect Atlanta FaZe to fall short. So it's been a lackluster qualifier 3 for them, but that's by Atlanta FaZe's standards. By the league standards, they are still a top 2 team, do not get me wrong. But by Atlanta FaZe's standards, they've been on a little bit of decline when they're trying to look for the back-to-back-to-back-to-back.
Yeah, it's hard to talk about this team, right? Because they go to LAN and they just dominate, right? But when we're talking about online, the Tiny Terrors, Ross, they just haven't been it. They've had a bad stage in Hardpoint.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't care. I'm fine with it. I think the fact that they have a bad Hardpoint is okay because they win every single series 3-1. That is totally, I'm down with it. They're trying out the maps. They're trying to figure out where the weak spots are, and they are exploiting those.
Well, they lost 2 series, though, to teams that have been getting better.
That's fine. That's absolutely fine. You're still the
They've
best
lost
team.
7 matches on the year, 360 points for the top squad in the game. The next closest is 50 points behind in LA Thieves. And that's who we need to talk about next because, Allie, you just said the Thieves may be the best team in the venue right now, but we thought that at the start of Major 2 when they had a 7-0 record coming offline.
So that's the issue, right? Is now we head into LAN once again, and it's like, all right, LA Thieves, are you going to literally not spawn in on day number 1 again? And I don't think that's going to be the case this time simply because of the ways the players have handled this following stage, being like, look, we haven't been put in those bad situations yet. Like, it's almost ironic to be like, yeah, we've been slamming everybody, and so when we're put in these bad spots, we don't have any repetitions, we don't know how to handle it. So hopefully throughout this stage, they learn their lesson, and they come here on day 1.
And I saw a hot take in the chat. Yeah. Scrap can't handle LAN. The man still doesn't have a lot of trophies in his trophy case.
Hey, listen, man, it's a young career. He will for sure. I mean, this team has made the grand final, right? It's just like they came out so slow at the last major, and that has to be the primary focus here is like get that practice in, get those reps because they are undeniable online. I mean, literally running through everybody. The only team that's given them a lot of trouble has been Toronto, right? So there's some matchup issues there that I'm sure that they're preparing for, but in terms of the team and the individuals, they have been on another level so far.
It's so crazy to think of the rivalries. Somehow Vancouver has Atlanta's number, and you have seen Toronto have the LA Thieves number on LAN. 60% map series and map and series win rate, pretty darn good. These guys get the job done. Question is, how far can they go in this bracket? Miami Heretics, though, is the real question mark because this is a team that came into the first event. No expectations in Madrid. They go to a championship Sunday with Rancor the Rookie on the main stage. Then they come off a top 12 finish at Major 2. does the fan buff, playing in front of the Floridians, give them an edge in this tournament, Rosalie?
Absolutely. We even saw a little bit of it while we were in Madrid. We got a taste, and now they get their true home crowd here with the Miami Heretics hosting this event. So for Miami, they're in a great spot right now. They had an incredible stage. They are unreal at Search and Destroy right now. You have to tip that hat over to Super, and it's kind of the same situation that when Vanguard Surge added Neptune. They started getting across that finish line. Same thing for Miami Heretics since adding Super. The biggest thing now is, can he continue it on land? This will be our first time seeing him spawn in on local area network.
I think it's going to be a good time for him. I think the pressure is definitely going to be there, but some players rise, some players fall to it, and I feel like Super's the kind of guy, he's a very calm demeanor. He's very, very thoughtful dude when it comes to the game. I feel like he's going to come to this looking at like another day in the office. This office just smells a little different, it's a little bigger, it's a little warmer outside, but that's about it.
Let's take a look at some of the numbers. It is 82 degrees down here in Florida, and well, Miami, they have been heating things up in stage 3. Walk me through, how does a squad that we didn't have any expectations go to pull up a 6-0 record with a new player in the lineup?
Yeah, shout out the Miami organization, man. They've made great pickups. I mean, you think last season Real, then Rencore, immediate success, and now you address your main issue, which is Search and Destroy, with Super, who was the best Search player this split, absolutely taking over. So for Miami, they're in a great spot. And then keep in mind, they're going up against Toronto, who's looking like they're using a substitute player in round 1. So early momentum. They have everything going for them right now if you're the Miami Heretics.
Huge question marks around Miami on land. Those answers will be coming our way a little later today. And for Boston Breach, we'll also find out, are they the same team that's able to cause chaos? They knocked out LA Thieves with an 8 seed, taking down number 1 to open up Major 2. Boston, I never know what to expect. But you have undying faith in this squad.
Yes.
Why do you love the Breach, and what are your expectations this week?
Oh, man, I could answer this question for 30 minutes. But to sum it up, listen, they kept their roster from last year, which I think is awesome, right? You know, these are guys that maybe wouldn't have got, you know, a roster spot in other organizations, right? So they knew that they had to play with a chip on their shoulder. Snoopy has developed so much, one of the best SMGs in the world. And now you're seeing the AR players start to improve throughout. I mean, Cammy and Awakening, a phenomenal split. Coming into this, they were 5-16 in control, undefeated in control throughout this split. So they have answered a lot of questions in terms of like what they need to work on to make a run, and they're finally in position to do so. I think this Boston team, in my opinion, the dark horse of the tournament.
That was their biggest pain point, was that control. They went from 10th overall in the league now to number 1 in the split heading into this major. And their S&D hasn't been great. It's been a little bit 50-50. But when you're winning all of your respawns, it's good enough. It'll get you at least to that game 4. If you can push to that game 5, you still have 2 opportunities. So for Boston Breach, the respawn needs to stay on point. And we saw what they did at land at Major 2. So obviously expectations are high.
I love this Boston team, but to go back to what you said, Chris, about like, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know how it's going to go down. I mean, I feel like they've got such a tough recovery rate. Like if they don't start a map strong, it doesn't quite work out for them. You know, they've got like the potential to be such a strong team. They've got the pop off, but it's a coin toss, man. And it's really tough for me.
Miles, how many times have we seen a team that goes up against Optic round 1? When they beat Optic, there's just an extra amount of energy that gets put in your lungs where you're so hyped running through the tournament. So this round 1 matchup is absolutely massive. And with how Optic's been playing, you'd think Boston should come out with the dub.
If you've been missing out on the bracket, let's catch you up right now. Here's how things have sorted out in our double elimination tournament. Remember, top 8 seeds start in the winner's bracket. They have 2 lives. The bottom 4 seeds, that's Rocker, Gorilla Mates, Falcons, and Cloud9, 1 life, and that starts tomorrow. But in this opening round, Rosalie, how many game 5s?
Ooh, I think we could be looking almost across the board. I'm going to go with 3. I'm going to go with 3 game 5s.
Not LAT Ravens.
No.
Schmink, schmonk. Boop-bop, bebop.
We're going to a break. When we come back, we'll be breaking down all the games, including that schmink, schmonk, swoop-bop, boop-bop, bebop. Don't go anywhere. It's Major 3. Bam!
Oh, they're on stage. My bad.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
The Arcade Wiz Tracer Pack is available now. Hit the map in retro glory with the Star Player Operator, pixel-inspired emblems, and more.
match day, everything matters. What you focused on the night before, how you slept, what you ate. Players gather in the arena, ready to go toe-to-toe, fueled by the dedication, passion, and love of the sport. The mind has to be focused, clear, locked in. Any unknown variable can mean the difference between winning and losing. And when you have your pride on the line, every decision has to be perfect. Every movement calculated, and every shot on target. If you want to be remembered here, you have to make them believe. Scuff has been a proud and passionate supporter of Call of Duty esports for 14 years and enables you to play like a pro.
Welcome back. We are poolside with your favorite human beings, about to watch your favorite game. It's Call of Duty Black Ops 6, and we've got the best of the best about to take the stage. LA Thieves taking on Carolina Royal Ravens in our winners bracket. We've got our stage host, Guy Blaze, playing a little bit of volleyball. Nameless has his hands full, as always. But Rosalie, can we talk about this first matchup? LA Thieves, Carolina. It's not the first time we've seen it. In fact, it has been five straight wins.
It has been unfortunate 5 straight wins. It was at first close. It was 3-1. And after that, it has been a 3-0 slamming since then. I'm trying to be nice, Miles. What is your best?
Well,
What, you're going to use the word slammage in your broadcast?
When Allie used the word close, she means they won a map, right? Because they got dominated in those hard points. But yeah, it's just one of those matchups. We've seen them in the past where it's just teams just struggle against them. And, you know, I talked to Mayhem, one of their assistant coaches this morning, and he said they just don't play loose enough when they play LA Thieves, right? Like, even when they get a 4 dead, they're not getting out there and, like, applying that pressure. So it could be that could be the difference coming into this one, but they just made a roster change. That does not bode well.
No, it hasn't been boding well. Rex, unfortunately, is rocking a 0.6 right now. It's off of 1 series, but it doesn't look good when you're heading into LAN as well, because that adds so much more pressure on your shoulders. And LA Thieves, they've looked completely unreal. They've gotten better at search and destroy. They haven't lost any weight in respawn. We're on the flip side for Carolina. All across the board, they've gotten worse at almost every single game mode. The worst one, Control. Absolutely abysmal. You got to sign it off in the series. It's not even going to be counted. So it's not been
Let me ask you guys a question.
Hit me with it.
What do y'all want to see from Gwyn here? Because he's sensational online. This has got to be it, right? Getting over the hump, the matchup versus LA Thieves. He's got to take over.
Is he just going to put Dylan in his backpack? Because Dylan was quite heavy in the one online matchup. It's a small sample, but it's the same opponent. That's why we're being so harsh. 15-1 is the map count against Carolina. Miles, Carolina might need that.
A life ring, yeah, they're going to need it. Well, whether they sink or not,
That's
I don't know, man.
Carolina Blue.
I just feel, he's the Carolina Blue, you're right, put it back on. I just feel like maybe this is a team they have a mental block against, right? They just can't find the dub. They just cannot find it if they try. I want to see Gwyn come out big. I want to see Slasher. I want to see him lead the boys. He has been good, but I want to see him lead that in-game moment. I want to hear the comms. I want a good listening. I want to see some nice Carolina Blue up there in the dubs column, because it's about time.
Absolutely.
Allie, we have seen teams overcome their kryptonite. Most recently, it was Atlanta FaZe taking down Vancouver Surge, who somehow became their problem during Major 2. This is another battle that happens early in the tournament.
I really thought you were about to hit me with that. Maybe Carolina's going to do it. And I'm like, well, Chris, we've gotten 5 times at it. But on the side of Atlanta and Surge, yeah, it was 2 hard losses handed to them by the Surge. And I think it was almost a moment for Atlanta FaZe to be like, whoa, okay, we got to take a step back here and see what's going on. But also, it was Vancouver Surge. I mean, just getting better at the game, right? And
Well, yeah, but then Atlanta did exactly what you said, Allie. They took a step back. They're like, all right, we got to lock in. This is a tough match for us, and then smoked them. I mean, you're talking about a team that in the grand final beat them 4-0, right? It was dominant in that search and destroy, and to close out with that game for a Hardpoint. So they feel confident in this matchup now. The biggest thing for Vancouver is, like, the edge you have is Hardpoint. When you play them, you have to win the hard points. That's when they had the most success. They locked those up against Atlanta.
They did take them to a Game 5 in the winners bracket, and a great job from production to remind us of that. Will we have another tight series, or do you think it's more like that championship match that was a one-sided affair in favor of FaZe?
No, it'll be tight. I think that was just Vancouver Surge did not have a map pool during that time period. They've now had an entire qualifier together with Neptune. I think it'll go very different.
Toronto Ultra has caused problems for both Atlanta and teams like LA Thieves, but will they be able to continue to give L's to Miami? We look at the numbers. Toronto 2-0 recently against Rancor's crew.
Yeah, recently, Chris, it's a tough scenario to be in. I'm not sure if we're really bringing this up just yet, but I think Beans is going to be involved. This is a beansless meal here at the major.
Is it officially no beans?
I think he was tweeting about it, and I met the man himself backstage who will be filling in for him. But it's looking like a really unfortunate situation for the squad to be in because they have been hot recently. They've been real good, and especially against Miami, who are another hot team.
Yeah.
Already now, I'm looking at this series totally differently.
Which is upsetting because this is a perfect matchup for Toronto on the side of like Miami and Toronto are both very aggressive teams. They're teams that like the set pace, especially with their SMGs, but also the ARs are more aggressive than majority of the league, and that's why this matchup can be so tough for Miami Heretics because they're not used to teams being able to match the pace of players like Riel, of players like Rencore, like Super. So without Beans, this might be really tough for Toronto Ultra because this matchup then tips a little bit more into Miami Heretics' favor.
That being said, Merc is a slayer, right? And he's been getting crazy gas, Chris. Like, he's been going off in challengers, so he's just got to come in and find those kills. Really, the difference in this series was Metals got smoked. He was like minus 40 in the series. So if he plays well, then Miami will.
I just want to know why Flux or Joe didn't get the call up. You know, we saw Marky B do it. Where you at, bros? All right, shout out to the former pros. For now, though, we got to give a shout out to the Heretics record at home. They've got top 3. They've got top 12. Can I get some predictions from us, family? How far are we getting? Top 12, top 8, top 4, Allie. I'll make it easy on you.
Top 4.
Top 4?
I think we're going top 4. Home crowd, come
Nameless?
I think top 4 is in the cards. Yeah,
Same.
They look good. Miami get top 4.
I completely agree. I think top 4 is definitely doable. I think right now Heretics are in a good place, great form, and now they get a kind of easier round 1 game.
You have to win.
Just push that forward.
have to win
But
this
you play
round
Ultra, and then you're going to get, arguably Thieves next round, and then you're laughing.
But the last iteration of this roster, remember that match versus Thieves on LAN? Oh my God, was it tight. It was so close. They got a bad draw having to play them round 1 in the lose bracket. So Miami, the vengeance game's off rip, Ultra, and then potentially Thieves. Incredible story for them.
Enough filling from us, fantastic human beings. There's a look at the bracket reminder. Fill out your pick'ems right now. Get them in because the games are kicking off in just a few moments. Allie, we've got 4 games here on our opening day, and it's all the best squads in the CDL.
Yeah, it's all bangers across the board. I cannot wait to see Vancouver Surge and Atlanta FaZe go at it again, but I'm also really interested to see what Optic Texas we're going to get here on day 1.
Carolina fans, prepare to get annoyed when we come back. We are breaking down the rivalry. LA Thieves, Carolina, for spot winners round 2 when we come back.
One side of the face.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
The Arcade Wiz Tracer Pack is available now. Hit the map in retro glory with the Star Player Operator, pixel-inspired emblems, and more.
On match day, everything matters. What you focused on the night before, how you slept, what you ate. Players gather in the arena, ready to go toe-to-toe, fueled by the dedication, passion, and love of the sport. The mind has to be focused, clear, locked in. Any unknown variable can mean the difference between winning and losing. And when you have your pride on the line, every decision has to be perfect. every movement calculated, and every shot on target. If you want to be remembered here, you have to make them believe. Scuff has been a proud and passionate supporter of Call of Duty esports for 14 years and enables you to play like a pro.
Welcome home. Your moms and dads would be happy to know that your lifeguard Miles is on duty right now. We have our first match of the day. It's going to be LA Thieves taking on Carolina Royal Ravens. And Allie,
Yeah.
it's time to start this party. Are you ready to go?
It is time to start this party. Specifically, one side of it, LA Thieves, has the heavy favor. I mean, they're 5-0 versus Carolina, and Hydra has just been unreal during this split. 1.22 overall, 1.53 in search and destroy. I mean, LA Thieves should just be on a roll, but we've seen them start slow on day number 1, so maybe some opportunity for Carolina.
Now, we had a whole bunch of Carolina assets and numbers prepared, and I said, guys, listen, we've only had Dylan Rex in the lineup for one match. Throw away all of the data. This is a fresh start, their very first matchup on LAN, and I'm told the players are ready to go.
Are they?
So let's jump into maps and modes. Sure. Is there a chance Carolina pulls out a dub in your first 3?
Yes, listen. The one search and destroy and the one map that they beat them on is Red Card S&D, and Carolina have it in this series, which is great for them.
What did we just say about throwing out stats?
Listen, that's important. That is very important. And
Context
Osty's a map that they have liked, right? So there's a chance. Obviously, matchup-wise, it's been very, very tough, but LAN's a different beast. The last time we saw LA come out on LAN, they lost to Boston in their first match, right? So Carolina definitely have a good opportunity.
All right, I'm told to speed this up because the players are ready. We're jumping right into our Scuff pick'ems, but I do want to take some time as we display Anthony's terrible record. He has still yet to break triple digits.
I keep picking Optic.
And this is your opportunity today.
Yes.
If you can hit the camera with that beach volleyball while you say your pick, I'll give you a 2 for 1.
All right, so if it breaks, Chris has to pay for it.
You get to go
correct?
first. Yeah,
You
we're
agree?
good for that. Yeah.
All right, so I'm hitting the camera, and I'm going LA Thieves.
Oh,
it grazed it.
Whipped.
It grazed
0
it.
points.
Allie.
There was nothing.
It grazed it.
I don't believe it. We'll
It
go into
grazed
the evidence. Allie, go quick.
LA.
LA. La 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 la. Miles is la 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 la. Match is ready. Let's go to our casters for match number 1. And your man on the stage, Guy Blaze.
He totally missed.
Thank you so much, Bucket. What's up, Call of Duty fans? The best in the world. We're about to kick off Major 3, and it's hot in Florida. But our first series is about to set the stage ablaze. Get ready to make some noise for the first squad coming to the stage, flying high. Get ready for Carolina. Make some noise for the Royal Ravens. TJ Haley, Slasher, Gwen, and Rex. Can they stand the heat? It's time to find out.
The toughest draw that they could have gotten, they have to play in round 1. Listen, I'm looking at Rex, the newest addition to this roster, but I'm also looking at Gwen. I'm ready for a Gwen takeover series. We've seen it so many times. Let's see it on LAN. Let's bring out their opposition, Guy.
I'm ready to bring them out because we know this team all too well, and they're about to make a hot run. Get ready for the boys from LA.
Make sure we're counting names, listening to each other. Listen. This time, we take everything.
Get out their way! Here comes the LA Thieves! Scrap, Hydra, Envoy, and Ghosty. The Thieves looking to heist, get another trophy. The Los Angeles Thieves.
A lot of Thieves fans in the building, and just when you can't think they can get any better, they prove everybody wrong. Everyone across the board, up and in numbers, and the team as well, stronger in search and destroy. An absolute favorite heading into this event, and this is going to be their first test, and they're feeling kind of confident about it. Let's get the first match of the day started, Blaze.
It is going to be their first test. We'll see if these Ravens can fly high. They're going to get scorched by these thieves. Merc, Maven, let's turn up the heat.
Here we go. All right, so Ali just said they should be very confident. Yeah, Joe, they should be, because they've dominated this. They're 15-1 in map count. They have literally just spat on this Carolina team. This is Thieves' tournament probably to win with the recent phase, form of phase, and stuff going on with Toronto with Beans not being here. This is probably their tournament to take, but like they can't be overconfident in this matchup. Based on what you think, Major 2 round 1, they can't be caught slipping, bro.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think if you kind of learn from that, right, versus the Boston. That happened. Everyone very surprised. A bit of a run, but then they run into Ultra, get top 4, and yeah, just a bit of disappointment. But it's like this is even more a trap game because this is
a trap game of all trap games.
Yeah, because you just played them, you dominated them, you've done it all year long. You've dropped one map. When we talk about the Hardpoint, the most Carolina has gotten versus LA Thieves is 165 points, right around there. They haven't hit 200 versus LA Thieves. No, this has been as one-sided as it gets.
They've had a loss in the 40s, in the 60s, in the 70s. Like, they have been slammed. It is David versus Goliath. Like, they have been absolutely dominated, but we'll see if they can come away with something for Thieves. Yeah, this is your tournament to take. I mean, I think maybe you could argue Ultra the favorites coming in. You could make the argument for FaZe, considering they haven't lost on LAN in however many months, but I think you make a really good case that this is their tournament to take.
Yeah, I think stage 2 qualifiers, they just looked the best. Like, they really did. But then, like, you know, FaZe was there, and FaZe did what they do on LAN. They went undefeated in Search and Destroy. We never saw that matchup, that rematch from Major 1, right? Because of their slip-ups. But yeah, I think you're right. Just with the sort of, I don't know, FaZe hasn't looked the best. What is their hard point going to be? And yeah, I mean, for LA Thieves, they've really worked on their Search and Destroy. That has been the key to them since that Major 1 loss.
Well, Hydra is sitting like a 1-5 through the qualifier. He has been in demon mode in Search and Destroy, and they'll look to him for that, because that's, I mean, Ant mentioned that map 2 is the one upset, well, not one upset, the one map win you got if you're Carolina. That's all the way back to Major 1. When we take a look at the hard point and where it has sat for these two teams, sitting in second overall throughout the qualifier, you've got Thieves looking to bring it here in the first series. And yeah, I mean, it's just, you have to have absolute, like, the mental advantage in this. It's just a fine line between confidence and overconfidence.
Yeah, and their only 2 losses for LADs are versus Ultra. That's 1 series, your hardpoint losses. Outside of that, you're 4-0. And I mean, the last time they lost multiple hardpoints was like first Surge, then they rebounded, started to smoke them. So LA Thieves are going to learn from that game, but they got to bring it here in this map number 1.
Well, Major 3 and right into it, as we expect this to be as flat as almost the last Major was. I mean, with just all the 3-0s, like not a lot of banger series. It felt like a predictable tournament in many ways, even though there were the round 1 upsets. Like this one, who the hell knows? Like this is one where I looked at the bracket. It should be one of the more fun majors we've had in a while.
Yeah, I would hope so. I would hope so. Even those losers round 1, when we get there tomorrow, should be a lot of good matchups. But LA Thieves are going to flip the spawns. They're going to get early time, doing what they do best. You're going to have number 7 in Gwyn. He's going to try to rotate on through, find that first kill, and now Thieves have to worry about him.
And you talk about Dylan Rex coming in, like,
welcome to the league.
Yeah, welcome to the league. Your first 2 matches are Thieves. They have, had Carolina's number. I'm excited to see if he can step up. And, Ant to Death talking about Gwyn, wanting to see what Gwyn's going to be able to do. It's a nice little 2-piece there from TJ, trying to get them set up in rotation. Good chance for them to earn time, but yeah, we've been wanting Gwyn to show what he is capable on LAN. If they come away with an upset here, what a performance it could be from him.
Yeah, nice little rotation there. TJ's able to pitch up that double. Gets him in the setup now. If you're LA Thieves, you're trying to break on through. Scrap through one side. It's a double hit through side door. But you're going to get the spawns, but you have control of the time. You're going to reinforce through. Trophies are down. You're in the power positions. Now can you hold from the front?
So far, they are holding. Gwyn with a nice little double there as he gets out to 5-2, and you are in prime position. Got to pick up side door, though. As Hydra is going to be looking for an opening, and you just cannot let him get 2 and then 3. How does he get 3? There, he gets the first battling on the steps and then chains that into 3. Beautiful from Hydra, and there's the opener. Yeah, it's only going to be about 20 seconds or so, but he's out to 7-4. And well, you probably feel okay considering Envoy has only got 1 kill in this, and you're about to take the lead.
Yeah, you're about to take the lead. I mean, it was a good P1, but you take this if you're Carolina. Just on rotation again, you're in a better spot. Number 5's gonna spawn out though. We do have 2 number 5s. But there we go, scrap Envoy. They're gonna find a couple of kills. It's a little bit too easy right now for LA Thieves. Gwyn trying to do what he can, but there is the break. As Hydra now up to 6 in a row. Close to that Hellstorm. There is number 7. He is moving.
I'm glad you said that because there's 3 of them. So I'll be more prepared
there's
for that.
3 number 5s. Yeah, at least one of them's red.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But not going to be able to get the Hellstorm. We'll come up a little bit short, but a bit of a wrecking ball moment there from Hydra as he takes over. But to the battle inside of the point, Envoy trying to get heated up,
nice
but it's
place.
Rex with 2. Beautiful there, getting it done from his back. It's a nice sequence and maybe a little bit of a lead change here if they get the rest of this time. We'll focus on the rock rotations. This can be a big one. Starting to fan out early is going to be that number 7 in Gwyn.
Yeah, I mean, nice little stuff here from Carolina. At least, you know, split this time. Again, you're going to have the lead after these final 5 seconds. On rotation, though, Thieves this time going to be the first to set up. But it looks like you will have the numbers. They're going to wait for each other. Hydra's going to even it out. DJ, though, going to try to find the entry alongside Slasher. Can they get the last player? And they do. Can Gwyn now stay up and get the double?
Still 77 HP, still able to do the fight. Great job from Gwyn. Terrific map 1 from him so far as he is on 11, but you've got the close side spawn. You're trying to get in quickly if you're LA Thieves. So far, though, the hold good for Carolina as they are in and battling and trying maybe to catch a slow start here from LA Thieves. But with those 2, maybe a chance to open. It's going to be behind the subs in Carolina to try and hold on. They're not going to be able to do it. So they'll bust on through with about 30 seconds left. But you think about like the 2, 3, and 4. Both teams have been able to break. Both teams have been able to break about 30 seconds left. That's why you have a scoreline that's basically even. It's going to be what? Who can break it a little earlier? Who's going to be able to get a significant hold? We'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, we'll look at that next P2 upcoming. But what, 10 seconds left, you're going to get this. Again, Hydra on another spree. He's double positive. Now watching this rotation. Number 6 is going to spawn behind them. That's going to be Slasher. They're not maybe going to recognize this, so he's going to have a free pinch. And well, you're just waiting for him. If you're Carolina, they waited long enough. He gets gifted a double with the spawn out. So just like that, you have map control if you're Ravens.
Map control and trying to turn this into time. But yeah, we'll certainly start to focus on the next 2, 3, 4 and see if it plays out similar to the first. But another lead change in as Carolina goes in front. And then, well, we'll lead change one more time. It's right back to Thieves as neither team able to find any kind of early separation. You got numbers around the point for Carolina right now, but playing from the point was Dan Ghosty. They'll finally pick him up. You've still got spawns right side for LA Thieves, but taking a route rock side. That'll be number 6. That's Slasher. That's going to be trying to get set up early. Now, they had early control of P2. What? It was a Thieves break around 20 seconds. It really worked out beautifully for Carolina. They're trying to do that again.
Yeah, I mean, you have to stay alive here if you're Scrap. This is a big gunfight. Well, he's all on his lonesome. So, again, you find the kills with 10 seconds left. You're going to get into your setup here if you are Raven. So, over to Thieves now. Pressure to break again.
I mean, Carolina, you said the most they've scored in Hardpoint is 165 in this particular matchup. They have been smoked. Chance to maybe set their PR in this one. But no, more importantly, can they walk away with the map win? Trying to catch Thieves slipping, maybe get a slow game out of Scrap, a slow game out of Envoy, and just capitalize on that. So far, so good. Ring around the rosy, though, it's Statue. They'll need to pick that up, and now you might have numbers here on the pinch for a moment. It's going to be Rex that has to go big inside. Difficult gunfight, not able to take it. But with the close spawn, they'll still keep numbers. You're up 20, Carolina in control. Maybe the best you've looked at a hard point against Thieves all year long. Let's hear the comps from Royal Ravens.
Got him both. Nice. One more, maybe. Be careful, water. Could be water. Could be side door. Could be side door.
Jonas, I don't see anything. Side door, Hydra, shit on.
Nice, good shit, bro.
I'm one shot, I'm gone.
Side door, weak. I'm one shot.
Yo, I'm not right. Yo, I'm not right.
Yo, top teamer, I'm pitching him. Top teamer.
You be top off his.
Top close on me, top close.
Close that. I'm not gonna.
Yo, Paco's gonna be well. I hear you.
Yo, the big practice play.
I'm not you
here. Shot him. You can be here probably, for sure. He's right here. No, one shot. He's weak, back time.
One shot top left, bro.
Take your time. We have to
top left.
He's gonna go dark.
Ernie with left.
I'm top open right now.
Looking for Ernie.
I think he's intercept time.
Could be dark.
Intercept time.
Top dark on me. Top dark, bro. Weak.
Top dark. Yo, blasters, intercept time. Top left.
Intercept time and flat stairs. Both on top, I think.
Trophy.
You put him in dark.
Okay, dark and inner. Fight our side.
No, so dark. Top right again. Run at me.
Yo, I flipped, bro.
Next time, we have to go new. One shot you, Hydra. You to mid, bro.
Trying to go touchdown. I'm blocking the fucking new.
I heard you.
They're spawning deep behind me.
Yeah, you got bottom bar.
Yeah, probably bottom bar.
He's pitching like well or some shit.
Yeah, give me a picture.
I'm their side hill right now. I'm their side hill.
Yeah, I'm with you.
One shot envoy on the pillar. Bar
I'll see
pillar.
checkers. I'll see checkers. This guy's gonna pitch me too.
Bar pillar envoy. I spawned deep. One pitching.
Mid cheese. Close up.
I'm flanking mid.
Their side. Go see that. No, their side.
He's on hill. That's fine.
One shot. Dead.
Nice, let's go.
Yo.
Stay on time.
I'm low more. They can be top mid. They can be top mid.
Bottom bar.
Guys, I'm blocking P2.
Their side. They can be open.
Yeah, they
Their
can be
side. Deep their side.
I'm still blocking P2, guys.
We're going top bar.
I have top bar now unless he's already mid on me.
Hey, boat house.
I'm mid, bro.
One time, bro. All good. Take your time.
One more open, Hydra.
Okay.
I'm gonna go over you guys' time. Outer side time. I'm about to shallow outer. Give me a second.
I got it, bro.
I'll see him outer rock.
That was broken.
There's some close.
It's all you guys.
Outer rock. Outer rock, man. One shot. Where she go? Leave me close center. I've got her. Go sit there. Lay down.
One shot.
I'm fucking one shot.
I'm absolutely here, bro.
I'm jumping up. I'm ready to jump up.
My door's a bullet.
Dead. No near. We go see.
Go see our side.
He's close our side. All good.
Okay, take our time, bro. Let's go. They can pose.
Comms on point. Gwen is frying. They're 3 points away from the most points they've gotten in a Hardpoint against this Thieves team. Still a chance to win this one, but with all the good comms and all the good plays, still Thieves in front.
Yeah, I mean, went to the start of listening. P2 was fantastic for Carolina, but then you got that response right there at the P3, and it feels like Carolina should be in the lead. They've had some big moments, but Thieves always find a break. They did it once again at this P4 as we continue to have this back and forth battle. Hydra keeping it going, leading the lobby with 26. Right behind him is Gwyn, but Hydra on the pinch, able to find one, trying to get as much time as they can. But it's actually Rex and Ravens who's gonna earn this P1 time, and again, controls spawn sides for this P2.
And you just gotta hope, Scrap, Envoy, the guys have been slow throughout this map one, don't heat up. It's really just been Hydra and Ghosty in that conversation as well. You've caught Thieves slipping, but you haven't capitalized maybe as much as you could. Up 14.
Big moment here.
To the P2 we go. Hydra trying to 180, not able to pull it off, but Envoy will get the kill from Statue side. They'll spawn 2 teammates with him, so they'll have position, but you'll have early pressure if you are Raven. Scrap trying to deal with that early pressure, and so far able to do it. One gonna spawn out into the backside, though. It's gonna be rock spawn for all Ravens or try battle into the front.
Yeah, Dylan Rex, I mean, he wins a big 2-piece on the pinch, but it doesn't matter yet. Got the close spawn in. And well, now you have control, and this was going to be the moment. Now, can you get a break? LA Thieves, they were able to do it a couple of times where it looked like Carolina were going to run away with the game or at least take the lead. Now it is their turn to hold this P2.
Woo. Scrap starting to shoot nukes. Negative throughout most of it, but battling back to even.
Someone's going on a big pinch.
Here comes the route. It's going to be TJ. I think this may be trying to take the route. It is. TJ's able to get 2. That should open things up on the other side. There's the break in. Only about 15 seconds remaining. You're hoping to really turn this into time. You're hitting it one more time if you're LA Thieves. There's going to be a team kill through, but it's a double from Ghosty. And they'll battle for that scrap time. Now it's really off to the races.
Yeah.
Off to the races.
Yeah, that's a problem, though. It's like you wanted to go maybe to stop them from getting to 230, but last time through, this P3 was fantastic for Thieves. They just invest too much on that final push. Carolina, Slasher's going to find the first pick. So you're going to have immediate pressure here. But Thieves are just waiting patiently, trying to use nades, anything to their advantage. And well, a Hellstorm didn't help them out.
This push, a massive one now for Carolina, but Hydra, Envoy want nothing to do with it. Split spawn coming in. Carolina gonna try and collapse on this. One to make a play through open, one hitting from well side. The 2 teammates trying to get in from garden side, but there is just nothing. TJ is lapped up, and where Thieves need to be perfect here at the final hard point, they're able to do just that. No margin for error, no opening for Carolina, and despite the fact that they fought the toughest they have in a map 1, it's Thieves that'll walk away with the win.
I thought they played well. I thought the comms were great. You had a couple of players with slow starts, and we've seen that from Thieves, right, multiple times at Major 2, where the map 1 hasn't looked great, but they always found that break. They just split a lot of the times, and that just kept them in the game, and then finally they win a P2, and they just take advantage of it.
Yeah, it just feels like Carolina, they had to be the ones taking advantage of that map 1. You get slow starts out of really everybody but Hydra. Thieves, as you said, susceptible to it, but you had to take advantage, weren't quite able to do it. I mean, maybe the fact that you battled them that tough built some confidence where you probably had none in this particular matchup. You're going to a red card search to destroy, which is the one thing you've managed to win, even if that's all the way back to, I think, stage 1. I mean, it's just got to be about building confidence for Carolina. Does that not matter to you because it's got vets? Like, is this not a big thing to you?
I mean, I think, like,
It is, but this matchup has been so one-sided. It just feels like so much relies on this map too, like on this search and destroy.
Oh yeah,
they have to somehow just stay in this series.
We'll see if they're able to do that. Yeah, you have to win this search and destroy. Because you think about Carolina, what, they go 0-5 in control. They haven't won any. They need to tie it up 1-1 here. They've got to do that. And Hydra on your screen, the guy they're going to need to slow down. He's been so good in search and destroy. He puts up a monster map 1 there, 36 kills, 4,200 damage, leads the lobby in both categories. You finally get kind of that like maybe superstar type performance you want to get out of Gwyn on the other side. Unfortunately, just not lead to a map win.
No, honestly, I think you played pretty darn well if you're Carolina in this Hardpoint. I just think that there were chances where they had to lock out LA Thieves and they let a break come on through. And I think on the second rotation, you're going to see here, when you take that 41-point lead, look at the response at the P3. That was a massive moment.
Yeah.
Because then you have a tie game right around 150. You continue to split. But then Thieves, they take advantage of that P2 rotation.
Yeah, just a flat line at the end. The absolute flat line. It was who's going to, whenever you have a game like this where so many lead changes, so back and forth, who's going to be the clutch squad down the stretch, and it was Thieves that were able to close things out. No opening for Ravens to maybe come away with the play. I mean, outskilled has really been the conversation in this matchup, but in that particular one, I mean, the slang was basically dead even, if not maybe a slight advantage to Carolina. Like, I'm talking to Killer too, but it was really tight.
Yeah, and it was great to watch Dylan Rex. He was pulling out a sub a lot of the times right on some of their breaks, pulling out that third sub. Maybe they, trying to find any openings that they can to earn some more of their breaks. Man, this is pretty much a new team now, right? When you bring in this fourth, and unfortunately for him, his first 2 matches in the league are going up against these guys.
Yeah, it's not just going up against them. It's just going up against them.
They're kryptonite.
And yes, they're kryptonite. And what the match has been. Like, they've just been getting smoked. But you see fist bumps in from coaches as they try to dial in for this map too. They know how important it's going to be. Hydra looking really vocal with the squad right now. Kind of everybody as they're chatting through things. Probably to the search and destroy on red card. If Ravens are going to get this done, how do they do it?
Well, I think what we always talk about with red card, search and destroy, and sort of Carolina, we know sort of their defaults on offense, right? I feel like the entire league does.
Yeah.
But I think what they need to do is find early success so that they can set up maybe some mid plays for their SMGs, maybe a B play. But a lot of the times it comes down to that A bomb site, that outer site, setting up the players in the top window. Slasher's going to play these slow flanks. What openings does he find? But if they can find some early attack success, I think they have a chance.
Yeah, I think they just need to find early success again. Just build some confidence, just to say like, hey, we can do it. Hey, we can beat these guys. Hey, it's possible. It's felt impossible this year. I mean, Thieves builds this super team. They're looking to get wins, and I mean, right now you're looking at basically the same results we saw at the end of last year with the other team, right? Like, they finished the year with a second and a fourth. What you're looking at right now for this Thieves team, a second and a fourth, and yeah, for a lot of squads, I think that's great. But for this team, you get Hydra and Scrap, they're looking for wins. And this seems to be a prime opportunity to do it here in Major 3.
Yeah, I mean, with the whole Ultra situation, I mean, again, we're not really sure what to do with FaZe. Yeah, we never really know, but when it comes to land, it's always a little bit different with those guys. But I think they're confident going up against them. I mean, Major 1, they looked great in the respawns versus them. It was just all about the search and destroy. That's where they put the work in. We just haven't seen that rematch.
No, we haven't. Hopefully, we'll get that big rematch this weekend. But Carolina trying to stop that from happening and needs to start with this red card search and destroy because the control has not been great.
Dude, also protocol control. I think these are like 10-1. Yeah, that's their best control.
Yeah,
I mean,
that one seems like you can chalk it up as a win for me.
Yeah, this is like it.
Yeah, no, it is. You've got to win this map. You've got to win it. And who knows? Like a ball Hardpoint, dude, who knows? Like with that particular map, sometimes it'll end up going to time. It'll be one of those wonky ones. You can get a crazy blessed spawn and suddenly you run away with 60 straight points. There are going to be a lot of things that can happen on a Vault Hardpoint. It's been one of the more wild ones this year. Just can you get there? You got to take the red card. Not sure what the delay is, but we should be okay. We're good. We're going. I thought maybe there was an issue with one of the players, but it seems like we're about to get into the action here in the map too. And hopefully we don't have 3 number 5s this time. That'll be much easier for me to look at the mini-map, Joe.
That's the plan.
Yeah, I know.
I'm seeing 1 through 8.
Perfect. Hydra, 153 KD in Search and Destroy. He ranks first. I mean, that was their pain point back to Major 1. Since then, he's probably been the top search player in the league. He has started to take over statistically, and he has turned them around. Looking to keep it rolling here and trying to shut him down on the other side. It's going to be your TJ. It's going to be your Gwen. But it will be offense out early for Carolina, and you talked about kind of their standard setup. They're going to play for picks, play for info, take their time and not overcommit.
Yeah, but Hydra's just he's going to take that away. I mean, TJ just gets shot through a wall. Headshot comes on through, and that is going to be a first blood, and that is just not what you want at all. You just take so much space away, and now this slow A hit, they're just going to rotate on over. They know exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah, that's going to be tough to lose a player quickly on the offensive side of things, especially with this kind of slow push you already want to do if you're Carolina. Going to make it so much tougher. Maybe finding an opening, though, is Gwyn. He does find an opening right through the middle, but he is quickly traded out. Really no help in that position. You're just hoping maybe he can pull off an incredible multi-kill. Get some info maybe for the squad. Envoy and Rex going to exchange some bullets.
That's a challenge right there from Envoy. He didn't have help either, but does back down Dylan Rex, so he's got the bomb. Slasher, though, just it's so tough for him to help from here.
Well, you just got to worry about the late flank. You got to worry about everything. He's like, I'm going to rethink that gunfight. Well, you both kind of had the same idea. Scrap's going to get him behind. Scrap's going to get both, but it all starts with Hydra. The opener onto TJ, making I don't want to call it a flat offense, but making a flat offense look flatter.
And well, it starts with the nade, right? Round one, no trophies. They did the pre-nade over towards camera. That backs away TJ. That opens up the route for Hydra.
Yep.
And I don't know the angle that he shot him through, but Hydra's able to hit the headshot, gets the first blood, and then they just kind of know the play. Again, how many times have you and I talked about Carolina, just their slow A plays?
Yeah.
It's the same thing. Thieves know this, so they stack that bomb site, able to trade out.
Yeah, I think Gwyn probably the best opportunity maybe to make something out of nothing. If he turned that into a multi-kill, but he'll get the only kill for Royal Ravens in the round, and now we'll flip the script. See what Thieves can do on offense. Hydra already won first blood to his name. He'll be out hunting early on. Some info into Ticket, just a tag into Gwyn as they start to progress the map. You can have a body here through lobby quickly. A couple playing deep is going to be Slasher.
Yeah, watch that number 5. We'll see when TJ wants to go or free opts to go, but you're just going to go through the middle of the map. And well, it's going to end up working out. Envoy gets the first blood. Scrap then gets the second from up top. So you have the 2 versus 3 bomb now being planted.
Wow, just shooting nukes is Envoy. TJ's head just ripped clean off, all on Slasher. Now to try and clutch, he's taking some shots, and now he's going to get pinned in. You can see the triangle starting to swarm in around him. Nowhere for him to go. And another clean and controlled round there as it's all elapsed right now for Hydra.
And that just starts with prep, right? That's like just, pre-match prep. You saw Hydra shoots open the door, knows Gwyn is going to set up Ticket. All right, this is sort of their default. This is how they want to play. What are we going to do? We've talked about this. We're going to double hit these doors. Scrap's going to look over us, and they had all the numbers.
Envoy, we know, is going to be a big X factor for this team. It feels like when he's in his best form, this team feels unstoppable. Maybe not the best map one. He started to heat up a little bit, but starts out 4-0 early in this search and destroy.
Yeah, and he's had a couple of those, throughout the majors. Like map 1 just comes out slow, but what you can always sort of just deal with is him in search and destroy. He's going to put up great numbers.
Doing it right now. TJ caught the last time they tried to make a play here offensively. A little bit different with the bomb setup, though. Bomb carrier is going to be over towards B. It's going to be Slasher. That gets blooded, trying to creep up towards A like he so often does, but the prep is in, and Ghosty able to shut him down. Ravens just hoping for a moment they can play with numbers.
And now look how fast Thieves are to already rotate. They've already read this play. So you have the 3 versus 4 now. Can you trade out? So far, so good for Thieves. They're going to spot one more. Everyone else is going to fly. Now we're in a 1 versus 1.
I thought effectively trading, but you're able to bring one back if you're Royal Ravens. Welcome to the league. Rex has to play Thieves twice. Now a big one-on-one as they're already in an 0-2 hole, and you know how important this map is. Ghosty has been kind of the clutch king this year, but he takes a couple of tags, a couple of headshots in as well, so he's low HP and tries to wrap out. Sub in hand for both players. Under 30 seconds to go. We take a breath.
Yeah, so both players have both weapons. He's going to recover the bomb now. It's just a timing thing. Ghosty thinking he could wrap back, so he's watching both crosses. Not going to take the risk. Now he's going to know exactly where he's playing.
Ghosty has been so good in these scenarios. Maybe in trouble. Hit down to 48. He's going to go ahead and reach out, and he will take it. Add another clutch to Ghosty as he'll catch him with the slide. 3-0 advantage to Thieves.
Well, and I think Rex had the advantage, but then opts to switch to the AR. I mean, he has it. He's got the bullet up on him, hits some great shots. Ghosty just sort of waits for the reach out slide, then hits it himself. Jackal in hand, he's going to win that gunfight.
You got to think, just Ghosty being in the league and all the clutch scenarios he's had this year, probably a little more comfortable in that spot. Rex, I'm sure, feeling the pressure. Still, yeah, had advantage. Probably should have won it, but the timing will go to Ghosty. The round will go to Thieves. Things unraveling for Ravens. 0-3 hole, and now trying to battle back. A little bit more aggressive this time on the defensive side, but they got blooded again. Slasher, back-to-back rounds. He's going to get blooded. They've had his number, and he can be so good for them in search, but he's found nothing.
And this just sort of thwarts what Carolina wants to do. I mean, you do have a chance to catch this because the bomb's not there yet. But really, it was just Slasher playing for info, and then you were going to push A side. But now they're going to know everything. Bomb side is open. We're going to watch the play. Now it's a 4 versus 2. Good luck to Gwyn and Rex.
And the only thing you can talk where maybe they'll have any kind of advantage or best fighting chance, and they're just getting smoked. About to be an 0-4 hole, and that is exactly the case. Thieves are running through them. And yeah, these bloods are coming. You're opening 10 seconds of the round, basically every single round.
Not the way that Carolina want to play. It's not what sort of Slasher, the way he wants to play. I mean, he would love to get the first blood, but this is not a guy who normally has a couple of early first deaths.
Oh, no. Like, yes, this is like, how do you counter what Ravens want to do? Yeah, blood them early. Slows down everything they're trying to do. No opportunities so far. There's not been a moment where they have player advantage. Well, it's maybe in the blink before that 1 versus 1. Gwen trying to get after it. He's got 2 to deal with. Slide again, getting a team shot into TJ, and things falling apart. At least a team kill's going to come in. Hydra's actually end up dropping to the nade there from Envoy. So you still have this one-on-one close. While making a 1-on-2 as the troops rally over to help out the Thieves member and Envoy. Oh. Hello. Second one is there, trying to scurry away. Gwyn able to cut across, and finally you have man advantage.
Yeah,
3 versus 2.
Ghosty was in a car this entire time, but Gwyn, he just sort of is distracting, so his teammates can start to work over towards the A bomb site. Well, he's going to find another one, just sort of lurking, being annoying. They have no idea where he is on the map right now.
And Slasher's like, I get my first. That'd be great. But bomb plan for Royal Ravens. Best opportunity to get a round win, but it is Dan Ghosty, Mr. Clutch. 1 versus 3. So much to clear, though, and not going to be able to do it. Ravens take the round. Gwyn ends up getting 3, I believe, in that round. A terrific one out of him as he had a great map 1, but I think he's got like 700 damage. I mean, dude, TJ's got 150 damage. Slasher's got 160 damage. We're 5 rounds in. I mean, you've been able to do nothing. It's really been Gwyn and Rex. But Lordy, you needed that one. And
even in that round, like, you kind of had the right read if you were Thieves. It's just the team nade that comes through, right? You had multiple players set up, take your booth, kind of ready for that aggression. They could have traded it out, but the team nade helps them. Then a quick rotation from Envoy, maybe to try to catch Gwyn, but it's the opposite. Gwyn already in that spot behind the door.
Ravens now need a defensive stop. Envoy and Hydra not be scared to play this offensively. They find a lot of openers. Well, they'll be playing together again, and this time trading it out. The read is perfect there from Hydra. Takes out TJ, tried finesse, knife out and dancing, and he's going to get out with his life. So numbers back over to Thieves. They're 2 remaining players for Ravens, both at B.
Yeah, and I mean, you look at the bomb. Bomb's already being planted. So Ghosty giving his best Slasher impression, pretty much saying, hey, this is all a distraction. Bomb over towards A. Now it is set up as Hydra looking for the ace. 3 in the round. And while it is Slasher who finally gets on the board.
On the board and no ace, but still a lot of work to do. If he can pull off the 1 versus 3, 2 more to deal with and under 30 seconds to go. He's got to get moving, and he knows it. Both weapons to work with here. And he catch one, not going to happen. He'll get put down. 5th round up for Thieves. 1 more to take the 2-0 edge. And so far, yeah, this series playing out a whole lot like it has all year.
All year. Poor Carolina. This matchup has just been a nightmare.
Yeah, yeah. Slasher might be having nightmares. He closes his eyes and just see Hydra laughing at him. Because it has been brutal. I mean, yeah, if you were going to pick any round 1 matchup, like what would the worst thing be for them? This is it.
Yeah, they just played. They're like, oh, all right. Who do we play at the major? Oh, it's them again.
Perfect. Got to win 5 straight now. Improbable. Not quite impossible, but round by round, we'll see if they can do it. We've had a couple 1-5 comebacks this year. They'll try to add another one in.
So this has been the key, right? You've taken a lot of early risks if you are Thieves, and they've paid off. That time it doesn't. Gwyn's going to find the first blood, but it's a quick trade, you would think, but he's ready for Envoy, so Gwyn shuts down the round himself.
Yeah, I mean, he's on 9,000 damage. Gwyn has been doing it, but needs somebody else. Now it's Scrap. As he's going to need to get all 4. Uh-oh, hold up a second.
Bob's not planted yet, just going down, so he's got time.
Is be what, 1v3 ace?
1v4, right?
Was it 1v4?
Yeah.
Okay. Unfortunately, not going to happen. 1 in behind him. Well, fortunate for Carolina, as they'll stay alive in this. Gwyn takes over early, able to get the first 2 bloods.
Yeah, he doesn't really react to the audio cue. I think probably his teammates are like, yo, to your right, he opens the door. But that was TJ just taking a chance based on the timings, and it works out. But I mean, if he reacts maybe a little bit quicker, here's that's a 1v1 that they're giving him. Still had time to maybe find Slasher, but they don't let it happen. But that round, all Gwyn early, finding both Hydra and Envoy.
Can he keep it going step by step? They try to bring this back. Well, with how defeated they've got to be mentally in this matchup, yeah, maybe you pull off a 1-5 comeback. Maybe that gives you the belief system to be able to take this, but you got to. Just with how the control gameplay has been and how good Thieves are on protocol, you need this. Aggression here from Hydra. This is going to be a quick flank.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of know, right? Slasher gets all the early info. B is the call. This is how they're going to respond now. It's going to be 3 players on through, and Slasher just holding their side.
Scrap can't finish the first or get away. Beautiful little bait and switch there out of Carolina. They've got numbers here, 4 versus 3. Gunfight for Envoy. Both players tagged up. Can't quite finish it. Ghosty able to bring it back down, 3 versus 3 though. Envoy still hunting 1. TJ gonna give them numbers again.
Is it planted for their side? I'm not sure if it is. That's gonna be the question here. Well, they're reading this well. On the other side, Slash is waiting patiently for Envoy. Or at least gonna give the Tom to his teammate, but Envoy's still alive. Able to regen as well, and they run into him. Envoy almost makes it happen.
Oh, almost just slipping through the cracks there, but Carolina, they're able to survive. What, TJ and Rex, a little bait and switch there to open up with the first blood?
Well, I don't know if Scrap stopped shooting, because it kind of felt like he did. But that could have been a freebie, and maybe that changes everything. But he kind of knows as soon as he starts shooting.
Yeah, I don't know if he did or if TJ just got across the cut, yeah.
But it was close. Those shots were a little bit cleaner. He's able to find that. That changes the round.
Yeah, maybe he just think I need to kill and reposition immediately. Just, yeah, leaves the bullet short. But that was the opening. Here we go. 1-5 comeback, still alive. But they need to get an offensive round victory. Can it happen here? Last time they got it because Gwyn gets 2 openers. Can he do something miraculous again?
Yeah, it's been a lot of early sort of risks from LA Thieves, and they worked out until last time. So you're gonna play with that same aggression. A little bit more standard here in the 2-2. Ghosty in that corner with Scrap on that crossfire.
TJ just shouldering and trying to spot here. Ghosty's gonna get the pick though. Flasher's gonna drop. TJ's got the angle. Maybe the nade will hit. He get up damage and he does. So TJ brings it back. He's got the help there. So not able to push it out. But Gwyn's going to die. Gwyn dies over towards B.
Can't die on that side of the map. It's not where your play is developing, and that's been the problem early.
So despite the fact you bring it back, things maybe now slipping away. It's all going to be on TJ now. Okay, bring it down to 1 versus 1. He's not have the angle for the trade. He's going to fall. Thieves close it out. It felt like maybe Carolina were putting something awesome together, but they'll come up short. Thieves still vibing as they know they're dominant in this particular matchup.
I mean, in more standard rounds here, you looked pretty solid for Carolina, right? But for LA Thieves, just right from the get-go, you read the map well, you knew how Carolina liked to play the map, you found Gwyn or TJ trying to make a play on the flank. I don't know, man. It's just those situations have to be better.
Yeah, no, they absolutely do. They absolutely do. That was your one chance to maybe catch them. Well, I mean, you had the chance to catch them slipping in the map one, but you weren't able to capitalize. And now, yeah, if you said the most lopsided part of this, I guess maybe this matchup you'd say Hardpoint. If you talk overall game modes, you'd say Control.
Well, especially stage 3.
Yeah, especially stage 3.
Not even close. 0-5 for Carolina, and you're going to LA Thieves' best Control map. I mean, good luck.
Yep, their playground. So you're probably thinking this one's done 3-0. I mean, that was the expectation coming into this, yeah?
Yeah.
It was. It certainly was. I think we have a ton of incredible matches lined up today. I think we have a ton this weekend, but it was hard to expect one just based on how this has gone so far this year. And we love this Ravens team. I mean, I want to root for them to make a run. You know, they've been able to get into the top 4, but it's not been with this particular matchup. Well, I guess they did play them, early on at Major 1. They were still able to make that run, so maybe still a chance for them to do it. But they have Rocker they'll play in the lower side if they go there?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, well, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe they can pull off the reverse sweep. Desk, how we doing?
Hey, guys.
I think Quinn has the best shirt on
Oh,
the
did
day.
you like it?
Are those like whales?
They're like
Those are
and manatees?
skeletons.
They're like
Definitely
skeletons
dead
of fish, dude. I don't know. I bought it while I was in Florida last summer, so
It works out.
Vibing with Uncle Maeve here in Florida. Shout out to you guys. Also, shout out to Slasher's 288 damage.
Woo!
What
I
happened?
was going to say it.
What happened?
Well,
That's the Liddy goat, baby.
that is the Liddy goat. I mean, you're getting red every round.
Yep.
Same with the Hardpoint. Queen gave you everything, but Thieves are just too good. They're a great team.
Yeah, it's a matchup diff for sure at this point. I mean, you had a great opportunity in that map 1 Hardpoint, right? We let Hydra get through 2 separate occasions that cost us a huge chunk of time if you're Carolina. Man, they got a mountain to climb now.
Let's take a look at some of the best moments here from Game 2 in just a moment. But first, Ali, we had all of the casters on this area.
We did.
Everyone was saying during the 1v1, if Dylan Rex wins this against Dan Ghosty, it will be the confidence boost he needs. After he gets boomed in that 1v1, I felt like the rest of the team just kind of fell apart as well.
I mean, the rest of the team was already kind of falling apart, it feels like. I mean, you look at this map number 2, and yeah, I mean, it could have been an insane. I mean, it was insane out of Scrap in the first place, Omni movement in its peak, but from the side of Carolina Royal Ravens, it was a lot of individual play, which I feel like I'm not really used to seeing from Carolina Royal Ravens. The fact that Slasher gets picked back-to-back first-blooded is just not something I'm used to from the side of Carolina Royal Ravens. They played a really aggressive defense. They're not a good defense team. They're one of the worst attack teams in the league right now. And to play such an aggro defense versus LA Thieves, there's got to be some sort of confidence there. But Slasher gets picked on his own. That gives free reign to players like Hydra and Scrap, and then you get nothing from anybody else except for Gwen.
Well, what Carolina usually do really well in this map is like setting up traps, but you can only set up traps if you have numbers. And a lot of these situations, like they were finding Gwen, they were finding Teach, like trying to make the plays on those islands, right? So LA Thieves, man, just coming in prepared. You know, these are 2 of the better red card search and destroy teams that we have, and you know, they played each other on it before, and you could just see some of the hard counter rounds that LA Thieves had, just giving them the edge.
Miles, can we talk big picture? I don't want to count out Royal Ravens, but history has told us this is a matchup in favor of Thieves. So if you're the Royal Ravens, have you seen enough to think they can make a bounce back run? We saw Toronto do it in a losers bracket. LA Thieves do it in a lower bracket.
We haven't seen them play any other teams. You know, it's the Thieves just giving them the hands every single time. I mean, Ravens have got a little bit of time here to work with. They've got, you know, at least this game of Control. They've got a little bit of time behind stage. This is the map 1 highlights as well. It's a lot of time, Chris, that they don't have to get better at the game.
Well, Miles, you know, I think to Major 1, they got cooked by LAT. Like literally 100 point, both hard points, and then they go on to have a top 4 placing at the event, right? So definitely possible, as you mentioned, Chris. It is a matchup thing. But I gotta say something here. Gwen,
yes,
fried on land.
Thank you.
An incredible
Finally.
Win.
That is
They
what
still
I wanted
lost.
to say.
They still lost.
They still lost.
But it can be done, is what you're saying to me. And that was what we were worried
both
about.
Game modes. He did it in the first one. He went 33 and 26. He had the second most damage in the lobby, following Hydra's 35 performance. But then even in the map 2, when they were finding any sort of success, he is the reason they even won 2 rounds. It was all on Gwen. So we know that he can do it.
Are we saying that Vivid shouldn't have been dropped? What are we saying here? What are we talking about?
Hey, no, I don't think. I think Squid played
Might
well
be a
as
little
enough.
early.
But yeah, I mean,
No, that was the question. Honestly, we were on the drop Gwen hate wagon after Major 2. And by we, I mean Nameless and Allie, because I was
Wait, I was not a part of that.
That's those two. It was only and Nameless. There was no one else on the wagon.
I believe you, Chris. That's a straight up lie. Listen, you can never drop Gwen because it's a matter of time. It comes with confidence. And this is the matchup that could give him his confidence. Even in a loss, playing well against Thieves is massive.
Can you get fired for lying about other people's opinions and statements?
I don't know. I don't think she's.
We don't have an HR department. It's
Chris
right
does
here.
it all the time.
Welcome in, everybody. This is the Call of Duty League. You're watching match number 1 of 4 on the night, and it could be over after game 3 because you look at Control. Thieves are pretty good at this. They have been stealing wins since the beginning, 19-2. You like that pun, Miles?
They're once in this game mode all over, man. It's a good thing if you're a Thieves fan right now. The online question, Ant, I still think we're running with that. I think I'm still running with, I want to see them play like a top team, that top 4 caliber team.
Sure.
But right now, I mean,
It would be a miracle if they win this Control.
We're loading into a massacre.
Miracle.
As we get back into the action, quick question. Merc, if Maven was on stage, how much damage would he drop in a search and destroy?
If snipers were allowed, I mean,
Yeah, if I could snipe. I just want to know, Chris, can I ask you a question?
Like 177 probably.
Did you shave those legs? Because they're looking silky smooth.
Okay.
they are.
Nair, baby. Teach you all about it.
Let's say they're looking good. They're looking good. But no, I would get absolutely cooked. But probably have some fun along the way. I gas up my teammates, dude. I turn them into demons.
Yeah, you
My
just be the guy on
communication-
the flank who's just like, yeah, I got this. You're just prone to the corner.
My communication would be impeccable.
You wouldn't talk.
Probably true. I'd be so locked. But okay, here we go. I want to sell the dream. I want to sell that Carolina could do this. I just don't think they can at all. So
Yeah.
it's real hard to sell it, Joe. I don't want to be a liar. I just don't know how, man. Unless like losing is learning to the degree, yeah, you lost every single control and you learned a lot, and now you're.
Yeah, I mean, unless like there's been massive improvements in scrims with Rex over the last couple of days in Control, then maybe that's like the one chance. Maybe Thieves put their, I don't know, slow down a bit. But
maybe the
I'm not sure.
overconfidence, like too much of it. Like
Maybe
happens now,
someone
you're
just
up 2-0.
broke their controller.
That's true. You might need to be taking out some people's thumbs if they're going to take this.
Yeah.
Well, Gwyn has been locked in though. He's had a solid series. You know, some inopportune, well, some bad deaths maybe in that last one, but still, he was the one person really shooting and finding kills for them. I mean, some of the reason they were able to win some rounds. Hydra was real vocal between the maps 1 and 2. Similar here. I mean, they could not even be talking gameplay. I got no idea, but he seemed real vocal between both maps.
No, I think we've seen that over the year, right? Like stage 1, maybe not as much, but especially in stage 2. And to me, that's just sort of his comfort in the game, sort of his confidence. Hey guys, here's what I'd like to do. Yeah. How do we do this?
Yeah.
Right. You know, here's what they like to do, just sort of VOD prep. But it feels like more and more, the more talkative he is, the team's just gonna follow.
Well, we saw the S&D stat for Hydra before the map. It's Ghosty before the Control, 1.22. We'll see him on the objective as well as he's first in that. And yeah, you have such an advantage in this particular matchup and this particular map and mode. Thieves looking to close it out with a quick 3-0 and get deeper in the day. Or to Carolina, show some life. Gwen gets the first kill. He's certainly been playing well. Can he keep it going?
Yeah, TJ, he's gonna have a 1 versus 1 here. This is really all. It was supposed to be an early B hit. But now you're going to get taken down. Envoy and Ghosty both going to find 2. So TJ, they're pretty much going to leave him there.
Envoy tries to get pushed up. He'll get caught. Same can be said for Hydra. So dealing with the early aggression well is Royal Ravens. Now what can TJ do? As he's kind of been lost and just trying to find his openings. It's like, where are these guys spawning? Finally able to get eyes onto one. Scrap though, good at gunning.
Yeah, and now you lost 1 player at the B side, make it 2. So this player on A and Dylan Rice, he's just going to get hunted down. There is the trade. You've had some good map control here. And well, Gwyn's going to find a double to give it right back to you. He's up to 5-1 again, continues to play well in this series. And while this is going on, TJ starting to work that pinch. So here we go, Ravens in a great spot on offense.
We've been asking Gwyn to step it up, and he's doing exactly that. My man is dialed as he's finding another 4 in a row, 7-4. Found an AR to work with as well, and the progress is starting to roll onto A. Maybe a little overzealous as he just zips it out the window, but Rex able to pick up both.
Yeah, talk about overzealous. Envoy, he is literally diving off the top gun. Rex now up to 3 in a row. You have a 6 life advantage, 2 minutes to work with. And that all starts just the fact of LA Thieves. They're able to thwart that first attack, map control their side, but Gwyn gives it right back.
Yeah, and you just really got to avoid like a 3-4 down where you get pinned in. You had the life advantage. You're in a great spot. Take your time. You got all the time in the world. You got 90 seconds to go. You already have 1 tick done here. You've got a body on it. How huge this could be if you take this opening round. And every time I feel like they've gone 2 dead, Gwyn comes up with a kill.
Yeah, Gwyn and TJ both now, and finding that 1 player who got on.
Yeah,
I don't know what that was. Scrap. The headshot comes on through. That is not easy.
He wins gunfights at range with an AR that just no one else is winning. I swear. Like, dude.
Now it's 7v11, so this is doable.
Every kill, so important. Slasher just peeking for information. Unfortunately, Ghosty is holding. No respawns remain. 10v4, you have got to win this round. If you are Ravens, you have to.
Well, and I think the key so far is you have tried to get pushed up a couple of times with your Thieves, but it's really just been solo plays. It's one by one. And every time, Ravens just kind of play for it. They played too slower right off spawn to make sure no one was worked in the flank. They end up finding 2 kills. It's a good job by Ravens by using the time that they got from that 8 capture, using that life advantage to win round 1.
You do such a great job in the opening offense. Now's where you got to kind of go for the jugular in this map. Take this defense, get the 2-0 edge. Because they take this map, who the hell knows? I mean, I think the reason we were both so confident this one's probably done is just because of the control. Well, okay, they've got advantage in everything, but who knows?
Yeah, I mean, Vault for Thieves hasn't been like the best. What, 6-4 on the year? They didn't play it in stage 3. Like there's an opening there.
Yeah, absolutely is. But will we get there? Envoy biding his time and finding the openings. Big multi from Rex, though. Big multi from Rex. He gets 3, and Gwyn the 4th. Rex has stepped it up huge here in the control. 12-7, and after Envoy's multi, you're thinking, wow, this might be an early break and a capture. Not the case at all.
Yeah, I think Hydra gets spotted. Gwyn's dealing with his teammates. So it's really just Hydra just trying to get them some space, but it's going to be Gwyn set up alongside Slasher in the base LA Thieves.
Okay, well, you say that, and they both are dead pretty much instantly, but similar to what Royal Ravens were able to do. Any early pressure, they were able to shut down. Nearly an absurd gunfight win there from TJ, but can't finish it. Second tick now looming as Envoy is on it, just holding the window, relying on his teammates to hold above him. Second tick now in, minute extension.
Yeah, normally you have someone pushed up, but Envoy, he just stays, and they get done with the point. So you didn't really even have an attempt at retaking that A point. And now the AR is looking over the middle of the map, able to find 2, so going to be immediate pressure over towards B.
And this is pretty similar to what Carolina had, right? Like 5-6 life advantage, about 2 minutes to work with.
This is going to be even better.
This might be. Yeah, you are going to be in the blender. Royal Ravens trying to battle out of this, but coming off the spawn, and you've got 2 bodies, maybe 3 bodies on. This thing's really starting to move. Second tick is done. Moving and grooving is the objective for LA Thieves. Really the one opportunity to take this. Can they actually do it? Nope, 1 player remaining. That 1 player will get it done. So the skirmish goes the way of Thieves, and now that advantage for Carolina is gone.
I mean, you had the opening with Rex, and you know, Gwyn pushed up, and then that was it.
Yep.
There was nothing else. You get the objective done, you get Hydra pushed on up, Scrap making plays from the B point, and now the problem for Carolina, as good as round 1 was, you did it through kills. You only got 4 ticks, so the advantage is back to Thieves, leading 6-4 there.
True, no, good point. And yeah, that's sometimes I think just a sign of like a struggling control team, bro, when there's just no bounce back whatsoever. Like as soon as a team takes advantage against you, it just all unravels. You're never able to fight back. Like Thieves, multiple times battle back and at least try to make that round interesting. Stretch it out, maybe rely on like a miracle or a clutch moment, but Ravens just had nothing. Now Scrap's on 5 straight.
Don't it be again, that same opener, and well, same result. This might be even worse though.
Yeah, you still got 2 players pushed up. Hydra on one side, it's gonna be Ghosty on the other, and they're both finding picks. So how much time is this going to bleed? Gwyn trying to leak out and find an opening though. Can't really get far though until he's shot in the back as Hydra was still looming. They're still trying to hunt him down. DJ is trying to get out and win a gunfight on the point. Not able to do that. And Envoy shuts it down.
Oh, what a sword fight. Ghosty able to come out on top.
And at least last time, Ravens, yeah, you got an early life advantage. This time, not going to be the case, but Rex trying to bring this back. As he'll try to isolate the spawners. It's Gwyn trying to deal with players in his base on the other side of it. Hit to 6 HP, just trying to stay up for the help. Well, he guesses right. Thieves player goes left.
Yeah, you had TJ again trying to work B just to distract. This is how they were able to work this 8 point last time through. Slasher doesn't lose that one, so now he's up top again, able to find a double with the knife. And now you have this setup. It's just Scrap, who I think he's gonna go for it. He's gonna catch a Slasher off guard, and now he might have an angle to hit these players off the point.
I think you're okay for now. Second bit is done. Great job by Gwen and Rex, and your extension about to come through, and you really did a great job. You were down 5 or 6 lives, and you've really brought this back. And yet you need any ticks you can get, because as you said, you got done through lives the first time through. Tick advantage is to Thieves. They're going to hit this from every single angle. Head on a swivel for Scrap, but he's not able to pick it up. He's going to shut down. That's going to be 3 dead. Last player. Really Envoy range. Say, leave him. Get progress on the point. Focus on the spawners. That's exactly what Gwyn is going to do. Now on 5 straight, 18 and 11. You want some Gwyn takeover maps? You're getting them here. Still have to shut down this round, though, and his teammates are getting blocked. It's Ghosty with a string of headshots, and Gwyn just trying to find whatever opening he can. He still is going so close. Starting a cruise, not going to happen, though.
I mean, it is 5 massive kills by the AR duo of LA Thieves. They lost all map control. You were pushed up over towards B, but it is Scrap and Ghosty that get you out of that tough scenario. Now 7 versus 7.
Yeah, Ghosty. 3 just insane kills to make sure they don't drop this round, or try to make sure they don't, but back in a life deficit. Hydra working the angle for the trade, and not gonna happen. TJ gonna put him on skates. Ghosty still on that same streak. 5v6 now for Thieves. Scrap wants to go, and again, he's so good at winning the fights close range. Him and Ghosty once again on the feed in a big moment. Only 3 lives remaining. Last guy's gonna be Rex, and this is a statement defensive hold. That's a round Carolina should win, but maybe it's outskilled.
And then what, it gets to 7 versus 7, it ends 5-0. But again, it's just like you had Gwyn pushed up, you had players on the B point, but the ARs find some insane picks that regain map control. They're able to find these final skirmishes. That is just all Ghosty and Scrap.
Yeah, we're watching the plays from Gwen. I mean, he gets out to, what, 6-7 straight?
Yeah, they found the one player push up in their base.
He was just the only one really getting kills outside that other one. Then it was just Ghosty and Scrap. I swear Scrap gets like a 20% damage buff for gunfights within 5 meters.
He just anticipates them. I think it's really what it is. Just sort of the slide outs. But yeah, he is so good at that range.
Ravens. Now to hold the defense. Try and get this to around 5. Envoy's gonna get his body on the point early on. And that's the call for Hydra to go hunting. And hunt he will. TJ's gets chopped down, marching out of spawn. I think it's Rex still looking for him. He's gonna get sent packing as well.
And we've rarely had this. You had this like one moment early in their first offense where Hydra's gotten lost. Now you got to deal with this if you're Carolina. There's one player push on up. That was Gwyn, but Envoy, I don't know if he hears him, gets a comm, just is able to recognize that spot. They are going to try to retake A, but Envoy again from the objective going huge.
Yeah, he is just in the dirt, making plays on the objective. Scrap trying to help him fight here in top middle. Already got the mid extension, already up 5 lives. And this is where the wheels came off. Kind of you think about the last offense
they're off
for Thieves.
They're deflating. They're deflating.
Yeah, no, 100%. Maybe last opportunity for Ravens to break this back. They're coming off the spawn onto the objective, though, multiple players. And again, the close range AR for Scrap is ludicrous. Just headshots in, 6 in a row for him. Second tick, working forward. He's the only body on it right now. Ghosty's gonna hop and try to help him. Hydra trying to hold top middle, and you have Ghosty playing from the steps. Envoy finds 2, last player diving can't get there, and it's a 3-0. Thieves with 2 dominant offenses and a clutch moment on defense. And man, you had maybe a little bit of belief after that opening round 1 win. But Carolina,
a little bit.
Yeah, nothing after that, nothing.
But Thieves much better start here, I think, to this major than the last major.
Yeah.
What they wanted to do, probably what they focused on, was just coming out strong, changing that mentality to get them going early in a tournament.
Yeah, they just needed that. Like you said, this was like the ultimate trap game. Like this, I feel like it's almost a good thing it happened to them last major, because otherwise this is one they maybe would have gotten caught, but they've already dealt with that. Make sure they're laser focused, try to make a run to a tournament victory. It starts with step 1 with the win over Carolina. They'll move on. Don't have to do that loser's gauntlet like we saw last major. And yeah, they get it done in convincing fashion. The map 1 was a bit of a battle, but they closed it out late. Red card, they were in control pretty much at all times. And yeah, outside of the round 1, dominant.
Yeah, I think that's probably like your only critique if you're an LA Thieves fan, is like I mean, we saw it at the last major, even in, Sunday versus Toronto. Like, that map one, a couple of the players always start off like very slow. And as the tournament progresses, you just can't allow that to happen.
Did you ever have titles like that or teammates like that? Like, what would you do to try and avoid
I mean, that's just, it's a mindset thing. No doubt about it.
It's gotta be, right?
Yeah.
It's got to be, because we saw, all the teams were warming up beforehand. We were a little worried about Ravens, because we saw Ravens warming up, and they were playing, LAG?
Yeah.
And we saw they were down 120 in Hardpoint. I'm like, oh, God.
That was Hacienda, too.
Yeah, so this might be a long day for them, but obviously things improved for them. They got the most points they've gotten at a Hardpoint in this particular matchup, but not enough. I just don't know. It's one of those things, it just has to be almost like Thieves at their worst and Carolina at their best.
Well, I mean, this has been the Carolina problem all year. It's been these top 4 teams, right? You look at stage 3, that's who they lost to. They lost to FaZe, Thieves, Surge. That's when they make the roster change, because we have to try to beat these guys. At some point, we have to, or we're just going to stay stagnant right in the middle.
Yeah, well, Thieves off to a strong foot there to start. No chance of them getting caught slipping there. We've got Dan Ghosty on stage.
Florida makes some noise for the LA Thieves as they come out with a big win to kick off this tournament. And what an insane crowd we have here to kick off the day. I got Dan Ghosty with me on the main stage. Ghosty, 3-0 performance by you guys, going up against this Carolina team. You kind of knew what you was coming into, but, they kind of contested you guys pretty hard that first map. Took the first offensive round under control, but what was the game plan? How did you guys wrap this up in a fashion in what you did?
Just making sure that we're sticking to the game plan. We know that the first match on LAN, especially being the first series of the major, is going to make you just a little bit jittery, maybe a little anxious, but we came out and handled business, stuck to the plan, so that was good.
Definitely did. Focused up right there, okay? And, we're in beautiful, sunny Florida, okay? How have you been enjoying the weather here, okay? What's some of the fun things you and the boys been doing since you got here?
Just some exploring, some traveling, trying not to do too much walking, tire ourselves out, or get sunburned. Paco had a rough time at one of the Miami events.
Oh, man, hopefully he learned his lesson right there and brought his sunscreen, you guys, okay? And it's also a special day as well. Florida, I don't know if you guys know, but it's Dan Ghosty's birthday today. Can we get a happy birthday for Dan Ghosty? Would you guys help me sing it?
Thank you, guys.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Ghosty. Happy birthday to you. All right.
Thank y'all. Holy shit.
One more time, everybody. That's going to do it for me and Ghosty on the stage. Puckett, take us away.
Yo, I am loving the vibe here in Miami.
Oh, yeah.
We're on a college campus. The Thursday crowd is here. People don't have real jobs yet. It's fantastic. But talking about people with real jobs, LA Thieves took care of business. Quick 3-0.
Yeah, look, Gwyn gave you everything he possibly could in maps 1, 2, and 3, but it didn't seem to matter. The Thieves, it's such a dangerous team. And when you play them, this is something it's really difficult to translate to players at home. You get a kill, you will be killed instantly against any member of the Thieves anytime. You're getting traded every life. It is brute facts.
Allie, for everyone who took off work to enjoy the games today, they're going to get better from here, right? Someone said, are they all going to be like this? No.
No, look, like I said, there is probably 3 Game 5s today. This was not going to be one of them. So the rest of the day, should buckle up in your seatbelts. You got a long ride.
Let's focus on the positive here, Nameless. We see LA Thieves taking care of business. They now advance to winners round 2. Who do you give MVP honors to?
Oh, Hydra, 100%. Just kicking things off, that was a very close map, number 1. He was the difference maker, right? Envoy started off so slow, you needed a big game out of one of your SMGs. He had 35 kills just taking over. And the 2 times they needed a huge break, it was Paco who got on through.
We've had some fantastic moments. Relive game number 3. Let's take a look here as it was Carolina with the opening round, but then LA takes 3 in a row. How did Carolina start off with the dub? Can we start on the positive, Val?
Yeah, it was the aggression from the side of Gwyn. He came out flying in that round number 1, and it was an offense of everything, and it felt like everybody kind of moved off of that momentum, but it was just a couple of chain kills from the side of LA Thieves once you move into the answering attack round from the side of the Thieves, and there was just nothing Carolina could do after that. It was looking promising, but that got shut down.
Yeah, we've seen the development of Protocol ever since we moved B in control, how much easier it is to win on offense. And we saw Carolina playing really well. The SMGs in particular, Gwyn and TJ, clearing out their base, getting on the point. Gwyn went on some huge sprees over in, LA Thieves spawn. And we get down to the end of that offensive round that they had. It was a 6v5. They had a massive opportunity. Scrap has such a good ability to win gunfights up close against SMGs with the AR. Something that we don't talk about that often. There are a few players who can do it at the level Scrap does. He wins one.
Scrap
Scrap can do it. Geo can absolutely
Who else
do
you
it.
got?
Beans.
He's not an AR.
Beans. Beans is another one.
Beans is up
He
there,
wins
but
the
not
close
with us
gunfights.
this week, and they're getting less and less. We've got our bracket update here, Allie. Oh, good call out there.
That's a good call.
Here is a look at what the Ravens have in store. Do you like the draw against the Rocker for them?
I don't hate it. I don't hate it with the way Minnesota's been rocking. They've been struggling to get the ball through the hoops, so they could at least push it to a game number 5, but it's not going to be the easiest draw of the 4.
We've got 3 more matches to go here in the winners bracket. Miles, unfortunately, I lose you from my analyst.
Yeah,
so,
I'm out. I'm going to cast this one.
How many game 5s?
Oh, this could be a 5. I think this could be a 5.
Oh, yeah.
Who knows?
Who knows, man? I mean, the last one definitely no, but this one could be a good one. Depends on how the hard points go.
We deserve it this major. Last major was all 3-0s. We need to talk to these teams. We need some game 5s. It's got to start right now.
If they don't happen here, they'll definitely happen at Major 4. And if you didn't know, we're heading back to Texas. We like it down there. DreamHack tickets are on sale. We've got a Nade Shot meet and greet. If you wanted to touch Matthew Haig's hand,
That's crazy, guys. I'm not going to be on the desk. I got to go. I got to grab me one of those tickets.
take them on.
I thought
We'll
you were gonna
see
say
you
it.
all there in Texas for now. We got to go to a break.
It's a good hand.
We come back. Miles will be on the mic. Stay tuned. More CDL live from Florida.
Firm handshakes all around.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
The Arcade Wiz Tracer Pack is available now. Hit the map in retro glory with the Star Player Operator, pixel-inspired emblems, and more.
That's what you are. Unforgettable, oh near or far. That's why, darling, it's incredible that someone so unforgettable thinks that I am unforgettable too.
What do you? It's been supporting you guys. Fuck Optic, fuck the green wall.
Vamos! And that's gonna do it for me and Vico here on the stage.
Sky 3v4 effectively. New York subliners slid on through.
Seconds. You see him? God, he did one bullet. Got a bopper bomb. God, he did one bullet. I just shot the ball. Good try. I didn't know it looked like that, bro.
Bro, I saw the guy on the left and I just tweaked.
Hop and look over him. You can see everything.
Are they planning for us?
No. Back circle, weak. Back circle, weak.
Back circle, I'll get shooting.
Back circle, 3, 2, loads bomb. I'm ready to move.
So weak.
No.
Tom F, go.
Oh my god.
Let's go, man. Let's go.
Oh my god, my bad, bro.
Oh my god.
I have the door push.
Okay,
Wait, stay alive. I have the door. You just 2 front door.
Let's get front there. Watch your front. Nice one. Let's get late.
Stay alive,
Get down.
Oh my god. Man, let's go. Baby. We're sweeping them. I promise you we're
God.
Oh my god.
But now, about to find a first blood. That was insane. Oh my god, why did he just do that?
Joe's face was comedy in here.
Second tick is done. Abizi is cheesing. Abizi is cheesing. That is filth. Series isn't over yet. FaZe now a chance to smile. I mean, maybe some teams if you're FaZe, but you're not doing it to Sib. There's two that line up in front and Cell maybe making the play. He's trying to stay alive. Pushes in and Cell goes nuclear.
Welcome back to the game that'll never die. It's Call of Duty, this time around Black Ops 6, and we are in Florida for Major 3 of the Call of Duty League season. There's a look at a very handsome champion turned coach, Mr. Replays, behind the team.
What a guy.
FaZe, best team in the game for multiple years. If you're looking at the regular season standings, that championship has been eluding them, but they've now won 3 straight lands with this bohemian music rocking. We welcome our favorite local dad, Mr. Merck. How you doing?
I'm great. Yeah, great to be here. I love the set, by the way. It's a vibe.
We are vibing.
Thanks, we hand built it.
Shout out Crystal.
Yeah, did you?
Right?
Yeah.
I don't believe you.
Chat GPT doing wonders. Let's take a look here, Joe, at what we've got on our hands here as we start with Atlanta FaZe, because this is a team that has been dominating since you transferred over to the mic full time. So tell me about these kids.
I mean, I don't know. Sip and Abizi, they just don't go away. Celium as well, you throw him in there. They're just a team you expect to make it Sunday. And I don't know, 98, I don't know the number, but they're always there. It is ridiculous. But here is the big thing. I think they have shown a bit of a slower qualifier. Their hardpoint has been 50-50. And even when they're winning by very close margins. But that's what they were doing before. It's just the record was a lot better.
They've got 2 L's this stage. We're not used to that. A team that can go perfect throughout their online qualifiers had a Game 5 and a Game 4 loss. The most recent one was to Miami 3 matches ago. What went down for Atlanta, and is that just a one-off?
I don't think it's just a one-off. I mean, with Atlanta right now, we talk about how like their hardpoint, it's not always the biggest differential. It's been pretty bad this split. I mean, they're second to worst in the league in terms of differential, right? And the Tiny Terrors have really been struggling. You're talking about Abizi with a 0.8, Simp with a 0.9, right? Like, those will be okay numbers for most SMGs when you add in the damage, but this is the Tiny Terrors we're talking about. So, you know, for them, they've had world-class search and world-class control. If you can't dominate those hardpoints, though, it's going to be tough versus some of these teams.
Rosalie, let's talk about the Vanguards of Vancouver. Surge has been able to storm into the top 4. They were in the grand final. They took out Atlanta in the online matches previous to that.
So
what do you expect in the rematch on land?
So that's going to be the thing for the Surge right now, is that they've gotten Unreal Search and Destroy, which makes them much more formidable in this matchup versus Atlanta FaZe, simply because Atlanta has gotten worse at hardpoint, meaning that they're going to have to come in swinging in this matchup, because for Surge, they just have to try and force a Hossie in this series. It's Atlanta's worst hold map in the league, and they're a top 3 break team right now across stage 3, so if they can play around kind of that break decline from side of Atlanta, they're looking at a good opportunity in these map 1s and 4s.
We've talked quite a bit about the front line and the impact that Neptune has had coming over with 04 on Vancouver. On the other side, you've got the Tiny Terrors. But today, I want to talk about the ARs. Joe, You like Celium in this matchup? We like get nasty. What do these guys bring to the table?
I mean, Nasty actually always plays well versus Atlanta FaZe.
Instead of the final.
But I mean, Celium, he put up record numbers. So I think right now, Celium's probably the best player in the game. I truly mean that. The numbers he puts up are absurd, even when his subs are struggling a bit in the respawn. So I think you're looking at Celium in what he does in Hardpoint, in Search and Destroy. He has to keep them going.
And to Joe's point, it's been the ARs on FaZe that have went crazy this split. Like Celium's been nuts, and then Draws in the Search. He's got like a 1.34 in Search right now. So at the top of his game there. And then you look at the other side of things, Neptune has had like a down split. It's been fantastic, but not as dominant as Stage 2 was.
Can't always drop a 1.35.
But 04 has been ridiculous. A massive step. We saw him at the last LAN where he was frying. He has brought that momentum straight into the qualifier. Now we're at LAN.
Allie, let's take a look back at what happened at Major 2. They met up twice. The winners bracket finals going to that Game 5 round 11.
Yeah, no, and the first time it was rough, right? They went all the way to a Game 5, all the way to round 11. They fall short, and it's the first time for Vancouver Surge making it to that grand final, and it was just a Simp and a BZ takeover series. And unfortunately, that might kind of be what this team needed. To go back to the point Ant was making, when we first started the season, it was the ARs that were in the Atlanta FaZe that were struggling at first, and that was the reason some of their series were so close, but they were doing better then than they are doing now. So maybe looking at the SMGs right now and waiting for all of them to be on the same kind of firing range.
Joe, what do you think Draza said to Abuza and crew after that grand final?
You got 4-0. Are you serious right now? Like, get off the stage. But yeah, the guy was chirping. I mean, listen, I think the key here was just that winner's bracket final, right? I think if Surge win that, maybe things are a little bit different, but it was all about the Search and Destroy. And, well, you see the Search and Destroy here. Red Card and Dealership. One that Surge has worked on a lot is that map number 2.
Yeah.
There's an opening here early. FaZe, a Red Card Hardpoint team that they've played it a good amount, but it's one where it always looks very sloppy.
Allie, do we get to a dealership?
Yes.
Yes, no, I'm looking at the side of Vancouver Surge. They're playing for the Search and Destroys. They're not playing for the controls, they're playing for the hard points and Search and Destroys. I love that the Hacienda is the map 4. I said they need it in this series. The issue now is just if they can steal that red card map number 2, because that's going to be the toughest one up against Atlanta.
This is a great map set for Surge. I mean, you're talking about the red card where you beat them by 90 in the winners final. Then the Hasi, I mean, FaZe have struggled at it all season, 0-2 this split, and then Dealership, the map mode combination that they have completely added to their map. Well, if you make it there and you're Surge, you feel like you're closing this out.
It's just the same old thing with FaZe, right? You know, online the LAN, how is it going to be different? Is it going to be different? Major 2, you know, we talked a lot about their Search and Destroy. They went undefeated.
Yeah.
Right? If they're Hardpoint, even at 50-50, they are a threat to win this tournament. But it has to be 50-50.
Looking at that is scary.
Those small margin maps by 5 to 10, they start to go the other way to the opponents. That's when they're in big trouble.
Allie, your eyes just lit up while you're going over the notes. What is standing out? What do the fans need to know as we enter this best of 5? It's only winners round 1.
It's only winners round 1, but it's going to be a grueler. I mean, look at the side of Atlanta FaZe. Like, they're looking at 2 and 3. Like, we've got those locked up. On the side of Vancouver Surge, they're just playing for the long game. I'm looking at a 1-4-5 win probably if you're the Surge, but I'm also looking at they're leaning a lot on 0-4 right now. 1.13 and Hardpoint. He's going to be their initial guy, and that's going to be the one you're going to want to watch.
I agree with that. 1-4-5.
And if you're going for overs and unders today, we're going a long series.
Yeah.
You're feeling some high scores?
Yeah, I think so. And red cards is a bang out. I'm going to go with Draws' over. If I'm picking an over, that's the guy I'm looking at. He's been on top of his game.
Joey, who's your player to watch in this one? What are we feeling most confident in a prediction?
I'm going to go for FaZe. I'm going to go Simp because he has struggled a bit, right, throughout these qualifiers. So I'm going to go Simp. A prediction, I think probably FaZe in 5 if I had to predict, but it should be a close one.
We're going to get to our scuff pick'ems and lock them in officially. Allie?
Yeah.
He hasn't broken 100 yet.
I need the beach ball.
He didn't hit the camera.
But I did pick LAT.
Do we give him an opportunity for another 2-point play?
Yeah, go for it.
Nameless, if you hit the lens and predict correctly, 2-pointer.
Dang, that's a tough one. I'm going to go Vancouver Surge. I think they take the series, and this is about to be an absolute dot.
You're giving him a 2-pointer?
There's just,
Rosalie,
there's just too much air.
It was too much gun. Too much
Give
gun.
me another one. Give me one more.
No, you missed. You got to wait till match 3, Allie.
Wait, if I pick an upset, can I do it?
What's the upset?
I'll give it to you.
I'm going to pick Vancouver Surge.
All right.
Okay.
That's an upset,
2-point play opportunity. Give me the
Wait,
N1.
you took the Surge? That's crazy.
Yeah, I did take
Give me
the
the
Surge.
N1.
You just picked them.
I have to hit 1, right? Okay. Should I spike it or am I just
Whatever you want to do.
Throw it.
All you got to do is hit the lens.
Well, that was
Wide right.
Yo, MC. Told you not to spike
Yo, come here.
You're
Come here,
right, you
MC.
did
Make
tell me
a
not to
shot.
spike
We
it.
have a
you not
career
to
in
spike
video
it.
games for a reason. Merc, I'm told the games are ready. I have to do our job.
I went with FaZe.
You went Atlanta FaZe in 5?
In 5.
I will ride with Joey D for number 114. They're number 1 for a
Why are you
reason.
looking over here?
Let's go.
I just
Don't
haven't
look over
lost,
here.
man.
I got
haven't
plenty
lost.
of games to catch up.
Florida, you guys having some fun?
Yeah.
Someone in the chat just told me you are pretty quiet. I disagree for a Thursday. Can you make some noise for me?
They're lit,
They're
bro.
loud.
This is the best
They're
Thursday
so
crowd
loud.
we have had of the CDL season so far. Go ahead and give yourselves a round of applause. Give it up for my man Joey D in the analyst booth. The Rosalie Parker, the Anthony Wheeler, and most importantly,
Chris
Guy Blaze.
and Guy.
I love that transition, Chris, and you are absolutely right. This is the loudest crowd we've had all year on Thursday. Florida, make some noise for yourself. We got a heated matchup coming to the stage, and it's a grudge match that you guys all know so well. So let's bring out the first team. Get ready, because here comes the bad boys from the South.
Who really stopping me? I did not come for apologies. I am not here for the politics. Your confidence started with common sense. They gonna cry for acknowledgement. I got the team to conglomerate. Give it to Austin, not stopping it. I am no one, they not stopping him. No. Black boy, it's a different situation. Black kids when I pull up in the latest 101, so they never can replace them. This is not the attic, now we live in spaces. Tell me that I can't, I'm bound to go too crazy. Tell me that I can't, I'm bound to go too crazy. Release the focus in the comments, all canary. I try to tell them, but they didn't get the message.
Ladies and gentlemen, get loud for Atlanta FaZe! Braza, Stellium, Simp, and Abizi, the 3-time champions, looking for the 4-peat.
You guys just heard Guy Blaze say it. They're looking for a 4-peat. Bro, what? That does not happen. It's only been a couple of teams, and those have went on to become some of the most legendary squads in the history of the game. These guys are trying to do the same. It starts right now versus the Vancouver Surge. This is going to be an absolute banger.
Yes, it is, and it's time to bring out the boys from the West, ready to drown out their opponents. Here comes Vancouver. Ladies and gentlemen, show some love to the Vancouver Surge! Neptune, Pixie, 04, and Abusa, ready to drown out their opponents yet again as the storm has hit the stage. The Vancouver Surge.
This is a team that's done nothing but make waves throughout the entirety of the league since a singular roster change. A bunch of underdogs now looking to make their way to another grand final, and they get a rematch nice and early up against Atlanta FaZe. This should be a banger, and it is only Thursday. Lock in, it's time to start this match.
Definitely time for them to lock in. Alley the waves and crash the stage. And Vancouver looking to heat check Atlanta. Let's see if they can get it done. Casters, Miles, and Chance, take us away.
Thank you, Blaze. Thank you, Florida. You have been loud. Chris wasn't wrong. What a start to our tournament here, and what a delightful Thursday we have. And hopefully not a 3-0.
No, I'm thinking of Game 5. We got a dealership for the final map should we get there, and I'm very excited to see it because Vancouver on that map has been on point. It is a matter, though, of getting there, and the Des already touched on it in my mind for Atlanta FaZe. Hardpoint is going to be like deciding the fate of their tournament. Fell off just a little bit throughout the stage. Now they need to show up on LAN, which obviously 3 in a row, they've done so time and time again.
Yeah, right. We're worried about the hard points, but not that worried about the hard points. But we're going to be seeing how Surge go up against them because, of course, their HP game has been pretty clean since Neptune joined the roster. It feels like a lifetime ago, but Search and Destroy should be fun. If we have to go to the dealership, I'm licking my lips ready for that one, folks. What a good start to a tournament already. A long weekend of COD. We thank you for traveling. If you come far and wide, real appreciation. It's gonna be a great weekend, and I cannot wait to get rocking into this one. Here we go. Map number 1.
No wasted time. Fist bumps out and about, flying through the map, and we're kicking it off with a red card as well. Both of these teams fiending for it. Atlanta FaZe hunger for the 4-peat, and Vancouver Surge, they want revenge. This is 4 players down the line that want to prove they have what it takes to win in competitive Call of Duty. They came close. They played Atlanta FaZe numerous times throughout this year, and it has been a tight matchup every single time, except for the grand finals. They want that revenge.
Hey, you've done it once, you're never going to get 4-0 like that ever again. Surely not. 2 Reds, 2 Haciendas in a dealership. Hopefully they get us through this series. But here we go, straight into our first Hardpoint, folks.
3v4, run it up, baby.
FaZe, this is not the advantage you were looking for. Okay.
Didn't want to play against Cell anyway.
Yeah, all right.
Crack me up, Nameless on the desk when MC is selling, goes by MacArthur, but he's walking by and Nameless is like, hey man, come take a shot. Nameless, he's at work right now. He has to go play. Let this man plug in.
Well, he hasn't plugged in clearly. MC in the corner, low right there. He had a little giggle, something happened. I do think he may have actually not joined. There may have been a world where he wasn't.
Ricochet finally caught him. He's been getting away with it for years.
See you, bro. All right. Well, we're going to load this back up, boys and girls. Going to get ready to do this take 2. As Surge, we're ready to go there, but all right, back in we go. A couple of settings. Come on, Cell. You've done this a few times. Talking about a 4-peat. Guy can't get his settings right.
Honestly, unbelievable. Now, he has one of the most unique POVs in the league. The only player that, I mean, genuinely, you'd assume that he's hacking, can see through walls, perfect aimbot. He's insanity with an AR. Feels like he plays almost low to the ground as well. A very unique player, a very unique person. If you ever get to meet him, throw FaZe up. He'll be happy to reciprocate.
Anywhere in the world, he'll do it. Also, unique settings. Cell's what, 20 horizontal sensitivity?
2.1 and then 1.65 for vertical IP.
Yeah, that one's sinking. Impressive stuff, but now he is in the lobby. We can see a fully populated squad. In the meantime, a little bit of love there for the FaZe boys going up against Vancouver. The last time they met, Chance, another game 5.
Again, every single matchup has been incredibly exciting. They've played Vault Hardpoint over and over again. It's always nail biters. Finally, teams mixing up for this one, so you're trying to look through the pick and bans, and I think if you're Vancouver Surge, you're happy to see the 5 maps that we're going to be getting in this series. I think Surge, especially if they get to a map 5, going to be excited to be going toe-to-toe against them. I think they have great odds. It's just a matter of getting there. When it comes to confidence, Atlanta FaZe, obviously, they're going to have it in spades.
Well, I think it's a really important thing, though, to see that moment there. Of course, 4-0 in that grand final of Major 2. This is an important rematch either way, but I think for Surge, in their long run as players and as a team, take a loss like that in a Major. Like, that's it. You got it out of the way. When it comes to the tournaments later on this year, this one included, of course, champs in EWC, you got the nerves out. You've got the 4-0 jitters done. That's never going to happen to you again as a team. I'm excited for their prospects, in the future.
Yes, phenomenal learning experience playing against Atlanta FaZe in a grand finals. It can be a baptism by fire from time to time, but you get that experience, and I mean, again, they've played against each other multiple times. Nasty has one of the best KDs in the league against Atlanta FaZe. I think he's chilling with like a 1.3, so they have the tools to take him down, and that's just for a winners round 1 matchup. Beans, we miss you. We wish you the best. We wish you were here, because honestly, it would have been a stacked round 1. Now there's some question marks.
Well, we'll find out. Again, Surge and FaZe playing up here. We're going to reach an optic. That will be the winner of this match. We'll play them for a spot in that winners finals on the far right-hand side there of that bracket. The loser will drop down, and we'll find out how they deal with things. But in the meantime, it looks like Celium has finally got his head switched on, and he's got his body in the lobby, and we're loading in. Take 2 here in map 1.
And the Hardpoint, name of the game, name of the tournament here for Atlanta, subpar, 4-6. Their average losses, well, they were getting beat down from time to time, but admittedly, Atlanta FaZe, absolutely one of the teams that they like to experiment. They like to broaden the map pool as much as they possibly can. They make sure they're using the qualifiers as reps. They're good on CDL points. They don't have to take that seriously. They're focused up for the lands. This is where they lock in, but red card will be our initial evidence. Now that Celium is loaded in, again, him versus Nasty. It will be an ever-present battle on this map. You gotta beat your someday best already for the first map of their day.
And it is the first map for the series. Take 2, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. On board with the Phenom, Sim. Just had a somewhat slow run in towards this major, but for now, it's a nice kills, and it's on the time, and the big old contest, as Simp is shooting hot already.
Perfect opening break. Atlanta FaZe get the time. Nobody's going to sort of slip the net, and already he's looking to get aggressive. Abuza, well, met his maker before he had a chance to react it. I mean, this is Simp at his best, right? He just gets to roam, he gets to calculate, he gets to keep the map under control. And already at P1, I mean, 20-second lead for Atlanta FaZe. The kills in the feed still going their direction. And this is an entrance right now. It is an absolute beatdown.
It's a 5 spree for Simp. I felt we should go back to it. Okay, no, good, he's dead. But that was Simp on patrol, 4 in a row for Abizi now, his counterpart on the other side, and the Hardpoint is very much in control for FaZe going into 2 as well.
Oh, now Abizi's going for a flank like this. This is demonic. I mean, a 35-point lead into slammage like this. This is a devastating moment.
He's seen them all. Here we go, number 1. Nearly 2. His ideal positions though, but not for his teammates. 0-4 for the side of Surge. He picks up 3 in a row. We're going to put that one down on board still with Abizi as he makes this run happen. But hey, in the shenanigans, in the fun and games, you got Surge in the time for a few moments. There's the break. FaZe back in.
And you see what's happening for FaZe on the minimap. They're leaving the back spawns open just so you can try to force them towards the back. But all things considered, Nasty just did an incredible job on the time staying alive. So Abizi might have calculated everything out, but his teammates did not get the kills. Vancouver right back in the map.
Absolutely. We like the look of that. And now the battle towards New, which should be a big win there from Nasty. Stays alive as well. New hard points up. Spawns good for Vancouver. And now the battle from the far side of the map for FaZe. They've got a long journey over towards this parking lot. And that is already going to be Surge fully set up.
Oh yeah, FaZe shot the ball. Perfect P1 into a perfect P2, but that one being for Vancouver. They win the rotation. You get 0-4, maybe to try to hit that flow state, but no, he gets dropped. His teammates falling one by one, pressure around the time, but the ARs deliver.
Yeah, Nasty and Abuza getting the kills there. Big work out of the AR side for Surge. Now back in the time we go. Cellian brought down before he can even touch it. A good workout of Abuza. This is huge damage on the cross now. Can anyone make it forward for FaZe? Yeah, Draza crosses the line. Pressure now still. There's no one able to really get in there just yet, and a long gunfight now working out. Abuza still on it. Looking to get the break as late as possible here, FaZe, but Surge have done the job.
And they flip the spawns. I mean, this is clean work. You don't want to give away the final 20, so 0-4 is going to be jumping all over it because Atlanta FaZe broke late. No trophies. FaZe there for the damage, but that is a triple stack inside of the time. Atlanta FaZe wanted it, and they will retake the lead.
Yeah, great work, Surge. Good stuff. Over towards stage we now go, and you have a very, very naughty setup there. Abuza with a tight corner, Neptune on the inside of the map. 0-4 now picking up pieces around the place. Lead change for a second, folks, but Surge poised to take it back.
This is the perfect spot. Yeah, absolutely guaranteed for number 1, and Abuza nearly has a wicked gunfight to take down the 2, but now his teammates on the time. Oh. All the pressure's coming, and all the pressure is gone. Cellium ripped 2 players at a time, and he's on a 5 spree.
He's very close to a hellstorm as well. Can Cell get it? For time, he's going to accumulate points every now and then. That really helps out indeed. Neptune, good shots, not enough to bring down King Cobra. A pressure now towards time. Can 0-4 get in there for the contest? Yeah, he sure can. Oh, what a win from Cell. One more should get him the streets. Can you stop it? No, you can't. Cellium, 10-7. Hellstorm in the back pocket.
He's just so difficult to kill. The positioning is perfect, and now a 20-point lead. You want to fight for the final bit of time, and Abizi can't get it done. Vancouver take that away, but they're not going to be winning this rotation. Cellium posted up, and they got the spread. Draza pushed out towards BS&D, and the reinforcements funneling through to get towards this time. Atlanta FaZe right now in control.
Draza looking for a couple here on BS&D. Can't get it done. Open avenue now to work with for Surge. Simp next man up. Good work there on taking care of these players on the approach. Oh, looks like one member of Surge to get through Neptune. He'll be dancing with the devil in a moment. But Sim absolutely knows these moves. Still 2 streaks in the back pocket there for FaZe. They'll come into play later.
And finally, he gets overwhelmed, but that was still great decision-making from Simp just to try to keep that BS&D control. But now the opportunity for Vancouver. Force him in the spawn trap. You blender them in these moments. Neptune wins that entry, and now it's just food for fodder here from 0-4. Okay. He at least gets 1, but his teammates still set up in time.
We're having another one of those weird FaZe games. Draza's 3-12. They still have the lead. As soon as he starts picking up kills, this could get real ugly for Surge.
I mean, we've seen a slow start from Draza before, and he walked away at the end of the series with like a 1.6 overall. So make no mistake, he can make that bounce back, but as tight as this game is, you cannot afford to have a player triple negative. Draza has to show up.
Going into set number 2 now, all tied up at 109. FaZe with a slight lead. Abuza with a couple of kills in the feed. He pulls himself out of the negative. Now in towards time. Simp though picks up a pair on the cross towards B1 once again. It's a stalemate here with FaZe with positioning. FaZe with the time. Still holding down.
I mean, if they don't get this break, Vancouver might end up losing this map off of P1 time on red card. But there you go. Abuza for 2. You're at least making a dent now in this setup. And with the final few kills there from Neptune, you can get some time of your own.
Spawning in the good side of the map though for FaZe. That's where Neptune's going for it. He's now starting to get things under his belt. 15-15 in the KD department. Not very characteristic of the man who is a very hot hand indeed. Snaps in from Cell. Coverage across the entire map right now for FaZe. There's not a whole lot Vancouver can do, and no one on time.
And look at this, man. It is still just a neck-and-neck game, effectively tied up going towards this new time. This is what I'm expecting in this series for these two teams, a grand finals matchup, for it to be a battle. Draza, though, in the feed, picking up the 2-piece. And keep in mind, he was triple negative at one point. By the end of this map, it's going to look different.
There's the counterattack from the rear, though. Vancouver Surge looking to get back into this one. Sim dancing. Can he find another kill? It's like, whoa, he can. A Phenom. There's a third with his name on it round the corner. Reinforcements arrive, and FaZe don't let go of time.
And I love Sim's game. So patient, so easy, doesn't tweak, no over challenge, just picks the corner, and him and Abizi happy to be terrifying from inside the time to collect it. Let the pressure come to you. One of the best Call of Duty players that we have ever seen, one of the GOATs in there, and by the time he falls, it's easy for his teammates to pick up the rest.
23 seconds to go here on time. FaZe looking to pull away all of it, but again, you've got to make the rotation towards the third. And that's what Simp is playing for this time. Nasty had his number in the first go-around, but this time, the Phenom cooking as he rolls towards new time.
And this is the advantage. The P2, they slaughtered him. They're going to go up by 50 going into the new time. There's only one man to beat. Neptune has to make this impact play.
Oh, they're busy. He's fighting for the old ones. And he's fighting, and he is winning these gunfights. Spawns up in the back, though, for 04. He's going to be close to new. So that could be a massive turning point here for Surge.
Oh, that's actually super interesting. Yeah, they were gifted back spawn, so Neptune didn't even win the gunfight for them to get through. Just every single spawn ended up being blocked, but now Draza is done with it. He's like, I was not having a good time with the AR. Pulls out the Jackal, the God gun on land. Immediate 2 and immediate time.
Yeah, back spawns right now for Surge. Can they get themselves in or towards time? Nasty start things off. Abuza picks up one of his own. Aid from upstairs as Abuza keeps the kills going, and that's all down for FaZe.
A little bit of fight. Now you need a little bit of time. Trying to read the back spawn. Salim's keeping the pressure on one side of the map. That's going to split the reinforcements. This is a tough bill to hold.
Crazy situation, and a big win there from 04. No more of that life. As FaZe now fighting across map. Only man up now for Surge. Nasty playing for new. And he's been gone, dealt with. There we go. FaZe once again keeping the momentum in their sails.
Winning that rotational gunfight, a 40-point lead, and now this is where the desperation effort is going to start to kick in. Vancouver Surge, they cannot play patient. You got to hit the go button, and they at least get the natural like pinch spawn rolling through, but you need a break now.
Trying to find it. Draza Cell holding it together. 04 looking to get a little closer. The only man up for Surge right now. Can you deal with it, FaZe? You got eyes on. A little bit of shots in, but no one to get the kill just yet. So he's still fighting for this one. His teammates not making their way forward. Wait a minute, an unfortunate moment right now as FaZe trying to stabilize. They've got time, but again, Neptune fighting for the front.
I mean, look, you need it. It's the bandits roll through. Got to win the gunfights down low, and finally, Vancouver find a little bit of life in this map. But I think Atlanta FaZe maybe have answered the hardpoint question. Granted, red card was their pick, but so far they're looking good. Even with Draza's slow start, still have a 40-point lead.
Yeah, this is not over yet, though, folks. Contest 1, scrap time, incredibly important right now for Surge. Coming up on our third hardpoint set. There's a moment of quiet, we'll cross over the map. And somehow Abuza winning that one against Cell. Final set, here we go, folks. FaZe once again win the big rotation over towards the last point. And Simp in time, B-bomb control once again from Draza. He wins another fight. That's a great moment for FaZe.
And Booza got traded as well, so now you're getting gifted that dagger spawn. Atlanta FaZe, they want to end this game on this hill. They have to set up to make it happen.
No one's getting through Celium right now. 30 and 18. Still has streaks to use. Nasty over the top. Anyone able to get into this time? Can anyone from Surge get close? The answer is no. Cell's going to be there once again. Looking for Abuza next. They're going to find that kill. And over the top, though, it comes Neptune, who finds 2.
Finally, Neptune strikes. First impact he's made, and he gets traded out instantly. You're vying for control. The battle's going to be there. Vancouver Surge maybe continue to fight, but just looking at the score, it is a 60-point gap, and Atlanta FaZe has simply never been the team to throw a lead like this away.
Not like this. It'll be easy, man. What a two-piece. Towards time again we go. FaZe close to the victory. Surge, you've had a nice comeback here towards the end of it, but it's not going to be enough. Last chances here. FaZe are on time. The counterattack is on. Abe is going to read it. Fight for the win, and FaZe should be in position.
I just don't. I mean, they walked out of some boos, and this crowd has been dead. Nameless's tweet wrong, because Atlanta FaZe are back in action on land. Undeniable.
And that answers a big question we had about their hard points, about their map ones. That's a very good-looking red card against a good-looking team. Outstanding performances there from Celian, from Sim, Abe in there as well. Draza, even with a slow start, he pulled it all together towards the end. We said it, once he finds kills, this is gonna look real bad for Surge. And sadly, it did just that. 1-0 FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, that was your best opportunity there in a hard point. You certainly feel like with that opportunity, and it just simply never felt close. Literally from the jump on the P1, Atlanta FaZe, I mean, had a 36-1 lead. And that's just, I mean, nearly insurmountable. Vancouver Surge turned the momentum down just for a smidgen, and then the flip got switched. The switch got flipped. Either way, you'll take it. Celian completely on point, had the Hellstorm that he simply did not need.
Well, same with the Beezy. He had one as well in the back pocket, and there you see it from P1 onwards, second set onwards. No looking back for FaZe. I think that was when the time Draza started picking up kills, and once they got going, man, it was done. Look at the assists for FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the teamwork on point. Neptune not really getting involved with his teammates there, so they couldn't kick anything up. And meanwhile, the objective kills rolling through from Atlanta FaZe. The bottom right of your screen, 3 players in the double digits. We had Simp at 32 and 22. Anytime we're watching from his point of view, it's just such a clean and comfortable game. Not doing anything crazy, never tweaking out, just inside the time. Guy's gonna be right here, pre-aim, dead. Anytime he falls, his teammate's always in the perfect position to pick him up. The easiest player maybe in the game to play around. I mean, Simp just dishes out. He makes everyone look good.
He does. He trusts his teammates to pick up those kills. He doesn't have to do anything flashy. He doesn't have to do anything crazy. And if he does have to do it, he can. And that's what makes this squad so incredible. Great stuff here. Highlights, folks. A lot of love here for the FaZe boys. Of course, they had the pieces, and they played those cards real well. Surge and Cole coming out into this very, very hot series again against a squad who they were in a grand finals with at the previous major, and now they find themselves down 1-0. Going on a red card search and destroy chance. Of course, we'll get on this a little bit later, but I'd be a bit worried about the momentum, a bit worried about the energy levels. Got to try to find that cohesion sooner rather than later for Vancouver.
And I mean, the question is really like, was the grand finals a learning experience, or is that the straw that broke the camel's back of, oh, maybe these guys are just built different? So a lot of Call of Duty left to be played, and obviously S&D, something Vancouver Surge is going to be very happy to see. You're going to switch up the pace dramatically, and obviously a coach like Rambo, Ray, calculated for it. They know well in advance what the maps are going to be end up playing are. No surprises here in the CDL, or at least not yet. We'll see what they have cooked up, but I know it's going to be 0-4 in Neptune. So much pressure on those two players dealing with the tears who have not broken a sweat.
Well, we're worried about Game 5 prospects now, folks. After that red card goes very much against the boys of Surge. But S&D now will play control after that one, and of course we go back to Hacienda for Hardpoint. That dealership, though, I mean, we want it. We might not get it. We'll see how things go in this S&D right now for the Surge boys. Because again, as you said, Ray, the kind of capability of this squad, we've seen how high they can go, we've seen how good they can look. Absolutely within the realm of possibility for the comeback here, and they need it.
They have been evolving their gameplay as well. 0-4, the man on the left side of your screen, at the start of this year on this map, he had a very standard game plan, constantly playing the B side on defense, and he would go for the flanks ad nauseum, and to almost no success. They were struggling at the early part of the year. Now that Neptune's got in the mix, their strats have been diversified a little bit, and they have more tools. And throughout the stage, they've been on point. Opening duels especially. Vancouver Surge at a 60% rate. That is towards the top of the league, and they need that here, because in the first blood category, Abizi, uncharacteristically, has been fairly quiet throughout this year. He's been fine. It's not worth complaining about, but he has not been anywhere near his top form. Surge have to capitalize off of it.
A slight statistical advantage for Vancouver going into red card S&D. Overall, though, FaZe, a team you can never count out. This is two squads in fantastic form. This is going to be an absolute banging search and destroy. FaZe to go up 2-0 in the series. Vancouver to pull it back to 1-1 as we go into control. Neptune, you came out cold in the hard point. It's time to heat things up.
And in S&D, he has absolutely been hot, the most electric player throughout this stage that we have in the league. 0.95 kills per round means he is hyperactive, always going to be getting in the mix. And again, for aBeZy, he has not been the First Blood Reaper yet this year. An opportunity early to take him down, and for Vancouver on the defensive end, a triple stack over towards A. They're getting aggressive.
aBeZy was spotted there. Sim, it doesn't matter if you saw him or not, you know where he is thanks to the old gunshot. So now, a very aggressive opening here from FaZe. They are not holding back. Draz pounces.
Sim gets the intel, lets his teammates get the stats. First blood already secured, and already Vancouver players are scurrying, running from the hills, trying to dodge these nades.
Boozer doesn't dodge a thing, he gets caught there, but EOD keeping him going. Good nade there. Pushes Simp off the bomb, but sadly the bomb has already been planted. So now having to fight from that close range, and Simp in position, knows these players attack, knows the damage is done. Oh my word, who was that? Draza just escaped the clutches of Nasty, and now it's a 4-0.
God, look at how hopeless that round was as well. I mean, they just flooded through the middle of the map. Simp gets up top, leaves the kill there from Draza. aBeZy's getting double naded. He can't do a thing. Player that was P2 just gets isolated. And then poor Nasty in a 1 versus 4. There is nothing you can do. That is overwhelming dominance in round number 1.
Even that POV from Nasty. He's like, yeah, I've got at least one hit. And then Draza just vanishes, jumps over his head, escapes. And the teamwork prevails once again for FaZe. Half a second too slow on nearly every moment there for Surge. FaZe beaten to it, but here we go. Attacking round for Surge. Where are we going, boys? B or A?
Well, a triple stack again on defense over towards the A site. That mean for FaZe. We want to get aggressive on this flank because Surge are flying. They are running right towards aBeZy.
We're going in. Abe, how many can you get? The answer is none. Great stuff, 0-4. He's looking for his second straight away, but Selim's now going to try to empty his pockets on the approach towards this site. Trophies in play. Everything's looking real good here. Selim, the only man that's going to cause a problem for Surge for now.
And he's a big problem as well. This is the exact right man for the drop to track all this attention, but aBeZy catches him. That should seal the round.
Deals it, yeah. And that's going to be 0-4 on the intel. He's now got rear security watching out for Simp. That nade over the top is going to push him back for a second. He actually gets a kill. So now, the 2v4 retake is still at large.
Just no scams. Draza might know where these players are, but if they don't scam, Surge will be just fine.
Por favor, no scam. Nasty, eat this. Yummy. Doesn't catch the stun, but he's heavily damaged. Here comes the teamwork. FaZe. Breach and clear. And they're kicking doors. 2v2. 1v1.
Just no time.
Not enough time. aBeZy's going to play it perfectly, but what an attempt from FaZe. Surge tie it up 1-1.
Yeah, keep in mind though, long-term Simp already has the RC car, and with a 4-0 start, he's also going to be creeping close towards that Hellstorm as well, because he also has bomb plant. The crazy side about FaZe is that Simp is the bomb carrier. That's how you know the team is godlike.
Even gods can bleed here in the league. Going into round number 3, FaZe will be back on attack. I will see if the RC cars come out, because it's a hot topic right now in the league. A kill streak that can give you a ton of information, can blow your teammates to hell.
Simp is one of like 8 players I trust with it.
8 isn't generous. Here we go. No stun checks, no nothing over the top, so Simp's going to go into this fight with heavy pockets. Everything's still to be played for here. A lot of presence here out towards the A side of the map, over by aBeZy. And Nasty has a nice angle there with those 2 doors wide open, so anyone who crosses that will be spotted out. But here's a gift. Connects with a trophy.
You know, players out by ticket, you're just slowly playing the round, you're looking for the information. Again, 0-4 used to love these flanks through B, so they're taking their time.
Taking their sweet, sweet time. 50 seconds to go on the round. And Simp checks everything, and he's made it. He's in behind these players. This could be a first blood. Oh, for Draza. 0-4. Does what he can out of that life, but a man advantage now to FaZe.
Yeah, easy trades in the bomb, immediately going to go down. 0 time wasted in the first blood there. Neptune looking for the clutch.
Oh, aBeZy
traded.
Tries to get a clutch of his own, but now it's all down to Neptune. Can he get himself on the board this 1v2? Both the players of FaZe are close up, but aBeZy at the long range. Now Simp pressing forward. He is in the goal, and he is the goal for FaZe. Back of the net. Atlanta take the lead.
Yeah, just being kept away, and now Simp is 7-0. And again, we talk about how like intelligent Simp is as a player. One of the best of all time. And again, when you watch his perspective, you just get to see him calculate. They're waiting to suss out all of the intel, getting nades. Okay, trophy over by ticket. We got a player there. Swarming over towards P2, gets the free flank. And in the meantime, his teammates giving you the first bloods. I mean, a requirement, I would imagine, for Vancouver to get the first bloods to win these rounds. If not, you will be punished. Simp, I'd assume, has the Hellstorm. If not, he is right there.
Oh, he's very close indeed. Very close indeed. Running off the back of a lot of his teammates' damage, though. Here comes the RC right through the middle of the map. So you get to watch 04's Scuff controller cam. Watch him dance. Watch that left stick jiggle, folks. RC, taken care of.
Yeah, trying to find the route, but I mean, you could just see Draza look at him through the net as well. So uncomfortable on this approach, and it's much less calculated. You're waiting for the kills to come through, and in the meantime, Abizi already found the flank.
Yeah, you can't wait for too long. Abizi on that flank. There it is. He starts things off. That's going to turn a couple of heads there of Surge, and now they have to worry about that. And as you turn, you show your back to Neptune, to Cell, who gets another kill. On towards the bomb now. No hope whatsoever. And Simp still playing this very patiently indeed. Hellstorm there to go. Has yet to fall. 8 in a row. Looking for number 9. He and Draz dancing here. 0-4 dealt with. 9 in a row for Simp.
Hey, dude, on their approach, when they were going towards the A site, they had the entire map contained. They're waiting for the information, making sure the flanks don't roll through. Vancouver have a different strat. They send everybody towards the A site. They want to play a tight setup to watch the pinch, but you give up the real estate. Abizi, he'll take it. It's not like Abizi's had a massive impact in this game, but in that round, it's just a dagger. And then after that phase, they just know where everybody is. And Simp remains perfect at 9-0.
Again, it's not that flashy. It's nothing crazy. He doesn't have to win these insane battles. He just has to do everything right, and he does.
Well, I wonder what he's going to do.
I wonder.
He's going to get a Dreadnought. Call that into.
He's going to... All right. I think we can safely say, if he gets the Dreadnought, he's allowed to call it in. Here we go, folks. Starting this one off with a bang. Vancouver Surge going to score on the inside, passing the intel to his teammates. Abuza lives. Draza will be moving in a position to take care of business.
And Abuza's staying put as well. He's challenged. I'd expect to get overwhelmed to try to run for the hills, but he's squared. And now his teammates are here for the support, so Abuza stands his ground, and just like that, Atlanta FaZe might have dropped the ball.
It's the classic moment. You call in streaks, you throw off the momentum, you throw off the timings you had. Abuza back at it with the nades, but he's made a tough stop. Abizi down and out. The bomb has now been placed on the ground.
Well, they still have not killed Simp, so long-term problems to solve.
4v2. We've seen FaZe in this situation before. 0-4. The shots from the Phenom. Oh, the spree comes to a close. Now down to Cell. A 1 versus 4. Neptune still on the old donut. We'll see if he can't find something now as they start to put the pressure, tighten the screws around Cellium.
Yeah, and no time on the clock, so not cooking up anything there. But even in a 1 versus 4, you see 0-4, he's not over challenged. He'll slide across the door. He'll wait for his teammates. You cannot afford to make mistakes, as Atlanta FaZe might have done in that round. You call him the Hellstorm. I'm thinking you're trying to catch the players as they're running in towards Ticket. Atlanta FaZe had the right bodies in the right spots, but unable to actually execute on the kills. And then Vancouver, make sure you get back to Abuza and help him out. He was isolated by the stage, but still had the pockets, had the nade to keep things slow. His teammates back over towards the top window as well. Vancouver Surge snapped into position. They got a little bit of fight. Now you just want to see Neptune get on the board.
And again, once that happens, you're looking good. Vancouver attacking round. You avoid all the streak problems right now that FaZe can throw at you, and if anything, it helped you out. So back to a square up fight. I wonder how this is going to go for Surge. Eyes on Draz, shots fired, and they are pushing for the kill. 0-4 is the man at the charge. He is the helm, and finds himself for 2.
Huge, absolute huge catch, and there's the momentum you're looking for. Still just execute. Abizi and Cellium are the 2 most clutch players we have in this league, and they get offered nothing. Vancouver Surge playing with some pace. They want to start attacking, and that was a beautifully orchestrated round. And everything going right. 0-4 gets the first 2 kills, and Neptune gets off the donut. Pro players have talked about this all the time in S&D. You feel when you don't have a kill, as soon as you get the first one, you're a little bit more free.
Pressure gone, 3-3 in round count. And Vancouver Surge, that is the initiative you wanted. off the back of the 0-4 two-piece, right off the rip. He finds a very small window to work with. Under the radar of FaZe, he snuck on through and finds two. That changes absolutely everything, folks. Here we go. FaZe back on the attack, and it's been looking good so far. No streaks, no shenanigans. Guns and bombs.
Great dodge on those nades. Making a little bit of noise, maybe trying to keep Vancouver honest right now. Two-man set up on defense over towards B for Vancouver. A player in a power position, nasty up top and roaming over towards A. But you see 0-4 starting to drift back over towards the middle of the map. Vancouver are ready to respond to this pressure. The question is going to be the timing. How quickly can they suss out the A approach? Simp is on his way.
Nasty no trophy up there, but he's not going to be in that position. Here's the glass break, backs away. You've given up a lot of space for FaZe, but they've taken it slowly.
Yeah, and 0-4 has just now started to rotate back, so he's going to be a little bit late to the party as Simp taking the exact same route.
Yeah, time gets spotted this time, though. 0-4 deals with it, nearly the two-piece. Neptune, though, on the trade. Great work. Draza looking for another Neptune, keeps his head down, stays alive. Here comes Abuza. What a shot! The Alaskan Assassin strikes.
And he dipped as well. 22 seconds, though. You got to go get that bomb. And he had the intel on Neptune, but wrong gun for the job, and you still have to go and collect that bomb in a 1 versus 2. Hey, you might get given a gift.
1v1.
Or not. Neptune is settled in. That is a wild round, but that all comes down to the timing of 0-4 making it back like towards his teammates. And he literally had it dialed in to perfection, able to catch a BZ as he's moving across, and then Simp was just left out to dry. And that is the name of the game on red card more often than not. You don't want to just give up that B-bomb site for free, but if the pressure's towards A, you have to be just perfectly on point to make it back. Surge have come to play.
4-3. It's first to 6 for the new viewers. And Vancouver Surge are doing the seemingly unthinkable. Attacking around for them once again. They've had a lot more success towards the A-bomb site, but that just means that we haven't seen any good B just yet. Beautiful shots. Welcome to local area network, friends.
That is a phenomenal angle as well. And Vancouver Surge also waiting for a mistake to be made. They have the first blood, but they're not overcommitting. Getting more information. Eyes on Simp out towards mid. Maybe waiting for a pinch to roll through, but Atlanta FaZe very stagnant now on the defensive end. They want to try to steal this clutch away. Vancouver Surge do not want to give it to them.
Yeah, they're still playing heavily towards B, and that's where the bomb is now going as well. 0-4 is the carrier on your screen. Noise heard, Draza damage, Abizi as patient as ever, but wait. Neptune finds one on the pinch and wait, he doesn't see the barrel, so 0-4 dives into his death. 2 players on site, Abizi finds his second. Traded out immediately, no. Abuza now in the 1v2.
That is an instant 2v4 clutch potential. In the battle of the clutches, Abizi has one of the best percentages in the league, and well, so does Abuza. Problem for Abuza, wrong gun for the job. These are not the 2 players to go to that bomb site. Ridiculous clutch there out of Atlanta. Abizi held it down.
That round fell apart so quickly for Vancouver. Abe with the patience, even with his barrel poking out, 0-4 was too hot on trying to catch the kill on the Draz. And Abuza, again, a man who can hit a clutch or 2, but right now the terrors. Very much off the back of Simp's 12-3, a little bit too hot to handle. 4-4.
At this level, you make a mistake, you just lose the maps. Well, here's your brief second look at it. And just clean and easy. You get the first one for free. You got 100 HP for the next gunfight. Abizi wins that 10 out of 10 times. But they threw away their Hellstorm round. They bailed themselves out in the last one. Now we're back squared up.
Yeah, we're going to beat real fast this time around. Good news, though, for the Surge. They've got 2 members on defense over there, 0-4 and Net. They're playing it close, though, so they're not going to have information until those members of FaZe are at the doorstep. So here we go.
What is that spot? Yo, that is next level.
He got it. Abe trying to cook something up over the top. Doesn't catch Neptune on the bomb. A lot of gunfight here, and it's getting hot on the site.
Oh, Neptune, we're breaking out the goods. This is another 2v4, though. Abizi and Simp, the Terrors working together through one doorway and slammed. Neptune showing off the moves. That's a cheeky spot over towards that B bomb site. Found a little bit of elevation. That's the first time I've seen it. I don't know if Atlanta FaZe has, but it caught him nonetheless. Beautiful stuff for now, the advantage in the map.
That's map point right now for Vancouver. Final moments to make a deciding call here. And FaZe on this defensive round as well. They've looked good in these rounds. There is definitely no clear-cut advantage right now. Outside of Simp's ridiculous stat line, what a great game.
feel like Red Card has been a map that has been evolving. We got players like Hydra that can apparently see through walls. We got new spots coming out over towards the B-bomb site. New credit corners being delivered as well, and maybe an RC car that'll show off something good.
Committing the frag to get rid of it.
It's fine.
Poke the eyes out of phase. Now Draza has to move if he wants to get much intel over towards Hedges, but Nep's got an RC of his own. Into the site. Gets a bit of damage off the trade immediately. 0-4 to pick it up.
Love the follow-up. One of 8 players I trust with that. And now Abuza the follow-up. Another 2v4 for Simp and Celium. They need this for the map win, and that's bombed down.
Neptune, can he clutch? He's in. What a snap! And that's the map. Welcome back to the game, Neptune. He put his stamp on the round. We're all tied up 1-1 going into control.
The difference maker right there between a potential cell burst or 1v4 he could have had, but a snap like that shuts that door. And that's a massive comeback as well. Simp just gave you a 14-5 performance. Started out 9-0 and has to hold that L. Vancouver Surge happy to see that Search and Destroy. Again, in my mind, this is a team that they want to see the map 5. They want to go to that dealership. Well, they delivered on map number 2. The opportunity is there.
They could arguably trade the Haciendas. This could go either way, folks. What a fantastic series we have got on our hands so far. What, dealership SD is still back. It's back on the menu, Chance. It's back on the menu. That's what I'm talking about. Control coming up now as we tie things up. Composure is certainly there for both of our teams. A little bit of a hotter hand when it comes to the respawn, but now that we've got ourselves to the halfway mark with at least a 1-1, I feel like we've got a longer series ahead of us. But hey, we'll find out. In the meantime, it's back to the beach.
Welcome to the beach.
Thanks, fam. Miami, we're having fun. We got Joe DeLuca next to me, and I want to talk to you first, Joseph.
Okay.
I thought Vancouver was going to throw that.
Throw what? The
Search and Destroy.
Yeah, I mean, obviously.
There's a few moments where you're like, what are they doing?
After that 2 versus 4, yeah, a little bit nervous there, but they were able to recover. Great teamwork over towards that B-bomb site using the car. Neptune and 0-4 really closed that out. But honestly, a bit opposite of what we thought coming into this, right? Yeah. The Hardpoint struggles online for FaZe. Well, that flipped on its head. They looked great on that right card Hardpoint, but then in this Search and Destroy, you felt like Simp was going to take over and maybe put them up 2-0, but they recovered from his great play.
How do you go 14-5 for an L? You have to lose 6 rounds. You only died 5 times now.
Because from the side of Vancouver Surge early on in this round, pre this, like they were just leaving the lane open, right? And then finally Vancouver Surge try to make these adjustments. They go on the heavy aggressive defensive round. I believe it's right here or the next one. And then that causes Atlanta FaZe to slow down just a little bit, but you saw a couple of times Simp still found that lane. It's just the difference is Vancouver Surge were looking at it and looking for that push as we went deeper into the Search and Destroy.
Yeah, honestly, whoever's calling the plays for Surge did a great job. I mean, you're talking about the round where they started to cheat up on A on their defensive side of things. Simp calls in the streak. Instantly, everybody got back, and we set up a trap for the guy that's going to try to kill the one stage. That was a great call on the side of Surge. And then we get over to their offensive rounds, and Boozy started finding some picks over on A Street, doing a great job. So Surge evening out this series, a little bit different, as you said, Joe, than what we thought would happen, but it's land. This is what goes down.
I think you nailed it. Abuza was that guy on the stage. He started the problems for Atlanta. As we take a look back, though, it was a double dose of red card. And you mentioned this first Hardpoint, Al. What did you witness?
I witnessed Atlanta FaZe having amazing fundamentals. I was worried about Atlanta FaZe in the Hardpoint simply because their break has been a huge decline. It's the worst in the league coming off of major 3 falls alone. But they focused the early rotations. There wasn't a moment throughout the entirety of this map 1 that I thought Vancouver Surge had the early rotations or the early holds on any of these hills. So they kind of beat themselves in that capacity because they didn't try to prioritize any money hills. They didn't try to prioritize any early map control. They just kind of leaned on their breaks heavy, and Atlanta FaZe, one of the best home teams in the game.
To Ali's point, Vancouver really couldn't. I mean, Atlanta played that second rotation of hills flawless. That might have been the best rotation of hills on red card that we've seen. I mean, Atlanta flipping every spawn, pinning Surge exactly where you wanted them to. It started on the P2, Joe, where they ended up getting the preferential side and then steamrolling them through 3 into stage. Just ridiculously played.
Joe.
Yeah.
Vancouver's going to win.
Okay.
Who's their life preserver?
Who's their life preserver?
Yeah, who gets them through the next round?
I mean, I'd probably go like the SMG duo, 0-4 Neptune. keep them going. But I think, yeah, Abuza has been massive for them. But I just think if you're Surge, you're happy because, again, you know, you lose the winners bracket final, you lose both Surges. In the final, you lose another Surge. Your focus coming into this major was to be able to beat FaZe and S&D, and you did just that to keep you in the series.
I'm feeling pretty confident in my Atlanta pick. Make me feel unconfident, Nameless. Are you confident potential with a Vancouver Game 4 victory?
I think Game 4, potentially, yeah. I mean, we're going into Hasi. That's a map that FaZe have not loved. I mean, they've continuously tried to lock it down, add it to their map pool, haven't been great at it all year long. This next map, though, I believe it's Hasi Control. Now, that's a map where Vancouver's in trouble. I mean, this is
Absolutely.
Atlanta set the meta on this, pulling out the extra subs, getting super aggressive, and just kind of spawn trapping you. So if you're Vancouver, if you were to steal the control, this is probably your series.
What's in the crystal ball, Allie? Tell me the future.
I'm telling you, Surge will probably lose this map number 3. They will win map number 4, and we got a Game 5 on our hands.
Game 5.
Game 5.
Our first Game 5 of the tournament.
Absolutely.
Happens tonight.
Absolutely.
It's happening at Major 3. Let's go to the casters.
Yes, Chris. Let's go to the casters. You look so comfortable. Actually, I know you're comfortable. I've been there.
so comfy.
It's really good.
He's got so much room to play.
You know who had room to play in that last one? No one. It was a really, really tight search and destroy. I caught up with some of the players in the restroom downstairs on the waiting. You know, all of Surge were waiting. I was talking to Sim, and I was like, what about the streaks, man? He was like, I don't know. Even if I had the gunship, I probably would have called it in. I don't know what happens. We get disqualified or what. Honestly, it probably wouldn't have made much of a difference because on red card, streaks, not that effective. Hacienda, though, Chance. Yes.
Yeah, I was hearing the desk sort of talk about Nameless. Is like, they don't really love Hacienda. Well, that might be for Hardpoint. Control, godlike. So at least for the map 3, FaZe are going to be nice and comfortable, settled in, maybe Simp an opportunity to actually go and get that gunship to call it in. Absolutely worth forfeiting the map 4 just called in. You assert the dominance in my mind. That being said, because Surge's map pick is going to be the map 4, this is sort of a comfortable time, but never comfortable against Celium. Notice how the second highest KD, I mean a 1.3, Celium is a titan, bro.
Yeah, and this is on LAN only this season. None of the online play counting here. Cell is just something else, man. Absolutely. We'll see how it goes, though, for them on Hacienda. A little bit of time for our team to compose themselves, to gather their thoughts, get things rolling. But Celium, Grand Finals appearance is so impressive individually. He really is a player of a different caliber on an individual level. But in this game, at this stage, it really is about the teamwork. What kind of special stuff are we going to see? Let's find out. In Hacienda we go. Map number 3 here in our winners round 1.
And Hacienda also a map where, you know, if you're capturing or defending that A zone, it is 8 different windows, worried about dark hall, open hall, players coming in from bottom, secret, connector. So many avenues of attack. Celium, one of the very best, it just wickedly able to snap on every single player. You got to be at your very best, and obviously for FaZe, talk about how their Hardpoint throughout the stage had fallen off just a touch. Well, they remain one of the best, if not the best, controlled team in the game. 4-1 record, and they are happy to see Hasi. They'll attack first.
We get to say that with the LA Thieves in the league as well. So here we go, upstairs. All love here shown to FaZe right off the rip. They win the trade battle, and now they're on 8.
Only one player on as well. Maybe look for a little bit of those spawn kills. Gets him to go for that top office control and a BZ. Never a comfortable place to really stand on top of this point. Your team's communication has to be perfect. And Sim's positioning absolutely is. Oh! Pressure on both the zones.
He nearly got that one. I'd have laid an egg. Well, pressure on both zones. Yeah, still keeping the capture going. Draz pulls himself off of the A zone for a second to help reinforce it. B is technically the more difficult zone to capture. It's the one you want to go for first. Celium finds another. 1 man left here for Surge to make the play. Is anyone going to be able to contest? Yeah, Nasty finding a win from upstairs. Pulls out a Jackal. And that thing's got fangs. They stop the second segment going through.
Yeah, out like a ghost tonight, though. Celium does not want to give up his life for free. And actually, the second segment did not go through. So Vancouver Surge, they're just in time. Problem is, though, they're already down 5 lives. And Celium right back in his home. His centering continues to be perfect.
Can he get the segment this time round? Not yet. In the bag. There we go. Big progress here for the FaZe boys. 3 to total. Late contest. The battle on B over for now, and Surge have won it.
Yeah, it took 3 players to go and overwhelm them and hit them from basically all angles, but Vancouver have stabilized. The life lead is basically going to be tied up near even, and now Atlanta FaZe trying to reposition. They have plenty of progress now on both of these zones. Problem is for Abizi, he doesn't have any teammates for the reinforcements. Wants to go for the spawners, and successful so far.
Catches 0-4 centering in the air like that. But we're going to try to finish the work we started at B. Abizi now doing it alongside Sim. There's a bit of a pinch here from Abuza. He's going to be able to catch both of them there for free. So that's a couple of lives going the way of the guys of Surge that they sorely want, because again, the pressure on this map is seemingly endless. Final 30 seconds.
Now you're actually maybe a little bit desperate. Sound's going to get baited into death, so he's going to get traded out. Now for Atlanta FaZe, you have great progress, but if you're forced to go to the A zone, so difficult to stay alive, and now getting back to B looks like an impossibility. So Surge, honestly, might be able to pull off this round. Only 10 seconds left for FaZe.
All 10 seconds left for FaZe. No players there to get on the zone. Abuza, what a win from Sim, but that's not going to amount to a whole lot. The last ditch attempt. 0-4 with a body block. 0-4. Helps seal the round for Surge.
And that's effectively just Surge. I mean, again, when Cell starts off 4-0, 5-0, things are getting a little bit desperate, but Cell just was never able to get the help. The reinforcements constantly being cut off. Surge, all the pressure towards the middle of the map. Simp might have gotten 2 in this moment, but after the fact, always able to overwhelm, taking the outer routes over towards 10 and making sure the progress doesn't roll through. So Atlanta FaZe might have struck early, but nice clutch there. Vancouver want to run it up.
Moments like that in the game come down to Vancouver's control of the top holes there. The open hole completely covered. That gives Abuza those lanes to worry about the players coming from spawn. Eyes on the A zone as well. Let's see if they can translate that defensive success to an attacking round now. And we're stunning up. All Abuza back at it again with the first blast. And an anxious Abe. Over Chow's at the wrong time, and Neptune picks up a free one. Good trades here. Now he's starting to get things going for Surge.
Yeah, anxiety brings out the worst in everybody. Now this is just prime time. Neptune, a 3 spree before he falls. It's a double cap, though, on this B zone, so fairly quick, but 0-4 feels the pressure. He wants the kills first, and that means the capture a little bit slower, but if you're getting the kills, it does not matter. Great progress rolling through until both the players lose the gunfights, but plenty of time still in this round. More than a minute to work with, and 2 segments already gone.
Yeah, good work from FaZe there, good manners. They clean out that 3rd segment. All the work Vancouver did is now gone to waste. Nep trying to catch out A pit, crosses over, quick contest. 2 members of FaZe up. Surge are holding this one though. Simps made the backline a real dangerous place to be, but there we go, a slow capture. Celium still from upstairs. Can he pick up these kills? As Neptune fighting for his life. Celium, what defensive work.
We're taking deep routes now, literally swimming to try to go for these flanks, but 0-4. I mean, a free kill at the very least to get behind enemy lines. Abizi looking for the instant trade, and he's gonna get it. So Abizi gets a shutdown exactly when you need him to. Vancouver in a similar situation where the initial progress is great, but now the minimap is looking scattered. Abuza there for 2, but if you're looking at the minimap, he does not have the reinforcements, and he gets killed instantly. Atlanta FaZe swarming on the defensive end.
Yeah, FaZe. They're attacking around a little bit cleaner. 0-4. As smooth and as clean as you like, nearly catches Cell as well. Still, no one of the reinforcements able to get there fast enough. Nasty's nade doesn't connect. Holds Celium down for a moment longer. Abizi on the flank finds himself 2. Over towards A in the desperation play from Abuza.
Yeah, I mean, you just want to stop the clock. 16 seconds left on it. Maybe you're hoping your teammates can pick up some kills, find some routes, and maybe swing this over to B at some point. But Abuza, head on a swivel, did not get the support that he needed. And now Neptune, last man standing, last ditch effort.
Yeah, once again on the last ditch attempt, and he's going to be read and dealt with. No hope here for Vancouver. They don't capture as many segments as FaZe did, so FaZe still have the lead objectively. Beautiful work. Simp finding his final 2 there, and here we go, Nasty. Last chance. A 1v1 you have to win, and you do not. Celium gets it, and that will be the round.
Yeah, so the smallest of advantages right now for Atlanta FaZe, but 2 very well played out defensive rounds. Everybody doing their job, and it's come down to a couple key sort of 1v1s around that B zone that if you don't win them, well, that next set of lives, you're just gonna get flooded out. We turn our head on the stage. Atlanta FaZe will now be back on the attack, and now that you got trophies from the jump at the start of these rounds, maybe an opportunity for a B flood initially. We'll see how Atlanta want to approach.
And everyone on FaZe right now cooking in the attacking. Cell 14-7, 11-9 for Abizi. He's on a bit of a spree against. We talked about streaks previously, but here on Hacienda, it can be very handy indeed. Nobody home there in the rock hall, so we're going to find our way upstairs. We've got a lot of attack here towards B. Plenty of pressure. 0-4, the lovely pinch. Is he going to get greedy and go for it? No need. His teammates are there. 3, now all dead for FaZe.
Beautiful. Slam him on this round. You got the opportunity. That was a 4-man wipe. They're flooding through the rock hall, but maybe as soon as Abuzo falls, you lose the opportunity to set up the dagger. So Atlanta FaZe still in an okay spot, but after a break like that, you got a long way to go, and now you are back in the blender.
Yeah, that's a costly attack there through Rock that Vancouver come out way on top with. Life lead now starting to get a bit ugly. Pressure from Nasty forward. Nearly gets another lineup, and a second team kill for FaZe here. They are stepping on each other's toes in this attacking round.
I mean, they're just uncomfortable at this point. And now you're running out of time. 35 seconds in a situation like this is looking impossible. This is how you get the advantage for the possible round 5.
You are pinched in your spawn. Abizi fighting his way out there. The Jackal at range. Over to Neptune on the left flank. Brought down by his counterpart, the other Terra. 22 seconds to go, though. A long journey to be. And 04 trying to cut off the reinforcements here. And now... can't get it. Abuza gets it. 13 to go.
I mean, listen, you're going to have to just flood. This is looking hopeless to even get any bit of progress. Vancouver Surge might have just seized the opportunity they were given. Little bit of pressure on the A zone, but he's going to fall. 2 seconds left. You got to jump on A. You don't have a ton of help. Players nearby. 2 kills in the feed. If they can pull this off, Miles.
It is not over yet, ladies and gentlemen. 1.6, 1 segment gone. Halfway through B now as the 2-man capture continues. Nasty trying to find anything here. Abizi finds 2 in the middle of the map, and we're still going. Second segment gone. Oh dear, Surge. You got real quiet real fast.
Oh, in the extra minute, that is a dagger. A missed opportunity. And this is why FaZe on this map built a little different.
Now Abizi. Last bullet there he needed. 19 and 12. The spree is done. 12 to 9. FaZe down in lives.
I mean, you're stepping out of spawn, already getting shot. This is not ideal.
And Draza, he and Abizi, they're fighting through Rock. Abe somehow managed to get another 2-piece. He's finding the kills all over the place. Draza works forward, gets a little bit more real estate. 04 keeping upstairs safe and sound. Selling him down. Pressure now out of spawn. Surge flood the map.
Gotta kill the last man. Gotta kill the last man, then to get it done. Simp actually got one before he fell, but it shouldn't be enough. You are running out of time, and for Atlanta FaZe, they do not have the lives.
Oh, nice shots. Neptune, final lives from FaZe. No more chances here on the attack. And 04 proving to be such a tough contender in the 1v1s. Option for Draz to jump the point here, but you don't have the lives or the coverage. And Vancouver Surge will take the lead in control.
It feels to me like another round of neutrality, though. Defense has been the theme on land. Things slow down. And if you're on point on defense, the offensive team, well, there's not too much you can do. Vancouver Surge had the opportunity to just lay waste with a devastating round. Atlanta FaZe, maybe with a little bit of momentum, still find a way to keep things mixy. But granted, Surge have the advantage right now in the round count, but for potential round 5, Atlanta FaZe still looking pretty good.
Yeah, they got the lead there. Surge could change that, though. They could also just outright win it at 2-1 now with this attacking round. Capture both zones or kill FaZe 30 times. Take your pick.
Well, I believe we've lost in 04. I think he might have dropped out of the lobby, so we're going to have to hit a pause and see if 04 can get back in the mix. Whatever bug bit Celium, now infecting players on the other side of the stage.
Well, yeah, technical pause here. We're getting back in ASAP. A blessing maybe for Vancouver Surge. Compose yourselves, keep this going. Or is it going to be for FaZe? You ice them out and now you bounce back. But in the meantime, folks, yeah, good stuff so far. Massive work chance from Neptune. 21 and 18 for him. He has been absolutely slaying in the damage department as well in our first 3 rounds of this map. But we'll see, folks. We'll see. We'll get 04 back in ASAP. Quick reset of his PC. We'll get back into the lobby. Shouldn't be a big problem. Has been in the past. But 04 looking good as well. Great plays in the search. Really good stuff there in the control already.
Yes, absolutely. And these are 2 teams just looking to sort of kick their tournament off right. I know we've been talking about Simp sort of winners round 1 stat, something like 33-5 record over the years, at least in the CDL era. So this is a situation where him and Atlanta FaZe nearly perfect, and it exemplified dominance. And obviously this is not a loser's bracket you want to drop into. This might be the most competitive tournament we have had all year. Of course, we missed Beans on the side of Toronto, but still the number of teams outside of like the top 2 that are going to be lethal threats come Sunday. Sharks in the losers bracket. You don't want to end up there, especially not from round 1. So Control, this place where you get the advantage.
Yeah, advantage indeed. You want that advantage going into the Hacienda map 4 also. And again, if you see dealership, we would love it. We really would love a bit of dealership, folks. But our players look A little more composed. Looks like FaZe are trying to stay afloat here. Referees on stage making sure that 04 is back in that lobby ASAP, folks. And it does look like we might have to remake this one, but we'll keep you updated, folks. Again, for the guys at home, the guys and gals here in the venue, thanks for coming out. Hope you're enjoying yourselves here on this delightful Thursday. Friday and Saturday, the tournament really gets going, and Sunday, oh, it's always a big one. And as I said, we're going to reset this lobby to make sure that 04 can get in here. Of course, that does change things somewhat. To reset the trophies, reset any streaks that may be on, but at this point in time, no one has anything good, so it's still going to be 2-1 to Vancouver Surge after the reset. A chance, a little bit of an icing.
Yeah, a little bit of a vibe.
A little bit.
And his team's on both sides of the stage. They just look bored. It's just, oh no, one of these. We got the music kicking in and everything. They just want to get back in the mix. I mean, 04 is locked into his screen. Even with nothing on it, I'm waiting for him to blink.
Or he's just imagining, he's imagining the round before him, how it's going to break out, what is going to happen. He's literally visualizing the play. He's visualizing the opening break. His teammates are having a giggle in the back. Looks like we might be ready again. We have got our lobby loaded, folks. Reloading this one, 2-1 again to Surge here on Hacienda Control. Hacienda Hardpoint come up to this one. Chance to set our minds forward. Whoever wins this one, irrespectively. How are you feeling about the Hacienda Hardpoint?
I mean, Atlanta FaZe's Hardpoint hasn't been good, but am I really going to doubt them when it comes to land? No. So I would expect it to be a battle. If you're looking at the map records purely, it's the one Vancouver Surge wanted to see. They're happy to see it for the map number 4, but I will never cast any doubts on the right side of that stage. Atlanta FaZe continuously deadly. Either way, you're looking for one of the two Hassies just to force the map number 5, and Vancouver Surge. This is the way you prove that you can win a tournament. If you want to win a tournament, you literally do have to beat Atlanta FaZe. It has been that way for years.
Wow, Surge have come close on land. They've done it online. Game 5 in the winners finals, and they get 4-0. And FaZe obviously coming in this one with a tremendous amount of confidence, but again, a slight icing just as our players get this lobby set up once again. And we're close to hitting the go button, friends. We thank you again for joining us wherever you are in the world, watching from home. Well, the folks here at FAU, thank you again for coming out. It's been a spicy tournament so far, man. It's only the second match of the day.
Yeah. I feel like you can even do a personality test of players, looking at him shooting the bots in the firing range, selling basically snaking while he's shooting bots. His fingers, it's so natural for him. He can't help himself. King Cobra.
I mean, based on like that vibe check, crowd, you're not a lot of FaZe fans in here, are there? There's not too many of you? There's a couple? Any FaZe fans? There is a handful. I see a FaZe up at the front over there, and I appreciate it. That's you guys, exactly. That's right. What about the Vancouver side? Anyone out there for him? That guy turned the thumbs down to a thumbs up really quick. Well played, bro. That's some dexterity right there. Well, might not be the fan favorites here in Florida, but you guys are bringing the energy. We appreciate that very, very much. Here we go. Fist bumps around. You know what that means. It means it's time to get back into this game. 2-1 Vancouver going into Control.
A thumb dexterity acknowledgement. That's the most Call of Duty esports thing I've ever heard.
He turned it quick. I see you, man. You turned that upside down very quickly. Here we go. Back into Control. We're staying on Hacienda, going to the next map as well. And then we get to go to our brand new map. Still smells like a new car until it explodes. Dealership. Map 5. Give it to us. Come on, Surge. One more round. Let's just go. Come on.
Brand new car smells like phosphorus. It's a weird vibe that we have, but Vancouver Surge up 2-1 right now on this map. You win this offensive round, they get the lead in this series, but thus far it has been a defensive shootout. But 04 kicks things off right. He's been on point on the opening breaks, but simply overwhelmed. See that open side right there, close side rather. Atlanta FaZe put all the pressure.
Yeah, they really played that well also. 04 with the naughty angles, and here we go. Coverage from Neptune. How many can he count on the cross? No one. They drop. Oh, brilliant work from Sim there. The trades are out, and Net off the reset right into the feed.
Yeah, but 35 seconds already burned off of the game clock right now, and the A approach is always the most difficult. The spawn kills, though, the easiest thing in the world. So 3-0 off the break. Nice little play. He's going to continue it. FaZe forgot to shoot back.
Neptune, whoa, he finally gets brought down in the spawn, but the second segment A long gone, folks. This is going to be closed out. FaZe have choked it. They have to go to B. This is their last chance.
And that's the harder zone to capture, so this is quite literally as good as it gets. How fast things can happen, and welcome back from the break 0-4.
You didn't make anything icy in this one, you just made them colder, Celium. As Neptune keeps this run going, 4-1, draws there up close. What a play from him to stay alive. Can't win the battle against Abizi. A single bullet, the difference maker. Abuza now alone. Oh, but he is fighting with a might of 10 men, keeping that zone going.
Might have been tweaking just a little bit there. Neptune just needed to commit to any of the 3 gunfights, but they still have good positioning on the map. Still got plenty of pressure forward, and now it's Nasty's turn maybe to go for the spawn kills. Atlanta FaZe, I mean, they have nothing going for them. Maybe a single flank rolling through, and that's a flank that has to require you to get kills.
Here we go. Final segment. You have to get in there, FaZe. You got to get going, or the map is over. Celium on the contest, and he's still alive. Oh, wow! Saves the day.
Pulling out the Jackal to make that happen, but a team kill rolling through, so you just lost your most important man, and now you still have the pressure. Neptune, maybe waiting for the flank to roll through. You got Nasty up top. All the like pressure and aggression towards him, but you see Nasty lost the gunfight. Atlanta FaZe have stabilized. They're secure, but they're down 4 lives.
Deep breath, tighten your belts, pull up your socks, boys. This ain't over yet. 16-12. FaZe down in the life count, but they've got positional advantage now. Oh, goodness. 0-4 fights his way forward, looking towards the zone once again. Drasta doing what he can from top dark. He's got himself positioning now. Sim from Plat. 0-4's got to keep dancing, got to try to stay alive here. FaZe have to commit someone for the contest. 2 players on the drop. Oh, Nasty picks them both up. That's the map. Ring the bell. We're going to another Hardpoint.
And if you're an Atlanta FaZe hater, who doesn't love a little bit of reset cheese? That round ended in a blitz. I mean, that was from the jump. They didn't even really win the opening break. Got a couple extra kills, but it was a little bit 50-50. And then Neptune strikes. Gets the 3-piece when he was top office. The triple stack on the point in that round. I mean, that was full throttle there from Vancouver. The early A capture. After that, you're just feeling comfortable. So blink and you miss it. A 3-1 there on Hasi, and we mentioned it before, for the Hasi hardpoint, that's actually where Vancouver Surge really want to be in this series. So we might have sold the series a little bit after that map 1. Maybe a little bit too happy on the Atlanta FaZe side, because now this is Vancouver Surge's series to lose.
Well, we'll find out how it goes. Rambo Ray, father to be, on stage now, chatting away to the boys, keeping things level and composed. Obviously very happy with the result, they're in control. But Surge, again, a squad that I feel like the makeup is so level-headed. No players in there that get too hot or overheat necessarily. Playmakers, very sound fundamentals. So right now, it's just remember the game plan, boys. Another hard point to play. 1 more to go. As we look across the highlights, have an electrifying game of Control.
And, you know, we've been talking about how sort of simple the gameplay from Simp looks like. Very calculated, almost always in the right spot, doing the right thing, good L triggers. Abuza, in my mind, is a decent AR version of that. That's phenomenal gas, but it's a very simple game plan. Anytime you watch his screen, he's in the right spots, he's pre-aimed in the right things, he always angles his camera in the right way as well. So Abuza, very much a, as you say, high IQ player, dialed in, and his name is really fun to say.
Super fun to say. The man on your screen, Abuza, or Hazuba backwards. An important stat, an important little tidbit we like to share here in the league, but highlights there of Control. Neptune had himself a map on the reset. The comeback was absolutely disgusting from him. A force spree right off the rip. Nasty's big 2-piece towards the end to close things out as well. It was all going right for Vancouver Surge there. A team that does have the fundies down when it comes to playing these hard points. And Hacienda, a very important map when it comes to those rotations. So look to see who makes it to those hard points first. We'll test the brakes of the teams that don't. But right now, a banger is on our hands.
Yeah, and if you notice that big two-piece from Nasty towards the end, if you go back and watch his arrow on the mini-map, it's a moment where your entire team has to be on the same page, because his life started out, and he went to clear out Lambo, worried about the pinch. Then he swings over from Lambo, goes top spiral, still worried about the pinch, and that means his teammates have to wait for him to get in position, and you have to coordinate everything as a team. So willing to work with each other, and obviously Vancouver Surge, very willing in this regard. The improvements they've made, it has been spectacular to see their turnaround. You can take Atlanta FaZe down early on and force them to go into the gauntlet.
Oh.
What a fun way to kick off this tournament.
The pick'ems are looking real ugly after that, but good luck to anyone who correctly picked this bracket. But it's not over yet, folks. FaZe, again, the Hardpoint has not been ideal, but the first map of this series told us a very different tale on red card. FaZe came out swinging, beat the brakes off of Vancouver, and now on Hacienda again. I mean, a relatively comparable map chance, rotation heavy. You got to be good at the mode. You can't just headbutt your way through things. Decision making is exactly what we're looking at here. These were our two heroes in map 1, Cell and Simp for FaZe. The KD's big, the damage big, the hill time big.
Yeah, and Selim, obviously a player in the KD department, he's a guarantee. Always take the over, he's gonna get it almost every single time. And Sim maybe fell off just a little bit online, maybe a question or two to be solved, but for anyone that's paid any attention in the past 5 or 6 years, you know this man is godlike when it comes to land. Simp, one of the greatest Call of Duty players of all time, and honestly, on the ascension towards that top spot, but a lot of Call of Duty left to be played, more tournaments that need to be won. You certainly do not want to falter here in a round 1 matchup. A Vancouver Surge, from the first interview they had after they took Atlanta down, Nasty was talking about it. I really like playing against these guys. They're going to be in the right spots. We know how they like to play, and Nasty was talking about a little bit easier for him as a 1.3 KD against this squad, and now an opportunity on Hacienda specifically to light that kill feed up and dagger them from the jump.
Here we go. Match point for Vancouver Surge for FaZe to get us to a dirty dealership game 5. So close I can taste it, Chance. So close.
I do want the dealership. I like the underdog story. Like, I'm cool with Vancouver win. Like, it is fun, but I want that dealership.
Give me that dealership, baby. Here we go, folks. A big one here for Vancouver. Start their campaign right. A little bit of retribution for what happened in the previous tournament, but for now, here we go. Map number 4.
The most punishing map we have as well. You make a mistake, you will get daggered. In both of these teams, we've seen the gameplay. They're dialed in.
04's corner. There are many like it, but this one is his 2 dead off the rip. No time, though, for either side.
And a flank already rolling through, so Abeezy's thinking long term. He does get red, though, so as soon as I call it out, get those players snapping. That is what we're talking about. No mistakes made. No one slips through the net, and now 04, he can just wait for contact. When the noise happens, go for the flank. You hear the shooting, freebies.
Hello! It's another 3 dead for FaZe. They have not come out swinging so far on Hacienda. Again, the hardpoint time, nothing ideal for either side here, but Vancouver making it work in the right time. 10 seconds to go before we move over towards P2, and Nasty in position already. An open lobby play now, though. A FaZe could go big here.
I mean, a 27-point lead, though, from P1. This is already massive. You have a Booza with the bigger responsibility. Nasty, if he can get any kills, that's great, but that is 4 players to overwhelm him. A Booza has to live to keep these back spawns, which, obviously, Atlanta FaZe is still forcing the spawn out. You need to re-break this quick.
How are they going to do it? Trophies are at play now as well. Draz throwing shoulders. Draz down. Up next going to be Sim. Sim, oh, the chow. And again, the trophy's now gone, so FaZe holding on. The very edge of their seat, but it's not going to matter. It's another 3 dead. Surge, ineffective.
I mean, you can go back and, yeah, 04's arrow on the mini-map just is something insane. So, yeah, he might have been bitten by the bug again. And if we go to a game 5, we're going to have one of the longest series of the year.
Well, it might be a different issue. Something else is going on now.
Well, I mean, he might have just been, you know, someone lags out, he's spinning in circles, but that is, once again, painful. Reset cheese, never a fun thing.
We're 2 in a series. Come on, man. Give us a break. Give us a break. We just want a dealership. What's a man got to do for a game 5? Actually, just to get through a map without a technical issue would be ideal, but hey, look, these things happen, and we've got a fantastic team on stage resolving these issues ASAP, boys and girls. But Chance, of the short amount of Hardpoint we saw? Anything you loved? Anything you hated?
Oh, I just think Vancouver Surge is the best P1 team in the game, man. I mean, you saw that opening break, right, the flanks rolling through. I've never seen anything like it.
So what do you hate?
What do I hate?
The technical issue.
Oh, yeah, no, that's not great.
Well, that was some good snap analysis there. But we're going to reset this one, folks. So we're probably starting this one from nothing and nothing. Good news, we get to watch that opening break again. We'll see if 04 goes to his fireplace. He loves it there. It's warm, it's cozy. He gets to curl up on the rug. And
they stun checked it, dude, just missed.
Well, yeah, the stuns go deep. They go down the stairs, and then he's completely safe to pick up a couple. But there's no way he does that again, right? There's no way. Surely not.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
That's actually true. That's absolutely true. Well, ladies and gents, we're being iced again. An opportunity for you at home to possibly get yourself a beverage, or the folks in the venue a little snack, get things going. More COD to be played today. Boston and Optic. A fun series to watch indeed. Of course, Toronto taking on the hosts, the Miami Heretics. Actually, while I've got you, crowd, where's your allegiance at? Any Miami fans? Heretics fans? That's what I'm talking about. Any Optic fans?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's been a tough season, I know, but thank you for coming. See if you guys can find some success here this weekend. It's a matter of time, right? You're going to get one, you're going to get another, and you're going to keep rolling. Who knows?
When we talk about the storylines, even in that regard, there's an opportunity for, Pred in round one to get them, depending on what happens in that Boston series. But just to acknowledge, the lethal threats that we have, vying for a potential championship or a Sunday run, Ultra in that conversation, Heretics in that conversation. Both Breach and Optic have the potential, but you need to see just a little bit more. Obviously, Vancouver looking good, but those teams at the bottom, I mean, Falcons do not have the record to back it up, but some of the maps they've played, they're looking ferocious. LAG low-key in scrims in the back. They've been, I don't want to say making waves, but they've at least done enough for me to acknowledge, okay, we're going to have to take this team seriously when it comes to land. So maybe the piece of how scrims have been going for that squad going to be there, but arguably the most competitive tournament we have had this year, at least for the full spread across the board. It's just a matter of resolving the issues so we can get through the gameplay.
And we have, here we go, folks, take two. Here on Hacienda Hardpoint. We've unleashed and uncaged the Lanimals. And they're feasting so far. FaZe looking to force the game 5. All they've got to do is win this Hardpoint. Here we go.
Nobody puts 04 in a corner. Except himself.
Yeah, and here he goes.
Oh, come on, look at him.
There you go, look at the same opening break. It's a two-man hit over towards Sim as well. And again, a very successful opening break here. Abizi right back on his BS, and he's been red once again.
Yeah, I mean, this is the exact same thing. Now it's just about the timing. This time, yeah, Abizi actually strikes in the perfect way, and that's going to be a little bit of a slaughter moment. So you're not going to have that 27-point lead going into P2, but good news for Vancouver, they at least have the rotation still. But an opportunity for Atlanta FaZe. Any kills they get right now, gonna get more time on the clock. Vancouver not gonna have a ton of pressure, but if you fall out of time, it remains 50-50. Surge, they just want to keep these players contained.
And they're doing it. Cell from upstairs there, he's going to be the next man up to the plate, swinging for the fences right now, and a much more even pull from P1. Both teams extracting good time. Here comes the big old hit.
And they're going to break through Rock again. They overwhelm Nasty. Last go around now to Boozer trying to stave off that pressure. He's done so. At least gives you the first one, and now the reinforcements are here.
Nice shot. Nep on the shoulder bars through the door, spraying the whole way. Selling from the top there. Gets rid of one, and the water route being taken for a second, but not necessarily going towards the back. So you kept the boys of Surge guessing. You drew the attention, and that's the trade through the front. Now towards time. Neptune still reading the wall play. There's no one there, bro! Pistols out and FaZe are in.
I mean, trade him out quick, though. Get it Beezy quick, and you still get the time, and there you go. 04 wins the gunfight, so they have handled that break pressure for Atlanta FaZe. And for the final 25, you don't want to overcommit if you're Atlanta, but they're toying with the idea. Maybe sending players in to try to strip away the final few, but Abizi in the feed gets caught. Draza can't push forward, and the water route gets handled. That is a wonderfully played P2, so much so they win that rotation anew.
Yeah, look at where FaZe are right now. They're on the right-hand side of the minimap. They're far, far away from fences once again. A slow one here from Simpa 0-5. We'll see if you can change that up right now. It's 0-4, though, causing the problems right now on the other side of the board. At close range, Abuza, another player who can find kills against submachine gun players in nearly any position.
I mean, look, this is a sort of classic moment there on P2 where you get baited. You don't want to give away 25 for free, but you try to force it, and you end up just bottling the rotation. So now you're getting punished for your mistakes. Hacienda can be unforgiving. Sim finally gets his first kill, but as Nasty's chopping away the reinforcements, well, his teammates got chopped away out of time. The break finally in, but for Atlanta FaZe, took such a long time to actually orchestrate any degree of momentum, and the hill's not done.
Yeah, it's a healthy 20 seconds before they really, set this one up. Looking towards New as well. FaZe got their eyes on the prize towards Rock, but as does Nasty. Catching players on transition, one done. The second there, I'm not sure if he saw that player, he didn't. So Celium makes it to the top spot. He just becomes a red dot on the minimap for now, but there you go. Rotation complete, Surger in once again.
And this is the hill, the money one. You want to beat him on rotation here, and Atlanta FaZe trying to set up for the break, working through the mid halls. Neptune, terrible timing, but it keeps his life. But now the pressure hits the swarm. Atlanta FaZe, everybody is here, and they walk on through. Who cares about the rotation? FaZe bullied him out.
Oh man, unbelievable timing. Could have been Neptune there. The absolute man you needed to find the kill. Well, Surge, still with control, still with the lead. Let's go for a listen in.
I'm trying to look left from right. One's gonna be deep. Which one? Which one now? We're gonna go by time. Yeah, by time. Yeah. We can be fast. Two of you guys ready? One of them should have out though, maybe. He twice. Shape on the back. Nice. We bought. Yeah, go. I'm getting easy. He's front.
Nasty loves playing against FaZe. 21-7, 5 spree, and a minute 25 in the bag.
Best idea gets some, and he is roaring in the comms, and it's not just noise. Their communication, genuinely one of the best listen-ins we have heard all year. These guys are flowing, and they do have the Hellstorm in the back pocket that they might need. Atlanta FaZe getting a little bit of time on this B3.
Good time, but great contest. Oh, shots in from Neptune once again. An incredible series of play. Abisi on the contest again, trying to stay alive. Can he get any more kills out of this fight? Yeah, he can. Nice 2. 3 not going to be there. Abusa with a hot hand over to Cell. Breaks it. Time FaZe.
And now if you're Vancouver, though, you can still fight for this time because you have that Hellstorm in the back pocket. You get opportunities, but you're trying to do a lot of things at once. Couple players rotating, couple players fighting for ult, but they are going to get that ult time. But now with Neptune, if he wins these entry gunfights, you don't even need to use the Hellstorms. The pressure on FaZe, you drop them. 0-4, well, will be the next man in line.
Next man in line, but also next man and maybe wait for the streaks to land.
This is what we're doing.
We're waiting for it. Holding it together. Big 70-point lead right now for Surge. They're going to break through Rock side. They're in. The backup, though, has arrived. 0-4 with another 2-piece. Abisi on time, down and out. FaZe broken again.
Don't gotta wait for the Hellstorm. If 04 is gonna be the streak himself, the timing was perfect, waited for his teammates, and here they are getting ready to be the collectors.
Here we go. Neptune, the front line. He and Abuza gunning them away. Vancouver Surge, they do not want the game 5. They're trying to win it all here.
Oh, I don't think we're gonna see it. This is electric gameplay right now. Nasty 24-10, minute and 45 in the hill. Abuza lining them up, gunning them down in the final 20 will go their way.
FaZe trying to desperately get themselves back into this one. Rock once again, not been kind to them. Over 200 points. The final moments of FaZe here in the winner's bracket, folks. We are living it.
I mean, this is just undeniable. A 100-point lead and then some. They're wrapping all the way back. They're thinking long-term. They want to fight this hill from the right side. They're being so secure about the potential P2 spawns this far in advance.
Slow things down for a moment. FaZe with good hardpoint time. Abizi with bad timing. 04 dives right on in. Can't have to guess right, doesn't need to. His teammates with the perfect coverage. B1, we are soaking away. It's been a good hard point for Surge, all map long, and it might just be again.
I mean, they are cruise control. Last man standing, Abizi, gun down. They might get this done on P1.
Here we go, 20 for the win. Abuza, the in and out hit. 25 left on time. Ample opportunity here. On Abuza still with the kills. Keeping the hard point in the hands of Surge.
This is it, man. Back-to-back champs and winners round 1. Vancouver Surge in the midst of a slaughter.
10 for the win. The battle now for P2, but wait, FaZe are in position for it. Simp and Cell get their kills, and they set up the trap.
Yeah, but they've never had these back spawns. Always Vancouver had this pressure. Someone's always alive. They're in the right spots at the right time, and here comes the Hellstorm.
Here comes the Hellstorm. You can get it through the door. Slow and steady. Connects! That's the go button, boys. Send it. Send it in. Keep them pinned. Not a hope in hell now on the final contest. Not a chance. 04! It's 3 in the feed, and it's going to be a 3-1. What a series! The first upset of the tournament, and Vancouver Surge send FaZe down to the lower bracket.
A matchup between these two squads that has been a battle all year. Grand Finals, last tournament, Atlanta FaZe picked them apart. A learning experience for Vancouver. Handle them in a 3-1 fashion, beat them down on the Hacienda. And then the Control, just well-oiled gameplay. The red card, well-oiled machine-like gameplay. Everybody dialed in, and then this, it was just a pop-off. Post-reset, they came out and slammed them. Nasty 32-14, 04, picking up 3 feeds like that. And I gotta be honest, Neptune hasn't even had to ascend to that final form. We have been accustomed to seeing a comfy gameplay. The comms were incredible. Vancouver Surge, Major 3?
Major 3-1 final score outside of the red card phase. A lot left to be desired there, but what a brilliant play from Vancouver Surge. It was impressive enough to see them make the finals at the previous tournament. Now to see them on the bounce back after that, even more so. We'll keep a keen eye on their story and their journey through Winners Bracket. They'll be playing again on Saturday. Well, for now, the man who absolutely ran the show in that final map, it's going to be Nasty on stage with Blaze.
Thank you so much, Miles and Chance. Florida, make some noise for the Vancouver Surge as they take down Atlanta FaZe 3-1. I got Nasty with me on the main stage. Nasty, right now, in this moment, how do you feel to beat them yet again and to be able to do it on land?
It feels great. You know, we got our revenge from Major 2. They beat us twice there. I was just happy that we won the Hacienda Control. We've been working hard on our map pool, and it paid off here, so.
It definitely did pay off right there, okay? You guys played phenomenal on defense, been playing phenomenally on defense all year long, okay? And then on your offense right there, what were some of the things that you guys wanted to do on that map to be able to win it as cleanly as you did?
Honestly, it's kind of like bait the point and then keep pinching off the point. Honestly, we took some stuff from their playbook, to be honest, and
okay.
Yeah, they're pretty good at that map. We've been working hard on that map for a long time, so I'm just glad we won it, honestly.
Hey, Florida, has the hard work been paying off? Definitely has been, all right? So now you guys got to move on in this bracket, but what do you want to say, just about your teammates and how they've been playing this tournament, and what do you want to say to the fans?
I'm proud of the team. Those guys are great. They want to win. they're actually insane. So I'm proud of the team. We're going to go all the way this time, hopefully. And I appreciate all the Surge fans. Some of you guys, I saw at the meeting, you guys said you were flying out here. We appreciate you so much. And yeah, we won't choke the final if we get there this time, promise.
You heard it here from Nasty on the main stage, everybody. One more time for the Vancouver Surge. Puckett, take us away.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. We won't choke in the final this time.
yeah.
Joe, can you make comments like that?
I mean, he's feeling good right now. He's feeling good, but it could be one that backfires later on, but it's fine.
I
It's
like
fine.
the
He's feeling
confidence.
good.
Come
Did you
out
see
swinging.
Rambo? He just walked by and roared at the top of his lungs. Dude, he is jacked up.
Rambo Ray almost knocked me over. After the control win, I was walking backstage. He's like, yo, move. He didn't know it was me. I was like, bro, who else dresses like this? Anyway, Rambo's jacked up and for good reason. A 3-1. Allie, you and Nameless did not get a bonus point, but you did get a win here.
We'll take
How do you
it.
feel about your team?
I feel great. The only thing that was surprising was the control. I think that's a big win for the side of Surge because you go into this series and everybody's knocking that out of the park. They're like, you're playing Atlanta FaZe on not only their best game mode, but also one of their better maps in Hacienda. So for the side of Vancouver Surge, big win for them, that map number 3. And then same thing, map 4, I kind of called this. They needed this Hacienda Hardpoint in this series. Atlanta FaZe is the worst breaking team right now when it comes to Hacienda during the split. Vancouver Surge fundamentals have been on top. It's one of their stronger maps, so maybe an oversight from the side of Atlanta FaZe allowing that to get through.
Not often have we seen a match on land against Atlanta FaZe where FaZe gets punched in the mouth, Chris. Punched in the mouth. I mean, it was like halfway through that control where they put them in one of the most demonic spawn blunders I have seen, just sending players through P2, spawn trapping the hell out of them. And then, obviously we get the reset, we go into the very next round, same thing, putting them in a spawn trap almost immediately, bringing that momentum into the Hardpoint, a map that we know FaZe has struggled on. Man, they capitalize those P2s.
There's a little bit of copium already that I've seen in the chat. The good news is FaZe is one of the few teams we believe you could see in all 4 days of action. They could make the run
Yeah, they don't
to
care.
a championship Sunday. It starts against Cloud9. Meanwhile, Vancouver Surge with the big boss out of the way, you got to feel good about no matter who comes through in Optic or Boston Breach.
Yeah, I think you're feeling good if you're Surge, no matter what on that side of the bracket. Yeah, same with LA Thieves. Obviously Ultra without Beans, they're probably feeling pretty good because that's been a matchup that is, well, they've struggled with. So
yeah,
should see that in Miami. I mean, we'll see. We'll see with the super sub coming up next. But I think for FaZe, you are just not going to win right now if you're losing both a control and a search and destroy in a series.
It's
just
impossible.
It's not going to happen with how their hardpoint is looked.
The fans may have just poured some gasoline, though. I heard some FU draws a chance
Easy
happening
stuff, yeah.
on a Thursday.
Yeah, on a
It
Thursday,
is
wow.
early, Miami. It is salty by the ocean, and we have 2 more matches involving the hometown heroes. When we return, the Heretics take the stage. Can they take down a Beans-less Toronto Ultra? Stay tuned. It's Windbreaker Round 1.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
The Arcade Wiz Tracer Pack is available now. Hit the map in retro glory with the Star Player Operator, pixel-inspired emblems, and more.
Unforgettable. That's what you are. Unforgettable. Oh, near or far. That's why, darling, it's incredible that someone so unforgettable thinks that I am unforgettable too.
Cerca del... El otro tiene que estar por el under, creo.
Going alley, going alley.
No en el Eli, Go, eso es, joder. Bueno, Javi, coño. Madre mía.
Nice try, man.
Oh. Yeah, calm it, dude. I said, like, wait for that.
I know what you meant. I know what you
Oh my gosh, here it comes out this map. Get out of there. Come on, Ant. Where you at, Ant? Too late.
Yep, now Ant activates.
Oh, I love it. Just over 20 seconds to go.
Where you at, Ant? Activates behind him.
They isolate him.
Yeah, get him.
Taking on shots.
Hey! Go!
I'm late down, I can't do nothing for you. Like time still? Find across the back. No. Behind you. Give me that. Let's go.
Oh, if I just go heli that round, man. They won't do that shit.
We knew we were going to come in and handle business. You know, they're a pretty team. I don't know what all the hype is about around this match. I mean, look at the scores.
I did.
I'm liners in this one.
FaZe warmed up the subliners.
Go vibe check, bro. Dang, man. Paco has carried me in a rank. I'm going to go with the New York subliners.
That's crazy.
Come on. Hold the line. Oh, God, they're still second. They're on the other side. There's no respawns remaining. Oh, no. It's all falling apart.
Yeah, there's still time left.
Oh, if they get the minute extension, it's done. Oh. It's done.
Well, you said it was the law.
It is the law. No, this is literally, it's literally the law of control, though. It is, man. It doesn't matter how.
Get your tweets in. It's time to party in Miami. We're down in Florida for the Heretics home major, and the Heretics are ready to take the stage. Believe it or not, even without Beans missing, they were the favorites coming in here. The number 4 seed taking on the number 5. And Nameless, you were saying during the break, that's a huge difference.
That's the same seed. I mean, let's be honest. And if you look at it, Toronto did beat Miami, right? So they're sitting in this matchup. They're feeling pretty confident. It's going to be tough. It's a little different without Beans, but Mercules, he should be a good shooter.
That was without the Miami crowd. Let's take a look here at the Heretic
Facts.
squad because they've had a lot to celebrate. Chance is joining us here on the desk. And Chance, how good is Super and Rancor? The best duo of rookies we have seen?
Absolutely, honestly, that's a great call and one of the best AR duos that we have right now in the league. Granted, a low super sample size with Super so far, but he's been incredible in Search and Destroy, and he's been super solid in the respawns as well. So they absolutely like two fantastic players. And mentioned in the last cast, I think Heretics is one of those teams that they are going to be a lethal threat come Sunday. However, you do have to get that.
Game 5 against Falcons, a Game 4 win over Optic, and more impressively against Atlanta FaZe before falling to Toronto. Allie, what has the Heretics shown you leading up to their home major?
Just a lot of tenacity.
Athletes.
Everybody's caught up besides Chance.
Surrounded by athletes. Continue, Al.
You locked eyes with me. I definitely did not. You got glasses on, bro. That's true. And my eyesight sucks. Here, go ahead. Hit me with it.
You're okay.
You know what?
Focus, Allie. What do you got?
A lot of tenacity from the side of Miami Heretics. I mean, talking about a team that went from top 3, then kind of bombing out at the next major, and now they bring in Super, and they've gotten better, right? They're a team that sets pace, and that's something that you think would throw Toronto off guard, but with the likes of the addition of Beans and Joe Deceives, it's kind of made them evenly matched. So that's why I'm interested, because Beans is not going to be here today.
Good call out. Let's talk a little bit about Toronto. And by the way, that is the most big brother comment of the day. Okay, you hit me with it now.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry I hurt you. You can hurt me now.
Bro.
Don't tell Mom.
Go ahead.
Let's take a look at the team who is looking to find success without their lead slayer. At least they're slaying AR. Talk to me about Toronto. What do you see?
I mean, it's heartbreaking that they're not able to play with Beans. It's sort of a tragedy, and this is a situation that, like, 98% of the time, someone that has to substitute in, like, that team loses quite often. But I think Toronto might literally be the perfect team to sort of be able to, like, handle that damage. The last series Ultra played, Beans actually did get slammed just a little bit, and because Joe Deceives and Kleenex popped off, they still got the win even without it. So now Mercules, a guy with a lot of talent, heard good things about him in Challengers. He's about to experience the best comms of his entire career.
Oh, yeah.
He's playing with the best players he's ever played with. Everything is going to be very clear and concise to him. Admittedly, super tough. It's a day's worth of practice, which at this level is basically nothing, but it's best case scenario for the worst case scenario.
It's worked out for Neptune instantly. It still hasn't worked for Lunars on LAG. And it might work for Dylan Rex later. It's not working for Carolina.
It's a little different. Those
How
are
much
intentional
pressure on
changes.
this Challengers player?
I think there's a decent amount of pressure just because of the spot Toronto's in right now, is they're right at this cusp of trying to break into like the top 2 conversation. So it's not an ideal situation. There's definitely a lot of pressure, but also so much opportunity, right? Because this is a player that maybe hasn't been on everybody's radar, now given an incredible opportunity to play alongside a good team versus some of the struggling teams that make these changes. Cough, cough, like Opta Texas, like on the side of Minnesota Rockers. So he's in a better environment to show Case his skills.
Give me the vibe check in. When you see this kid on the other side of the stage, are you saying, I'm squashing him?
Oh, yeah, I'm
or
standing
we
up.
got to look out for him?
I'm standing up, and I'm absolutely yelling at him. But, I mean, when you look at this Toronto team, they just play good COD, man. I mean, the only guy above a 1 in Hardpoint is Joe Deceives the split. They're 7-2 in the game mode, right? So just playing good fundamental COD. If you're Mercules, you just got to come in, get calm early, and just, you don't have to go out there and be a hero. You have amazing players around you. And as we're watching Joe Deceives, this is the last matchup that they had. It was a masterclass on Joe's side. One of the plays we used in the drawing conclusions where he just has so much influence on the map.
A little 12 streak.
Yes, you just got to play off of him, man. He's your star.
Joe Deceives is going to be the star in game today, but do you think there's more pressure on Insight and Kleenex, the core of this group?
A little bit. I lean a little bit on the side of Kleenex. I think he's had an incredible stage, and I would love to see that continue as we move into LAN. So I'd say maybe put some pressure on Kleenex's shoulders. On the flip side, for Miami Heretics, there's a lot of pressure on Metals right now, 0.6 in this last matchup. So we know what his ceiling is, and I think that's why we give him so much grace. Is like we've seen him have takeover maps. It's just like, how do we get his bar to raise to an above average rate to allow Miami Heretics to relieve some pressure off of likes of Real, off of Rencore, off of Super. So it's a tall task.
Bro, he went neg 36 in the last series. And in the interview, in the last match, Metal said, this is the team he wants to play.
Yeah.
Like, he knows, like, if he plays even marginally better, like, they are going to beat this team. And now, with them having a stand-in, this is your best opportunity you're going to have.
Yeah.
What do you get if you win this matchup? A date with LA Thieves, who look ferocious against Carolina in that opening round. On the other side, we will see Optic and Breach in action a little later tonight. Talk to me about the elimination bracket, though. If you fall here, if you're Heretics or Ultra, you land on Gorilla's mate. You're pretty comfy, right, Chance?
I would say you're very comfortable, yes. I've heard good things about Gorilla's mate sort of in the background, but both of these teams I would still have a high degree of confidence in. And this is a very interesting tournament because right now, like the bottom 4 teams in the CDL point standings, it's not a good spot. You have to have a good major to sort of ricochet yourself up, and it's perfect opportunity. Toronto's taking a hit, they're losing a player, and now some of the teams in loser bracket not looking too good. So I think opportunities are there.
Now, we said Beans got slammed last time Toronto matched up. He dropped a 1.0. Ow. If I'm Mercules, do I need to drop above a 1.0 for Toronto to win?
No, I mean, you don't have to. I mean, it would be nice if you did, but I think if you're Mercules, you just need a roll fill. You honestly probably just find yourself, play the objective, sit some hill kit in time, and allow the Slayers on this team to do what they do best. I mean, I look at Search and Destroy in this layout, and I'm like, Joe's about to have a field day. You give him dealership round number 2, you're you're gonna give him all the routes he could possibly ask for.
You can't plant when bombs are blowing up all around you.
It's just Miami have loved dealership, man.
They
look
do.
really good in it. Last time these guys played, it did go all the way to around 11. And for Toronto, they're 1-2 on it, but every single dealership they've had has gone round 10 and 11. So it's going to be an electric map. I think the Hacienda Hardpoint, though, to kick things off, it's perfect. You look at it, both these teams have liked it throughout the season. I think that map's going to be the deciding factor.
We have some players to watch thanks to our friend Easy Mac, the stats guru behind the scenes. And our players to watch today are going to appear on a small graphic that is at the bottom of the screen. Bam! On the left, we got Real. On your right, it's Joe Deceives, the SMG Showdown. 2 second-year players. Third year, I guess.
I mean, electric. This could be a battle for, arguably some of the best SMGs in the game. Joe Deceives has been getting a ton of love, but when Real is at his peak, not a lot of peaks higher than that. So it is going to be a fun battle, but I think Mercules is definitely an underlying theme, and I think he just needs to do his job. Don't get in the way. Don't try to do too much. Don't get in the way in comms. Play your game and just get kills. And the team, they'll do everything else.
Just gas him up, Toronto. If they gas that guy up, fill his head, he has a good map 1, and they're going to have a good series.
Welcome to the CDL Mercules. They've got his PC set up for the first time. His team is ready to go, which means it's time for our Scuff Pick'ems. Let's lock in officially. Do you want to go first, Nameless, since you hit 100? Or do you want me to go?
Absolutely. I'm going to go
101, baby.
I'm going to go Toronto. Toronto Ultra. And here's the bucket.
For the N1. Whiff.
Wait. Ricochet bang.
Whiff.
That was
it hit the back.
That was
you have to hit the lens. You have to hit the lens.
Yeah, you hit the backboard. All right.
Bro, I don't want to mess up Mike's camera.
Make it happen. Where are we going?
I'm going with Miami Heretics.
And 1.
Let's go!
Oh my God. He hits it.
Wait,
Chance, where are we going?
I'll take the team that has their full team. I'm taking Heretics.
All right, 2 will go Miami Heretics. The game is ready. The stage is ready. Make some noise, Miami, for your home team, the Heretics.
They don't believe in you, Mercules.
Yes, sir. We're about to get ready to enter into a big matchup here on the main stage. But before we bring out the home team, we got to bring out their opponents. So you can love them or you can hate them, but get ready for the boys from the north. Florida, get loud for the Toronto Ultra! Mercules, Joe Deceives, Insight, and Kleenex. With Beans and Spirit in the strength of the North, they're ready to bang out their opponent.
This was my favorite coming into this tournament. They've been unbelievable at Hardpoint. They know they have a great opportunity here, but more so, Mercules knows that he can showcase to the world what he's all about. This is a Toronto Ultra team that is dynamic, good at every game mode. Can they put it to the test with a fill-in? Let's get this match going.
I'm ready to get it going, Florida, for the first time this weekend. Get loud for the home team, the Miami Heretics. Metals, Super, Rancor, and Real. Give them your vamos, because they're ready to shut down the show.
Not much better of an intro than the crowd going wild. It is their first series of their home major, and they haven't looked better all year than in this moment. They got a top 3 placing. They know they can do it again. And now their first trial in the Toronto Ultra. You couldn't ask for more of a banger. Let's get this one started, Blaze.
I'm ready to get it going. So without further ado, shift study, let's roll out.
Let's roll out Boca Raton. This is going to be a fun one. Last time these two teams played, it was a really electric series. Went to 4. Toronto held the edge, but Mercury's in. I think the biggest thing here, and we know this guy now well after casting him at Challengers, 4 straight elite appearances, most recently a dominant championship victory in Season 3.
Yeah, with Omen Brooklyn, and he was like one of their best players on that roster. He's been able to figure it out with his AR game plan in such a short time, too, because the kid's career basically started last season at the end of the game. He walks in with a brand new lineup, a lineup with like 18, 19-year-olds, but he's just been able to level up every single elite to put himself in this position, which is probably his best position he's ever going to be in.
Yeah, I think when it comes down to like newer names that are really kind of taking focus from maybe some of the other players that were in the CDL, dropped the Challengers, like this is a fresh look for what was that Stallions roster that you were talking about with Abe and Merc and Lurks. You know, now you've got the first of those 4 guys getting a chance to debut and show what the youth of Call of Duty is going to look like. Now, it's just really funny because he is 20 years old. He looks like he's 16 up there, but it should be one of those interesting systems that he's working his way into, because with him at Brooklyn, he was running more of that lockdown, stable AR, which I think puts a lot of focus on Insight to really be more flexible and try to actually fill Beans' role.
Yeah, Subsight is going to have to make a couple appearances. We know when he does it online, he usually goes on 3 or 4 streaks before he gets taken down. But to talk a little bit more about the young rookie, to end up the Elite Stage 3 playoffs, he was unreal. A 1.23 KD overall. Slaying rating was up there with the best of them, and then that S&D KD was massive. A 2.13. He found a lot of success in his opening first duels, and then when he also was put into those clutch rounds, it looked like he was a vet.
I think the thing too was, you know, we talked a lot about that at Brooklyn squad, about how, back-to-back championships in Challengers Elite, but it came with 3 distinctively different rosters. So there was a level of plug and play when it comes down to the system that Ricky Atura and the rest of that management group were able to put together. And I think the desk hit on it. This Toronto team has that same level of system-based planning that you look at. But let's talk about the other side here, because for Miami, they have that little bit of magic when it comes to playing on land, especially when they're playing in a major that is labeled as their home major.
I know. We saw that major 1 in Madrid, a couple Spanish fans rallying behind them, and now they're at their home major here in Boca Raton. And they want to start the tone off on the right foot.
Love it.
Spawning into a Hacienda Hardpoint. Ever since the addition of Super, they played at least 3 out of the 5 series so far throughout this stage. It's been a lockdown for them, man. They are the best team on rotation because of what their ARs can do. Just hold down these lanes, allow my SMGs to roam free.
It's just really interesting because both these two teams play Hardpoint very differently. Miami, one of the best teams at holding. Toronto, one of the worst, but one of the best teams when it comes to breaking hills. So that may be some of the battle that we look at, kind of playing it from 2 edges of the sword. And if you're joining us here late, this is our best of 5. That dealership Search and Destroy is going to be fiery. But we got to talk about this here. And first of all, it's the Miami Heretics taking on the Toronto Ultra. Let's get it on.
Vamos, mi gente. Let's get into the Hacienda Hardpoint to start this one. Brent Core and Ria already combining for 2 kills. Whenever I like to watch Miami Heretics, they usually dominate every single P1. And you can already tell with 2 kills going their way, all we got to do is continue to soak and hold down the lane.
Looking really solid. Super with the extra AR also in play. Looking really nice to lock down this open lane. Not even playing for the P2 side of the map yet. Just letting Real run routes over that direction. Ultra trying to set up their next break attempt. Insight Joe. First 2 kills are good. Hercules trying to look over the top of the Hardpoint. Also takes off the contestant, and an opportunity here for Toronto to stabilize.
Yeah, even though you haven't really got a lot of time off of this P1, you're still in control of the map for that P2. Final 15 seconds here, and now Miami, after soaking up a lot of that P1 time, are just going to cut their losses early on, hit the long route. Real working his way over through well side, but all of Ultra, they backed up.
Insight gets a read that Real's playing over towards well side. Kleenex right there with him. Oh, follow-up from Super is solid. Looking for more and decides instead of playing for the spawns to try to get into the Hardpoint early. Not going to work out. And now maybe a 1v1 with Mercules and Metals, and Mercules able to lock things up early on this P2.
You best believe the guy's got a beamer on him, so let's sit on this POV for a little bit as that's 3 dead. Miami has to try to work their way through lobby. Kleenex is already going to be contested, and Miami are setting up a very long pinch. You got one going through the front, everyone else do well. Every kill that they get spawns them all the way across the map.
Insight had the read on it, called for help. Kleenex right there to assist. Now Joe locking things over the middle of the map, and that's absolutely perfect from Ultra. Able to re-slip this lead back into their name. And for Miami, now you just have to hit from the front last 20 seconds.
Yeah, thankfully Rentcore opens up with that first kill onto Mercules, so you have a little bit of pressure through the front door. Now that opens up the gap through the side, but trade after trade. Metals last one standing. He's able to walk away with 3. So now the spawns for Ultra, still at the old HP. Miami have a free rotation over towards new.
And look at this line of scrimmage that Miami's setting up in the minimap. You've got Contest over at old. You've got Super backing up over towards mid to watch this cross, although he's hindered from being able to hold the position and actually finds himself in a little bit of trouble. So just when you thought Miami had the perfect setup on rotation, now the test is already here for Toronto.
Yeah, they're already in your grill, trying to contest you over towards top flat. Thankfully, you take care of Joe Deceives. Now you just got to win the gunfight to the front. And the team shot's good enough to take care of Rencore. The nade, good enough to take care of Real, and that's a team kill as well, but you still have the numbers if you're Ultra.
Yeah, Super's just hanging on to the high ground. One final read over towards the arches, has Kleenex at bay, has to try to contest. We're caught on the reload. Insight clears out that top window position. Now Ultra can get to work with a spawn flip on the left-hand side of the map. Maybe a chance to contest this last 20 for good.
Yeah, Miami should get a heads-up note on that because your two teammates spawn over towards well, but Rencore doesn't react in time. Kleenex is able to find a double, so that final 20 is going to go in favor of Ultra, and they're winning gunfights off the rotation. Subsite already makes an appearance, and now you can blow the game wide open with a good hold here.
Absolutely the case, but it is just 3 Ultra members playing over the top of this hard point. Joe Deceives called to take his focus back over towards Checkers. Help in the middle of the map also coming through, but a long route on the way from Real. Oh, the read is there, but no, it's just one trade coming through. Berkeley trying to hold on to the cross, not able to do so. It's just down to Kleenex, and the last word is held by Rencore as Miami get their break.
Oh, now Rencore trying to hold it down. SMG and AR in hand. Joe Deceives here to try to contest, just trying to stall on time for the teammates to get back into the play, but now everyone from Miami in the position to play these trades. They know where the spawns are coming in. Now the pinch is here for Super. He's going to block it, instantly turn around towards Lambo.
Timing is going to be everything here from Super. Read down
Big
low
win.
was decent, but the win even bigger. Kleenex for a double inside the hard point. Also make sure that Super is held back. Last 20 seconds, important here for Toronto to try to lock this time down. Metal shut down from the open hallway. Here comes the pitch from the front. Real, one of the last ones standing, and will not be able to crack the code here. So Ultra reclaim the lead. Rencore dealt with, and Subsite again, turning up here for Toronto.
Yeah, and also Kleenex, a 13-8 start. He's been their X-Factor all throughout stage 3. Ooh. He has taken his gameplay to a whole different level, but on the other side, Metals, he was like just their X-Factor. If Metals can give you consistent gameplays, especially in the respawn, you're going to stand a pretty good chance if you're Miami.
Oh, he's got an opportunity here off of the stun to follow up on it. Good teamwork executed on Miami. Big two. Metals now on 5 in a row. Looking for more, but shut down through open hallway. Miami not actually able to stay on the hard point here, which is a bit concerning considering that they have a good kill feed, and Toronto's going to come back in, find themselves a setup, and get themselves some time.
Yeah, they're just keeping it scrappy through the middle of the map this time around. Want to stay alive over towards Spiral side, but Super lines up a double. The last player standing on the hard point is Mercules. He's able to find 2, and at least contest around that mid-map area, and still allows his teammates to have the spawns for new.
Yeah, I was about to say, this is a really good double for Mercules because Toronto was spawning out towards both, but those wins allow a spawn over towards the well side with just 12 seconds remaining on the P1. Joe locking things down, creates a free route for Toronto to get into P2, and Mercules will know that this is a very tested position. He sees it by himself.
Yeah, just going to keep on backing up. I have all of the left side of the mini-map. So let me just read this pressure from a different angle. Joe Deceives knows that he's also going to get pressure through the middle of the map. He's at least able to find one. Mercules on the trade, so you have the numbers to still contest it.
Oh, Insight, nice little up and over. Gives himself some space, has help as the spawns are still in for Toronto. First significant lead starting to brew here for the Ultras. Insight finds 2. That cleans everything up, and Miami have to reset. And a delayed elimination there from Mercules staggers this hit convincingly for the Heretics.
And this is sort of like the series that they played online, where you're going up against Ultra, who are 7-2 in Hardpoint. They don't really have a guy that stands out in this lane. They're just doing the fundamental part better a lot this time around than they did the previous couple of stages. And if they keep on beating you to rotation and you're always forced to break, you're just not going to have a good time. Whoa. But at least you find 3 through the front door if you're Super, but it's still least to nothing.
Yeah, 13 seconds, not enough time for Miami to send any numbers to try to finesse this scrap time. So they're going to, again, try to put together that 50-yard line, try to battle. Kleenex already finds one, moving quickly over the top. And that's a position that Super does not want to get rid of. A little back jump comes out, Metals with a pinch, and Miami will hold on to the initial time here at 3.
Now they need a good chunk of time here at P3. You already have one player spawning out. Real's going to be set up on a natural pinch. He's able to also win a one-on-one gunfight. 3 kills go in favor of your way. If you're Miami, you know where they're spawning. Over towards well side. Let's just continue to build that line.
Well, things looking good for Miami, but Ultra, they were successful on this break attempt last time we were here. See if they can muster it again as we get elicited with Toronto Ultra.
I spawned out back.
Okay,
Fuck dark. We're still playing this?
I'm gonna come off to you. I spawned, really weak. I'm down. Okay, I blocked this.
Go new, Jimmy. I'm just playing dubs, okay?
Yeah. I can call the low mid cross. From the E-cross, actually, sorry. I'll tell you.
One shot. He's top dubs. He's hitting old slow. One old, one top dubs.
Oh, we out dead.
Nice, one could be up.
Nice,
I'm
sure my phone. Yeah, I'm blocking. You're good. I'm right low pitch.
Right to blind, I'm staying alive. Look for super, okay? Yep, heard you.
I'm right low
Yeah,
pitch.
top plat. He's going off his. He's going front office, bro.
Heard you.
They're coming R open. R Both weak. Push up both side, okay?
Might be open, right?
Yeah.
I spawn in.
Give Joe time.
He's gonna be open.
I don't see him.
On the right, under right.
Yo, out of rock.
Only two time.
Close outside.
Get a sec, Joe.
Keep fucking around.
Kitchen dead.
Yo,
They're gonna be
one more
okay?
kitchen. One more kitchen.
I got time, alright?
Zooming out a little bit from the map itself, kind of picking out Mercury's voice. He calls it, he's going in the long pinch. His teammates are helping him out when he's on the last one left standing on the hill. It's good stuff from Merc.
Yeah, just talking about the energy, it just sounds like he's the perfect fit for the Ultra roster because everyone is calm, cool, and collected. Focus on the play in front of them. You were at least able to keep that P4 a little bit scrappy and this 50-point lead in your favor. But now Miami looking to fight back. They're soaking up a lot of this P1 time again, but they need this once for P2.
Yeah, they absolutely do. But again, you have to kind of fight this war on two fronts right now with a 40-point deficit looming and a couple of kills coming away for Ultra to get back on the time for P1. Joe having a good map, 23 and 19. Inside over the top, shut down by Metals. Chance here for Miami with numbers as they clean up the hallways.
Oh, that's a big 3 dead at the right time because now what it does to the spawns for Ultra, they're 3 across the map. The rookie, Mercules, is able to at least line up 2. Teammates are going to fill that gap through the middle space and now still contest at the ending of this time, but Miami have the rotation to do.
What happens with the spawn with Rencor? On top of the new hill, that is a blessing. He can come back towards driveway, help out for this long play. Super gets a look, and at least one member for Ultra playing through the outside of well. Has to back away, has help nearby. Also responsible for the cross. Super's gotten to read on a lot of this, but no kills coming through. In sight, Mercules teaming up. Rencor falls, it's just down to Real. He's overwhelmed. Ultra secure the break.
The break is perfect because I still think that they have a chance, a slight chance of closing out the game here. So if you're Miami, obviously you don't want to give up all this time. You have to try to contest this. 2 players working their way through well, the rest through mid-spiral. Kleenex is gonna have his hands full. Joe Deceive starts it off with the first, and if you keep on trading, you're always gonna be in a good spot if you're Ultra.
Yeah, Insight knows exactly what he has to watch. Just this play over to the side door. First kill in, pistol out, trying to wait for help. Kleenex there to supply it, and Insight's still alive. So Miami trying to find this final moment, this hit for the scrap time. They may have to give it up. Insight stayed alive too long, and now you get this bank on trying to play a perfect hold over towards P3.
Yeah, it needs to be a locked-in setup right here for Miami if they want to stand a chance in the comeback here in map number 1. But already 2 players dying off the rotation. Your setup isn't going to be at full strength. So if you're Ultra, take your time on these routes. Everyone gets picked off in their one-on-one. Last player standing is going to be Joe Deceives, and he influences the backspawns for his team.
Oh, you get a little bit of a mantle here from Rencor. Timing does deter from the play just a touch. Ultra still stacked up over towards Tinside. Kleenex working on a pitch from behind. Finds one from window. A look over towards Real. He'll leave that for his teammates to try to overwhelm. Mercules inside with the pistol. Shut down by Rencor, but there's the final flip. No one's going to touch. And what a debut for Mercules. 27 and 23 with a minute 45 in the hill. What an absolutely unbelievable debut from the young gun.
That's a great opening hardpoint right there from Ultra. Not coming in with your full lineup, you're thinking, okay, it's going to take us a little bit, to be where we want to be with an instant substitute player. But as soon as we jump into the listening, you can just tell how easy Mercules just fit into the system. He's understanding what he needs to do. He understands what I need to set up on these benches, what I need to pull on the extra SMG as well. But if you are Ultra and you're going to consistently win basically every single rotation on a map, that's how the game's going to go.
Yeah.
Miami can't consistently play from the back foot and expect good results.
I think the other side of that is just kind of watching just the Toronto portion of the minimap, watching how they're moving. Insight feels like he's playing with a little bit of extra tempo.
Yep.
Getting in the mix a little bit more often, not just relying that he's going to have another AR like Beans, who's going to do the dirty work. So Insight's got to step up, play with a little bit more speed, and that fits his play style more, like what we've seen from old Ultra rosters in the past. And moments like flashes in the pan from him this year, but 26 and 20, 22 of those non-traded for Insight, and he still nearly gets a minute in the hill. I love seeing that form of Jamie playing.
Yeah, everyone's just got to step up on the side of Ultra.
Yeah.
Cleanex and Jodeci's have to be more consistent with their SMGs. Inside has to step up in his spacing, and that's only going to allow Mercules to be the guy soaking up the hill time. Almost 2 minutes, 70 kills in the objective as well, so he's defending that hard point to the T. And when you look at the game flow, it's just, all right, we were back and forth from the first set. But then the second set, Ultra started winning rotations, finding breaks at the end of these hard points to give them a better chance over towards the new HP. And that's just the recipe for success, how you want to play HP.
I mean, P2s, if you were to look at that back again, it was like 30 seconds the first time, or there 40 seconds the second time, and another 35 the last time around. And I think the most remarkable thing about saying that is it was rotation wins, but successful holds. That's something that Toronto has really struggled with on the year, not just in the stage. So the fact that you've added a new player in the mix, you're still rotating well, but you're finding more success holding onto these hard points, that's great news for Ultra looking forward, not just in this series, but potentially longer into the weekend.
Oh yeah, without question, man. Hardpoint, if you're any of these challenger players or an amateur player working your way on in, that's what you're expecting to perform the best at. Now it's just going into search and destroy, where being in a new lineup, strategies aren't going to be the same. You're instantly just having to get a play call in your mind and just be like, okay, this is what I need to do for the roster. So if you're Ultra, search and destroy is going to be your biggest focus without having Beans in the lineup, because he was so impactful for this team in S&D specifically. He had insane amount of 1v1 clutches, insane amount of 1v2 clutches. Now you don't have that. You got to figure it out.
Well, you do have a Challengers player who was one of the top KD leaders in search and destroy through playoffs, so there is a level of that. But on the other side, we got to play to the other tune of the fiddle here. Miami's been unbelievable at search and destroy this stage. In particular, their dealership has looked really, really good. Now, Toronto, like Ant was saying on the desk, round 10s, round 11 losses, so they're no strangers to this map. But this has been an instant addition to the map pool for Miami in a very successful way.
Yeah, it's crazy though, because every single time that they played dealership, it's went all the way to a round 11. They just have the team with more ice to close out those round 11, specifically because of this guy, the new addition to the lineup, the super sub, a 1.63 KD. You even heard Metals in the interview say, Super's our brains. Like, it's the guy that's giving the comms, setting up the strategies, and he's also obviously getting his kills. So he's a lot to handle in S&D.
And that's the thing is, like, you know, watching over him over the last handful of years, I mean, you gotta remember he was also a part of like the Black Ops 6. I think it was the Vodafone Giants back then. This guy slays. Like, he is going to get you at least one when it comes to search and destroy, and that has absolutely reigned true in this first chance of him playing in the CDL. So need this bounce back map here if you're Miami, but it's not a guarantee that the search and destroy is going to come through. Even though you are 6-0 on the mode, you're playing up against a tough adversary on a map that they've both played before, and it did go nearly the full distance last time they played.
Yeah, and it's also a new team. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Beans is not in the lineup. He's not going to be in the same consistent spots. The last time you played dealership, when it went all the way to around 11, but at least you know, overall big picture for Ultra, they love the attacking side. They love to get aggressive, find that opening duel, get the bomb down immediately, and then just play their numbers. On the opposite side for Ultra, they're great at retake, so it's just a battle on two fronts.
That's the same thing like we told on the hardpoint side of things.
Yeah.
Defense on one side versus the attack on the other. It's the unstoppable force meets the immovable object. But there is a look at the last 5 maps. Wins across the board, some of them have gone the distance. Round 11s versus Toronto and Atlanta on this map. Those are 2 great search and destroy teams. So those are really notable wins, not just because they beat them on this map, but because who you beat on this map.
The newest map added to the map pool. Miami trying to tie up the series. They're going to be the team early on the defense. Toronto Ultra going to set the tone early on with aggression over towards A, but they have no trophy system, so we're going to slow down the approach.
And I'll be interested to see, like, as this search and destroy starts to develop, do they trust Insight to play kind of the island role, or will they put Mercules in that position to kind of play it out he sees fit? Well, to come to find out as we get deeper into the rounds. But for this one, it's just opening nades and stuns onto the corner towards A, pushes back Toronto initially, but killing the noise, creating some doubt. Ultra now restaging.
And you're consistently showing face over here at A, so you're just pulling the defense on this side of the map, and you're just trying to find an opening for Cleanex to eventually work this pinch, but Bomb is slowly approached up towards the side, but Jodeci's gets called.
Yeah, good contest here from Miami. Play from Vent also works out. It's traded. Here comes that flank, though. But what route does Cleanex want to take him? He's going to try to go over through garage side. He does find the first. Real right behind this play through Vent, finds one. Can't quite get through the Vent initially, but still slips away 1v1.
Oh, some star SMGs in the one-on-one. 25 seconds to go. Cleanex has the bomb in hand. You know that you're going up against Real. It's all about the timings.
And the time's ticking. Real's already checked over the top of the B site. Holds a corner. Kleenex making his move. Now they see each other. Real backs away, puts the pressure onto the clock. Kleenex tries for the instant hop, and Real gets the perfect read. Doesn't wait to see if he plants it or not. Just chows it, finds the win. Miami takes the opener.
It's a big round right there from Real. The 1v2 clutch. Isolates on the first gunfight through the vent. And then gets the info, repositions, and then another gunfight through the vent. Real might just be a rat. Secures the round there for Miami. Start off 1-0.
Love it. And I think just in particular, the decision to challenge the plant when they do, because the read was there. Like, they knew Real was playing on the garage door. Toronto was starting to get some pace up, but good challenge coming through. Good read from Miami. Matches all of that pressure. Now their first chance at their next offense.
This time they got trophy sips to work with, but one instantly gets blown away. Now it's on Insight. Just try to keep the map bay before the teammates get back into the play, but they take a lot of space.
Yeah, and you know you've got a defender over towards the garage door, but Real, not the bomb planner, he can actually move a little bit further forward, see if he can scale up. They see Kleenex making the slide back into the site, but then Real shuts down the pitch. Hercules trying to work with Kleenex to hold on to the site, but the trades are still good for Miami, leaving the rookie up for the 1v2.
Smirk got the magic in him, finds the first, almost lines up the double. But Miami start off with the first blood, put them in the numbers advantage, consistently finding trades because players in the right position. And if you have a 2v1 to close it out, usually it's going to leave one of us standing at the end. And thankfully, Rencore just instantly commits on the double chow. And they quickly go up 2-0.
And again, I just love this tempo of decision for Miami. Not only is the bomb getting on, you're going to get a sub a little bit further forward. Make that defense really work for the retake. It's worked out really nicely so far, both on the defensive and offensive sides here for Miami. What adjustments are we going to see from Toronto? Are they just going to get something a little bit more aggressive? There's the trophy, nades over the top. Stuns also making their way through, but the defense for Miami is not really here. They're elected to give away this space initially.
Yeah, so you should just instantly work this bomb plant. This is what Ultra love to do on a map like Dealership. So deceives, stay alive from all the nades and explosions over the top. Bomb gets planted 4v4.
Yeah, and Miami's going to be scrambling here. They were hoping all those nades and utilities were going to be able to deter this plant. But they do find first blood regardless. Kleenex pops and finds himself too. Trying to slide for a third, but Real's able to find the trade. But he's on his lonesome. 1v2, and he's got to try to push off not just Insight, but also Hercules on these long corners. I believe he may have seen both.
Yeah, he has info on both. So it's about challenging at the right time, but you peek the wrong corner, and the team fires good enough for Ultra to put one on the board. This time they're like, okay, we're on offense. We got trophy systems. Let's play with the same aggression we did in round number 1. But if this time they're not going to show face, instantly work the bomb plan and it works out.
The interesting thing about that, though, is Toronto only throws, I think, the one trophy on the corner. I don't think they had one on the bomb.
No.
So Miami is banking on, okay, we'll just use all of our nades to get the bomb planner. And it got Joe low, but not low enough to find the kill. So keep that in mind next time Miami tries to play defense. I imagine they will not be just giving away that space for free in the future.
And now they're going to switch up their approach on their offense. Aggressive as hell over towards B, but you already gained the info if you are Kleenex. Now, going to give the comp to your teammates, start to hit that rotation on back because this is where the play is going to commit.
Yeah, really good zone of control established by the utility, and this is what I love about how Miami play this map. They're always trying to get someone to scale deeper into the site. Bomb plant not in yet. Hercules thinking about throwing a shoulder. Real nearby. Rencore backing up to watch the flank, and Miami's going to try to catch Toronto, trying to challenge this bomb, and that's exactly why Real makes good on his position for first blood.
You still can't really work this objective unless you find some success in the middle of the map. Thankfully, Meadow starts off with the first. Rencore on the pinch. Now it's a 1v4 for Joe Deceives. He's at least able to find the first, but a 1v3 or 40 seconds, they know exactly where you are. Everyone just chow at once.
I absolutely love how Miami are playing this map right now. Metals gets the information, and again, it's just a triple stack of Heretics members. Nowhere to go for JD, but again, it's a second straight offensive round. You get deep, you scale through, you set something up, you get a read when Toronto's defense is moving over, and then the player deep in the site makes his move for first blood. It's beautiful from Heretics.
Yeah, if you're Ultra, we have to be a little bit more spread on your defensive looks. I know you're a great team and retaking, but when you're giving up a lot of space, you don't really have an opportunity to retake it because they have all the power positions. So want to make sure you're initially showing face to the middle of the map, aggressive through courtyard. You know, it's a lot more difficult to retake over towards that B site once it gets planted. But they give up that space. Real takes advantage of it. He strikes for the first blood. It's been 4 straight first bloods for Miami on this map so far. Now they're up 3-1.
Yep, and here we go. Miami's not going to play that same passive defense. They're going to stack with all 4 members with pre-fire already going down over towards the corner. Super finds first blood, and look at the space that Metals has taken. He is already deep at mid. The only thing that's different here is that Ultra have gotten someone all the way through, and a teammate somehow comes out, getting us to a 3v3.
Oh yeah, so now if you're Mercury, it's just like, hey, you guys can rotate over towards B. I took a lot of space. Now I'm going to work this flank once CleanX falls. Because I got to try to make up for it in the numbers. Thankfully, you're able to almost catch Super. Rancor is able to save him. Now it's Insight in a 1v3.
Yeah, in Insight, this is one of those tough work type moments. Yeah, just jump at him. You know exactly where he's at. And it's another moment, like even though the teammate comes through, but again, because the Heretics get someone deep at the map, yeah, you have to worry about that flank eventually, but it just scatters this Ultra setup so much to where they can't play anything together after first blood's already been tallied.
Yeah, this is why it's so tough to come in on basically 1 day of practice on a brand new lineup and try to have some S&D strategies versus one of the best S&D teams that we had throughout stage 3. They're showing their dominance. Another first blood in their back pocket. That time it was a stack over towards A. Instantly shut down that aggressive push, forced them to try to do something else. And then just play your numbers to your advantage. 4-1 now. Miami back on the offense. And this time the bomb carrier is actually going to take his time over towards A. So let's just show a little aggression over towards B, hold the defense, and then wrap it back towards A.
Again, I love this idea. You're going to throw bait and just say that, look at us, we're throwing all of our numbers towards B. And Toronto's going to have to take their time to re-clear that tin shack again because of the position that Miami were in the last time. So they're sending all 4 members over, and this fake has worked out beautifully. The only thing that's a little bit mismanaged here is that Miami have not aggressed at all towards A, and Toronto are going to be able to reset their defense.
Yeah, that's the only thing. You just didn't take any space when Toronto started to hit that rotation over towards B, but now just going to have it flex. Head clash in towards the A site. Metals with the first blood.
And we can back up. We can take our time. Rewrapping is Real back over towards B. Mid-map has stayed in control largely of Toronto the entire time, but they haven't been able to sniff out where exactly Miami's moving towards, and that's where the problem starts to occur. Once again, Real scales forward, Metals for the plant. Joe finds one on the flank, but I don't know if it's going to make much of a difference. This setup for Miami is so good.
Yeah, they actually lay onto Rancor, but just still in a man disadvantage. So if you are Miami, so everyone watch each other's back. Don't let anyone slip on by. CleanX is going to get spotted. He's going to fall. 1v3 for Joe Deceives with 30 seconds to go. And he's so dedicated on just finding this kill to Real. He's probably going to run out of time.
Yeah, he's absolutely going to run out of time. Real's just dancing with him. Here's the follow-up. This has been a clinic of how to play dealership search and destroy. Both sides of the bomb have looked absolutely perfect from Miami. They still haven't had a first death yet. They've counted every first blood. This has been a masterclass.
Hey, when you play the map 3 or 4 times throughout the stage, every single one goes to around 11. Eventually, you're going to make some of those adjustments to start having some blowouts. And so far, the key to success has been that early first blood for them. You put yourself in the man advantage. You continuously are playing trades to close out these rounds. Now we're at game point. Ultra trying to look for some fight here. Let's just get a first blood. How about we start there?
Defense for Miami stacking towards B. Early look for Rancor and A. He sees nothing. Crossfire setup is already here. They don't even need the nades, Jay. They don't even need the nades. Jay Metals looking for the ace. Insight completely stuck. Don't know if he gets all 4, but it may not make any difference because Miami have just blown Toronto Ultra out of the water.
Yeah, that's too easy. Way too easy. The mode that requires the most teamwork. They were just able to blow them out the water. 7 first bloods. Every single round they found that opening kill. They were able to walk away with a 6-1 victory. The SMGs taking the space. The ARs finding success in an opening duels. And then whenever you're always putting yourself in the man-up advantage, you're just playing the man-up advantage every single time. So bounce back, good enough there for Miami to tie the series up at 1. And now we're truly in a Gorilla series.
Legitimately, you could go back and rewatch every single one of those rounds from just Miami's perspective and come away with something that is so inspiring. Defensively, how they're finding first bloods is just by way of getting numbers and team shots in. Almost every single time. Offensively, their ability to scale someone deep past the site, not just play for plants. Actually, not even playing for plant at all. Let's take away the entirety of the site and then some. See if we can catch Ultra on rotation for a first blood, maybe even a second, and then we'll plant. I mean, that was absolutely flawless when it comes to how you play this. I have to go back and rewatch it again. That's legitimately how I think you play dealership from here on out.
And you can just tell, like, the way the Toronto Ultra is trying to make Hercules feel comfortable. To like he wasn't really needed to do a lot. It's like on their offenses, I'm the player watching the pinch. On my defenses, I'm going to be camping over towards B shack. I'm realistically not going to be in the play a majority of the times. I'm just relying on you guys. And unfortunately, everybody else really didn't find success in those early fights. And that led to a smoke show in that map 2.
A fiery map 1, a blowout map number 2 has us at a 1-1 count as we head back and lounge with the desk.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Dang, they all look so good today. Chance, welcome to the stream. And we got to talk about what we just witnessed, because that was a dominant 6-1 in Search and Destroy.
Yeah, I feel like there might be one other team that tries dealership against Miami, and if it goes anything like that, that'll be the auto veto for the rest of the year, because that was godlike.
Let's take a look at some of the highlights from this series. And Allie,
Yes.
Mercules is pretty good.
He is pretty good, especially in that respawn mode. Came to this map number 2. I mean, it's hard to plug in a 4th player in the middle of what is to be a major and not have any straps, really, when it comes to Search and Destroy and Control and trying to force them into that system. And especially on Miami Heretics, this is one of their best maps. I mean, for Super had 4 first bloods. Miami just plays this map at a pace that it feels like no other team really comes close to. Like, maybe some opportunity with Joe, but he got shut down 3 different times trying to get aggro mid, and I mean, that's what you just got to do if you're Miami.
Guys, this Miami team would have been dominant at Search last year. Vista, 6-star Rio, 6-star Rio, like, it would have just been absolutely insane, because this map is similar to those, right? It's just super fast-paced, you can get up close and personal, and the retakes happen in an absolute instant, and you see, when you find those first bloods, you can just toy with the other team.
Yeah.
6-1 Search and Destroy, 250 to 192 though. Toronto able to strike first in the best of 5. So Chance, let's break down the hard point. What gave the Squirrels the edge?
I mean, I think just better as a team, right? Like, you know, Mercules having to fill in a role, but he did just fine. He was top slayer in the lobby and had nearly 2 minutes inside of the hill soaking. Yeah, and I just want to, like, talk to him and see what the experience is like of, like, playing in challengers and then playing on a team like this. Not even playing against other pro teams, but I would just imagine the game is getting slowed down a ton, and we heard the listening. The exact same Toronto Ultra comms that we're used to like expecting. So I just want like his perspective on it, because I gotta imagine incredibly interesting. And he's playing with, you know, some Brits.
Yeah, what I found interesting is like, yeah, he had 27. He's playing well, had so much time in the hill. Lowest amount of damage on the team, and that's just because everybody's weak. He's soaking time finding those cleanup kills, and really the difference on this map, just like it was in the last series, was the P2s. First time Toronto Ultra full 60. Second time they're able to break on in through the back, get a huge chunk. Just good prioritization, and obviously playing well from there.
This guy causing problems in Control all stage 3. Joe Deceives looking to lead Toronto to a swing game victory. KP10 3rd overall. Not bad for a guy who does a lot of objective work.
Yeah, he's ridiculous. I mean, he is the case to be top 3 sub in the game. At some days, he's the absolute best. So Joe Deceives gonna have to do some heavy lifting. Got some respawns coming up, and after that, game 2 Search and Destroy, you probably want to win 3 and 4. Let's not go game 5 here, Toronto.
Now, Chance, I've watched a lot of Miami. I don't remember many games where Real goes -10 and the rest of the team is even. Is he going to be the X factor?
It's been like occasional, especially with like now that they have like a powerhouse AR duo, like the dynamic, like what he has to do on the map is very different. So he has a couple of slow ones from time to time, but always bounces back. And when he's at his best, he has the takeover potential. So yeah, very excited to see Real play. Not expecting that same performance twice.
Allie, who did you pick in this series?
I picked Miami.
Are you confident in that pick?
Yes, I'm so confident in that pick.
And who's your player to watch game 3?
It's probably going to be Real, because he had a slow respawn map number 1.
Nameless, you're the only one with confidence in Toronto.
Yeah.
Who's your player to watch?
Joe Deceives. We just saw that pull up. I mean, the kid's absolutely insane. We expected him to take over here in this game 3, where they have the advantage.
Final question, is Joe Deceives a top 10 player?
Yes.
Is he a top 5 player?
Borderline. He's right there. This
We'll
is the
answer
tournament
that
to solidify
in
it.
just a bit. For now, we got to get to the caster, shift and study. Take it away.
Thanks, friends. Thanks for keeping that nice and polite, nice and tidy. Did not expect that. Now with Chance on the desk, that guy is a wild card. It's the opposite of the wild card, actually. He's very, very, you know what you're going to get. This is going to be an interesting Control.
Oh, yeah.
Because I think the thing about this is, yeah, from the side of Miami, you know, you're cooking with the full roster. Things have started to get more improved. But, and I say this with, I think, a lot of recency bias, watching him at Brooklyn on this vault Control, Mercules was a problem.
Oh, yeah, he definitely is a problem. And if you're Miami, you were trying to throw this back into your map pool, because before stage 3, this is basically the only Control that they could win.
Yeah.
But so far, when adding Super to the lineup, you're sitting at 0-2, getting outslayed on both sides, not really having a consistent game plan of what you want to execute there. At least on defense, though, like, they can sort of somewhat hang. They just need to make sure they bring it into slaying, because Ultra with the new guy, even though it's Mercules and not Beans, Beans was a 0.6 in Control. So if you're Mercules, just come out here and be a 1.0 and you're going to stand a pretty good chance.
I got the Mercules over in this map. I like that. I'll put that. I mean, it's just like legitimately, like, and again, if you've watched Challengers, that Admit Brooklyn team was a monster on both sides of the control zones. And Mercules fitting into this system, I think it's going to be the exact same comfortable Mercules that we saw in Challengers.
Oh, yeah, because you think about the SMGs that he had in Challengers. The way that Xseed was playing, the way that Craze was playing, it's non-stop tempo. So now you got Joe DeCease and Kleenex basically doing the same exact thing. So Mercules just needs to find his kills. And Miami, already to start this game, on their defenses just get absolutely torn apart by Kleenex.
Yeah, and this is the thing, again, just looking at how Toronto kind of set themselves up, how they try to get this break off going. There's a lot of respect for that high ground control, but the SMG's fully locked in on where these picks would likely come from. Nice shots out of Hercules, able to help Kleenex out for one, but eventually overwhelmed. That second tick not fully confirmed.
Yeah, Miami have the numbers. They're able to trade out effectively before that second segment does get locked, so now you're just trying to take a little bit of map control away from them, but Mercules and inside. The ARs find an opening double.
Really good.
Now you can reinforce your way through to the map, to stack it, extend time early.
Yeah, and Kleenex is going to be trusted to go surf out where exactly this Miami pinch is at. So second tick lock, third on the way. Here comes the collapse from the Heretics, trying to jump back into the point. Shut down, Joe DeCease, good for one. Final moment, though, is just down to Real. Kleenex looking for him. Second kill gets down. A little slide away allows Redcore to clean things up and get some depletion on this third tick.
Yeah, now he just wants to stay alive as long as he possibly can before the reinforcements are able to get back into the play. Metals is going to fall through Top Cat. So Ultra have an avenue of approach here. You can walk through the front door, you can drop down through the middle of the map, and that leads to all four dead. Time should be extended while Mercules is already watching the cutoff.
Yeah, he's already seen one. Slipping through. I don't think Super saw him. You do have Real looking to just keep this overextension safe, but now Mercules comes back into the play, hits the cut, but does not get there in time. 15 plays 14, minute 27 on the clock, small advantage for Toronto.
Yeah, Miami, every kill that they get just need to continuously push on forward. Real and Renfro already combining for two. Mercules trying to rip out the guy from top art. But he just wants to hold this position for his team. But now you got to watch your back line because here comes Real. He's only able to get one, so you clear out your spawn. But 12v11, you don't have a lot of opportunities to play trades.
Yeah, you've got maybe 2 hits at this if you're Ultra. Middle of the map goes back in the way of Toronto. Now the pressure. Whoa, they find Rancor. Front side of the zone. Plus Mercules now pushes up through the palms. Last one left alive at the moment, at least in terms of who's furthest forward for the defense's medals. You're going to get a little bit of a pinch established by Real, but it's being watched by Joe DeCease, or is it? It should have been, but doesn't really fully come through. Kills come out, and that's enough to at least get this tick, I think, confirmed there. Yeah, sure is for Toronto.
Yeah, the biggest kill right there, was Real finding a timing through double doors. He's able to get one, walk away with his life and his AR from the top side of Art. Also finds the second kill, so 40 seconds to go. Basically, the last was coming in for Ultra because they only have 6 lives remaining. Insight almost gets the better of Super, but once he falls, now it's your last push.
Yeah, and Metals is going to shut down B Street. Everything's going to have to come through Vault Stairs. And yeah, you've got Real just kind of running circles. Yeah, and cleaning everything up. So Miami's going to hold defensively. Not the worst start, though, all things told, for the side of Toronto. Insight wasn't able to quite get things going, but you get 4 ticks. Not bad.
4 ticks definitely isn't bad when you're spawning in on the offense without any trophy systems, but thankfully if you're Miami, you had a Real because the ARs are just so posted on their side of the spawn, and the only person taking space once those kills are going down is Real. Thankfully, he was able to win one-on-one gunfight after one-on-one. Goes 12-6 at the opening round with 1,300 damage. He was the guy setting the tone there, and now you got 4 seconds to make up.
Yeah. And I think just kind of comparing to the stats that we had from the Stage 3 qualifiers, that's actually a really solid defense for Miami.
Oh, yeah.
A team that had really, really struggled on that side of the zone. But now you get a chance to go over to the attack. And I'm going to keep my focus, again, just firmly planted on what route does Mercules want to take here in terms of, is he going to be trusted on the island to watch through B Street, or are they going to try to get him in the mix?
Yeah, realistically, you just want Joe DeCease and Kleenex to really dictate to how this round is going to go, because Toronto Ultra, so far in this stage, they've been able to outslay on the defensive side by almost 8 kills, and that's usually through your SMGs, just nonstop in their grill. 2, maybe 3 kills initially go their way. They instantly shut down that first push.
I love that. That's just 1 sub on one side, 1 sub on the other. Mercules hangs out with Insight, or pardon me, Kleenex, and then jumps back over to help out. Joe DeCease finds 3 kills to open things up. Beautiful start for the rookie. Yeah, just evaluating what his efficacy is going to look like when it comes to being a CDL potential player. He's hitting it to this point. Solid start here for Toronto defensively. Real, good win. Keeps the pressure on to B for a small time, but Mercules right there to find the trade.
Oh, yeah. they just consistently are having the numbers on every single one of these engagements. Mercury's with the double. Joe Deceives loses the one-on-one after taking down one, but you already have another line of defense here to contest it while Mercury's is already pushed out over towards ammo. Now he's forcing Miami to overextend through pool.
Yeah, they've got the perfect defensive setup. They have lost Super, and he's going to need to touch this zone and pull this defense back because his teammates are in hell right now.
Yeah, eventually he tries to get back into the play, but CleanX on the wrap back is able to locate Super. So now 26 seconds, not a single segment earned on the side of Miami. You're trying to get something done or at least pull a defense over towards B so you can open up a lane through the middle of the map, but Jodeci strikes for two, and now you need to make a miracle happen.
I am loving what I'm seeing from Hercules. 14-8, getting it done now with both weapons. Give him 9 in a row. Oh my goodness, what a debut from Hercules. Toronto suffocating this Miami offense. Last chance to have to come through B Street. CleanX keeping him on the pinch. Joe right there with him, and there's just no way they could touch his zone. Beautiful.
That's just too much aggression there. Usually with Beans on a map like Vault, he's the guy strictly running an AR. Insight's going to be switching between that SMG and that AR role, but Mercules picks up an SMG, and he goes on 9 in a row. Don't know if he's able to earn himself the Hellstorm, but once he finds all these kills through B Street, blocks the spawn while pushing out ammo, and then just consistently winning one-on-one gunfight after one-on-one gunfight. The rookies having a good series so far.
Having a great series. So now Toronto, huge advantage in terms of the current tick progression. And we'll get a chance at their second offense with trophy systems to help give them some support on their breakoff. Now, I will say, and I don't think Mercules is going to quarterback this play, but usually round 3 offenses for Mid Brooklyn were through vault stairs to B.
Yeah.
Will there be something like that for Toronto?
Nope.
No, not this time.
It's non-stop aggression through the middle of the map because they know if we secure these 3 segments here at A, we guarantee ourselves defense. If it does go to a round number 5 and Inside and CleanX last 2 standing, gonna guarantee that first segment. Now Miami have to hit a couple routes to work their way back on in. Thankfully, Metals wins the 1 through Cat.
Yeah, Stack will get the second tick of progress locked in. CleanX helping out, able to find 1 trade, but by himself, trying to slip through, but not gonna happen. And now Mercules, yeah, caught trying to toss a stun. So Miami's defense able to recover, but it comes at the cost of the 2 ticks already mentioned.
Yeah, second segment does get locked, so you're currently up by 6 if you're Ultra. And if you're Miami, you're looking to not give up any more. You just need to keep on slaying the way that we have been. It was Riata set the tone first on the defense, but everyone else is starting to come activated. CleanX last man standing, the beat down good enough for Redcore to find that kill. Now all of Ultra off the respawn.
Oh, Joe gets caught in a weird spot. The perfect spawn trap started to be built here for Miami. Mercules cleans out B Street. Metal seen at the front doors, but keeps his life. Stun does not connect. Joe trying to work through this. Again, more damage coming through, but Super's got his cross, and this is as deadly as anything we've seen. Just the 2 ticks for now, and Miami are not bending on this spawn trap at all.
Yeah, they can't breathe. Like 21v9. We're blocking the spawns up both ends. You're consistently spawning towards the backside of the tank. As soon as you're coming off the respawn, the stun is hitting you right into the grill. So Ultra, after a magnificent start to this round, have nothing else to show for it besides those 2 segments. But Inside of Mercules at the right time. Clutch up, find it 2. You can work your way back in A.
Metals has gotten 1. Super red, healed dealt with quickly. No way. So there's the extra 60 seconds. The probability of them winning this round is still low, but it's not impossible. Clock comes to a pause. Joe on the site, and now it's just Super, the only one really to contest from top window.
Yeah, you just got to be in a position to read these pitches, though, because you know Miami are going to set up on some of these long routes. They know that Stack isn't going to be there, and now you have no more respawns on the side of Ultra. So your last push has to go through the front, but your ARs already fall. And this is going to be Miami standing strong again.
But still, that extra tick of progress is everything for Toronto. So even though it looked like it was just going to be the 2 that had been previously captured, it will be 3. So now for Miami, you got to get this done by way of full capture.
Yeah, realistically, you want to close it out on this round. Because you secure every single segment. Obviously, that's the end of the map, but you're guaranteed if we do go to that round number 5 to be on the attack again. Thankfully, the AR, sometimes the SMGs in the hand of the AR players. They were able to slay. That's been an issue so far throughout this stage with Miami. A map that they used to love. They just really couldn't figure out once you added Super into the lineup of how they wanted to play it, how they were going to execute their slaying. They've been showing it so far on their defensive side.
Yeah, which is, again, just looking at the qualifier stats, already an improvement in terms of them being able to capitalize and win defensive rounds. But like you mentioned, the math will favor Toronto if this does get to 5 rounds. Metals taking it out underneath. This is a B hit developing, but Toronto not going to be surprised by this. They haven't seen anything at A, so the setup is perfectly already set up for this B defense, and trades are fine enough. Mercury's only able to find one, and Real's actually going to get a route that pushes the spawns for Toronto way out, so Miami will get a second chance at this.
Yeah, and we already have arc control, so how much more can Real do in this position? He's able to get one, almost get out of dodge. That at least guarantees one segment here at B. Your other AR on the opposing end is still holding down this cross angle, and let's just stay on the point.
Yeah.
They can't get near you.
Good kills coming through. Rencor up top, dealt with. Super trying to keep his life. He's got Real working with him. Help on the way, though. And here comes the pinch from Kleenex. No one's watching it from Vault Stairs. He's going to find the first. Real pushed away. Still kicking for now. Third tick being worked on. Here comes South for Miami trying to watch over this pin, but Real will drop. Now it's down to Metals. Joe Deceives dancing with him. Gets him down to essentially a bullet, and Mercules will finish off the play. Toronto will hold.
Yeah, this is where we don't want to waste any more time. Okay, we got 2 segments at B. We're on by 2 lives. Just start to work our way over towards A. Just need to take some cat control. And right now, Toronto have every single one of those angles cut off, but Super through the double doors finds one. Now the last man standing is going to be Kleenex, and they are still committing at this B point.
Good shout from Super. Takes out the contested over towards Stairs side. Miami trying to get back over to get this extra 60 seconds. Inside in the way, though. Wins the first one cleanly. Real with the trade. Now the Semtex now finds the second. Up top, it's just down to Kleenex. He'll fall, and that'll be an extra 60 seconds with a 5-life advantage for the Heretics.
Yeah, now Mercules knows that we already lost that B point. I need to try to take some space in their spawn, but he loses the one-on-one gunfight. Now Miami have a stack going. You gotta go if you're Ultra.
You sure do, and Real's putting pressure on the pinch, making sure the defense is held back in their spawn a little while longer. Good slip away from Real. Kills so much time, allowing that first tick of progress to get locked. Rencor still existing right under the noses of Toronto, but now has been seen. Still comes away with one. Hold on a second, that's 3 dead. It's just down to the Rook.
Oh, Mercules, what can you get done? Can you at least stall out time for your teammates to get back into the play? Because Real, or Rencor on the other hand, he put himself in a position to get the players off the respawn, so you instantly have the numbers. That's 4 dead. Miami should win this map now.
And Supers giving a little ceremonious welcome to the league there at the end as Miami will get the stack and now take an edge in the series in a major way. A huge swing back for Miami.
And you can see Rencor, wow, finally guys, we want a vault control. It's been a long time, but we can start to add this back into the map pool, and this is the perfect time to do it at the event, at your home major, to go up 2-1 in this series versus Ultra. It's a simple story though, right there on the map 3. It's just Miami usually cannot keep up in this lane. That time they were able to outslay Toronto Ultra. The only one that goes positive is Mercules. Like Joe Deceives and Insight really didn't have a big impact on that map, and they usually show it on their defenses. That time they just got caught off guard with that early B push, and Miami just kept on committing to that play, and it continuously caught Toronto off guard.
Yeah, really this kind of comes down to a couple of final 1v1s over the top of the B zone. I mean, the initial break-off looked like Miami was being read, but then there's that last 1v1 that they win, gives them a little bit more time to breathe, a little bit more space to work with off respawn. And you mentioned it, Mercules 24, 22, 19 non-traded. Good stuff again for the debut, but in the face of 24 and 18 from Rencor and 28 and 18 from Real, those 2 boys were shooting.
Yeah, those are the guys that we've always talked about throughout this entire season from Miami. Can we get these guys some more consistent players around them? Because they're always capable of putting numbers up like that. Thankfully, you add a player like Super, more consistent in the AR role. Metals is playing a lot more consistent ever since Super has entered into the lineup, but they always had that slaying prowess, and they show it there on the map number 3. The 3 maps in the middle of this series as well, like the Dealership, the Vault, and the Protocol coming up next, is all from the series that they played online, and it was Ultra walking away with every single one of those respawns. But when you just don't have your team, strategies aren't the same, man.
Yeah, and there's a level of that to be sure. Again, I think in terms of an emergency substitute situation, they've made the best pickup they possibly could. I do think that there is a level of this Ultra team is not changing their identity dramatically, so they're still fighting, they're still in this. Is it the same as playing with Beans? No, not at all, but you know, you're still battling. And this Miami team's not bad. You gotta remember that they're still finished off this qualifier stage with their only loss being to Toronto when they had a hot couple of weeks. So You know, this was a square up. Namo said it at the very beginning. What's the difference between the 4 and the 5 seed? Nothing. They're essentially the exact same seed. So there's a level of these two teams being evenly matched, and we've been treated to a really competitive series at this point.
Oh yeah, without question, man. Miami have answered the call once they spawned into that search and destroy. They showed improvements on their vault control, which they haven't been able to show throughout the stage. And now if you're Ultra, you're trying to go back-to-back in hard points with a rookie on the lineup. At least based off what we saw in map number 1, the fundamentals are there. You need to make sure you do the same thing on a map like Protocol, because you did play this team on this situation in a map 4, and the reason why you were finding a lot of success is because you were breaking the money hills. I don't know if you're going to be able to do that with a new substitute player in the lineup, but just stay consistent on being the players there first, being the team initially off the play.
And I think that was the impressive thing about the Ultra listening from Hacienda, was when they were building for rotation. You even heard Merc saying, I'm going to go on a pinch here. Like, they're still thinking about it in the correct way. But here's a look back at over kind of how the opening map had gone and how things are going to this point here. To this point, you're seeing, again, the two rookies to the league topping the charts for both of their squads, which is inspiring to see in terms of, again, longevity in the league for maybe both these guys.
So if you're Mercury's, you're feeling great. All right, my first series versus a hot Miami Heretics. I'm doing what I need to do for the lineup. Just need everybody else to start to pick it up around me. It's just tough. Like I said, if you don't have your full lineup to have all that confidence you would in the world to have this rematch here, but he's just got to continue to do what he does. On the opposite side for Super, I feel like he's not really like at that high level the way we saw him on the online stages. Probably a little lackluster here so far here on land, but at 1.06, you'll take that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there's always been a certain thing, like talking about Super as we look back over the bracket. You know, Super's history playing in EU Challengers has always done really, really well online, but not being able to reproduce those same kind of success stories in person. Maybe not just from an individual standpoint, but as a collective squad. So for Miami, sitting up 2-1 right now, you're looking at this like you're looking at Madrid. Like, hold on a second, these guys are gunning. The issue is you have to go up against the Thieves next, whoever wins this matchup, which is no easy sight. Other side of that, if you're joining us here late, Vancouver continues to find success versus Atlanta. We're getting some weird head-to-head rivalries developing this season. So that's going to be a really interesting winners round 2. As Boston and Optic are waiting to jump on the stage next. Before we do, we get into the Protocol Hardpoint. And again, I think all eyes on both the rookies that are taking the stage here to see who may find an edge.
It's a big map, man. Big map for both of these squads. If you're Toronto, you only had the opportunity to play it once throughout this stage. It's like one of those 50-50 hard points for them as a roster, but last time it was a 250 to 190 score in favor of the Ultra. They were finding breaks in towards the bunker, but here we go into the map number 4. Miami trying to advance that Saturday through the winners bracket side into the P1 we go. Trades are back and forth. Ultra trying to at least play keep away for now.
Yeah, look at the early route with Kleenex just going underneath, and he's going to try to surprise Red Core here through ladder, and that's exactly what happens. So now you got double window control for Ultra. They do this a lot, and that's why it's like Kleenex finding every single kill to this point, and that'll be enough for Toronto to flip the map at the same time.
The spawns instantly flip, but still are unaware of what Metal's position is. He was camping towards the top side of Grandma's, and now it's his opportunity to potentially play keep away. He just wants to play his life as long as he possibly can, but Joe DeCease is going to fly on up, take care of that gunfight. Now the spawn's in favor of Ultra as well for P2.
Yeah, insight, once again, up top towards the windows, pushed off, Real deals with it. Double for him now, making his way over towards mid. Kleenex wins, but gets pushed back just a touch. The hunt is on by Super, but the regen is here, and this 1v1 may dictate who wins P2. Super finds not just one, but the second on the Joe DeCease up top on the outside ledge. Miami gets a P2 early time.
It's a big snap, and then you already see Rencore just backing on up, not allowing any pin spawns to happen, so they can put all their focus through the middle of the map. They're soaking up so far a lot of this P2 time. Thankfully, Mercules finds a double, but instantly responded with the double out of Metals. Now, Rencore, your opportunity to shine. A clean 4 dead. Miami still holding.
Yeah, good long shots, though, from Joe DeCease. Keeps the numbers reduced here for Miami, leaving Metals to kind of play by himself over towards blockers, but he catches one. Opens the door for Super to kind of take the baton and run with it. And that flips the spawns. What a start for Miami. Up 30+ points. Real trying to finesse the scrap time, but Miami have won the macro game again, flipping spawns.
Yeah, now that you flip those spawns, we can still be aggressive towards this side of the map at P2. Metals, your job to play keep away. And everyone else just watch those routes off the rotation, because Miami now, back to back, have an opportunity to blow this game wide open. Metals, unfortunately, is going to fall off hold. And all of Ultra, they just work off the routes, and it works out perfectly. 3 for 1, at least if you're Miami, you have 2 players still towards the back.
On Real, good Semtex followed up with the clean shots onto Kleenex. Joe Deceives keeps the hard point open, but the spawns will stay stable for Miami. And battling through the middle of the map, Super's able to make sure that Toronto cannot recontest from the front. So once again, another great moment here for the Heretics.
Yeah, now Ultra forced to find a break. You know, on the longer routes that you take, the more time that they're going to get, and the more opportunities they have to hit that early rotation over towards the bottom side of bunker. But Real's weak. Let me send in Super for the trade. We're still going to be able to hold down this final 20 seconds. Let's just start thinking about that rotation over towards New.
Again, it's just another hard point that starts off so cleanly for Miami. They know they're going to be a little bit late to the party here at P4. Metal's going to take the long route through both. Hercules the one to read that, plus another. And he's going to be calling for help here, surely. Lots of noise being created from the front, but Real opening up some space through Spiral. Forces the ARs to step up for Toronto. They provide exactly as they need to. Metal's the last one left, and he gets a second. It must have been a call for Insight that he was 1 HP, but Joe Deceives will get the Semtex to take him out of the play.
Now you got Real going on the bench. He knows that this player's coming off the respawn. Does he time it to perfection or just absolutely slamming Insight off of that gunfight? So now you have the approach. So work your way through big doors to 3v3.
There comes the flood. Dave lands. Fob off good from Redcore. Joe Deceives by himself. Lots of low health pools, but cannot find more than the first. Insight thought about it, but then had a second thought. That was, I need to play my life. I need to wait for a little bit of help here because now we're down 50, and this is only getting uglier here for Toronto.
Yeah, and this is good 20 seconds to fight for. It's just you might not have an opportunity to contest it because Redcore and Metals combined for 3. So now Insane, who was waiting patiently for his team, has to continue to wait and never approach that HP. So Miami up by 60 after the first set. Rotation is going to be won by them as well. And they are just consistently now playing ahead of the game.
And this is, I think, looking at this map, P2, P3, P4, this is where we're seeing the lack of beams has really impacted Toronto's ability to break hills. It just is not getting set up. It's not getting structured. They're trying to win rotation. They're trying to win spawns. But once they lose that battle, there isn't a plan. There isn't a good executable towards breaking these hills. So you have to just rotate better here is what I'm getting out of here, Toronto.
Yeah, you got to do it a whole lot better on the second half. You want to try to force this game number 5 and already showing it here on the P1. Every time Miami try to contest this, work their way through mid-gun, the ARs have the crossfire set up to not even allow them to contest this. But now if you're Real, who's probably already weak on the HP, how long can he stay alive? Not for long, and Toronto continuously holding.
Joe Deceives last one standing here though for Ultra. Nice finesse, allows Insight to come through to keep the hard point open. Toronto still holding on to the right side of the minimap for the spawns for New, but Metals, Real, working on cleaning up top mid, and there's a chance for them, to do this, hit a route and flip spawns immediately.
And you can already see what Redcore does, because my teammates spawn on the backside of Grandma's. That means one spawns behind me, so let me guarantee this one-on-one. Everyone else with their gunfights through the front, and we can trap them on the backside of Tower. A 20-11 start from the other rookie on this squad. He has been unbelievable with this AR.
Has been. Inside through top barrels, stays alive, Kleenex for 2, allows Toronto to get back into the hard point. This is key time, again, for a rotation that looked really solid for Miami. Toronto now only being down about 20 points feels kind of miraculous, and it's not getting any worse here for Toronto. They're still holding on to the scrap time at 2.
And you see what it's doing to the spawns now for Miami. You do not want to be in this situation where you're having to continuously play catch up, but you got players like Redcore who dictate the game. Miami currently up by 20. Let's step aside and go to a listening with the home team.
Y otro semicírculo. Barco mal, encima creo. Barco mal. Vale, sumo yo.
Sale Piwa. ¿Tienes la izquierda entera? Encima bloqueando. Yo en pato atrás. Yo te bloqueo. Son dos AP1. Muerto bajas. Cuidado a la izquierda. Cuidado a Pershima. Sí, nada izquierda.
Tengo yo el front. Cuidado caracol. Izquierda yo. ¿Habéis escuchado?
Sí, no lo veo. Tengo la izquierda.
Me voy arriba. Sí, dos front. Un tiro yo. Bloques. Yo otro front derecha. Aguanta yo.
Un tiro Hércules. Necesita ayuda, putos. Son dos.
Juan y Renko, ¿no?
No.
Venga yo. Son 3 puntos.
Big Fort.
Van a ir para el caracol.
Caracol no ve nada. Está ya Max y uno caracol. Le veo bien caracol.
Caracol toca también. Son dos.
Punto.
Son dos en
Está bien contigo, chaval.
Son dos puntos.
Sí, son los dos últimos. Han nacido mapas,
Sí, se han nacido mapas. Vamos de para.
Vale. Voy a pinchar al medio, bro.
Voy por la izquierda, ¿vale?
Sí, estoy.
Víctor, una bala y side, son dos.
Cuidado que pueden abrir P2.
Dos en Víctor, dos en Víctor.
Te pega a pillarle el Víctor.
Aguanta, mapas, bro.
Venga, sepa dentro, eso para ábrete.
Vale, dale ya.
Caracol no veo nada.
Un tiro uno.
Que están heavy, bro.
Un tiro los dos.
Se ha ido Caracol.
Un tiro,
Caracol y backside.
Un tiro. Punto y el Víctor. Aguanta,
Sí, inside son dos puntos.
Caracol, si va a quitar el Caracol, me da.
Caracol muerto, otro más. Le pinchó.
Otra vez el Víctor. Un tiro.
Vale, ya qué buena meta, bro.
Tengo mapa.
Pilla elevator.
Vete si puede haber alguien más.
Víctor, inside.
Te ayuda,
Sí,
chaval.
son tres. Vale, apunta P2, gente. Uno P2, sí.
Tengo pedo.
Merky, otro creo.
Estoy abriendo mapa.
Vale, míralo tú.
Pueden estar en mapas,
Me tengo front P3.
It's a tale of two rotations right now, Jay. Miami looking flawless. A lot in rotation on hill to hill in P1, P2, but now you got Toronto cleaning up from 3 to 4 with a lead as we head back to our third set of hills.
Yeah, as soon as we got to that P3 and we jumped into the listen, Rencore was calming in Spanish. I'm able to understand a little bit, but he's saying, all right, you guys need to calm down. We need to listen to me because we're too frantic. We're just allowing these guys to pick us apart one-on-one gunfights and not putting our focus on the front door. And so far, Ultra made P3 scrappy. They dominated over towards the P4, and now they're up by 20 with Miami. They just flicked, and they were up by 50, and all of a sudden, that lead is gone.
Yep, blink of an eye. A really solid couple of hills in a row for Toronto. Insight on another large spree. He was on 6 just a moment ago. He's back on to 5 before falling again. So Insight really stepping up. Last 12 seconds looks good here for Ultra, and Joe is going to stop a route from underneath. This could lead to a game-winning play right here over the top of P2.
Because if you're Ultra, you're slaying your way through the front side. You're trapping them over towards trip window, so you're going to win the rotation over towards P2. But now everyone dropping around Insight. He's going to be the last man standing, so Miami find the early break, and this is their way back into the game. You're down by 40. You need to contest as well over towards this P2, but Insight with this Hellstorm is not going to allow him to fully set up.
Not at all. Rencore is able to find one, though, as the Hellstorm is being called in, and it comes through quickly. So Toronto will get Miami out of the hill, but they still have to battle against the wave of Heretics members that are still here. And the battle's going to rage right on top of the hard point. Kleenex looking for a route, cleans up one, aims up high, but it's back and forth. Pinstripe kill feed, leaving Super the last one left, and as he drops, Toronto look good for the scrap.
And now if you're Miami, you don't want to be too aggressive on this play because you don't want to spawn out at all. Mercury's taking space away, already makes it up the zip line as well. So every kill that you get from this position, they're all the way across the map.
Oh, nice little route here from Hercules, just changing up the position and keeping Miami further back, deep in towards the spawn, not necessarily putting together a buffer zone in front of the hard point. Now the long route from Hercules working out as he gets stopped on 3 in a row. Miami still holding on to spawns, but they need this next wave of gunfights, and so far so good. Joe thinking about it with an AR, will jump in for the contest, and now wants the challenge, but Miami will clean things up.
Yeah, can't go one by one right here if you're Ultra. Someone has to develop on a long route, but everyone is just getting gunned down. Miami able to get a clean 4 dead, stabilize on the map, put someone in a position to hard block those back spawns. And now there's just so many layers that Ultra have to first initially work through before they even contest this HP.
Oh, they clean up Real. Now they're trying to isolate onto Super. Nice shots from Hercules, but Rencore on the other side has gotten 2 from the Heretics. Spawn still staying stable for Miami. Hercules working on the pin. Read and dealt with. Clean. This is looking really solid for Miami. 5 in a row for medals. Rencore gonna meet him there. And now over 200 points. And beyond that are the Heretics. A clean wipe. The spawns will move and they can rotate to 4 first.
And you said it, without Beans in the lineup, their breaks are not gonna be the best. But now you need one here at the Money Hill. Miami breached that 190 point mark. They have a couple players early off the rotation, so Ultra needed break and they needed quick.
Oh, no. What a nade. Not what you need. Kleenex takes out his teammate plus himself. That essentially eliminates the first hit for Ultra. They're going to have one more look at this, Jay.
Yeah, but the setup right now for Miami could easily be picked apart. It's only 2 players in the HB. You find the opening kill through top mid, you just gotta plug your way on in.
That's coming through the front. Rencore trying to spam things down. Super working with him. Battle's right there, part of the play. That's another full 4 dead. If Ultra are gonna do this, it's gonna be scrappy. Someone's gonna have to be a hero. Jonas finds the first blood. Here comes the hit.
You You got the numbers. You just got to fly in and get the trade. Tie game. Miami take the lead. Last push coming in from Ultra. Gunfights in favor of Miami.
Real still hanging on the corner, though. Joe Deceives dealt with. Last 10 seconds. Is anyone able to touch this in time? It would have to be Insight, but he's held back by Metals. Last 4. You've got to get there if you're Kleenex. Shutdown comes through. The new kid in Hercules can only touch for a moment, and it's a dramatic comeback in Miami. What? No, I don't know how to translate that into Spanish. I don't think you need to. Everyone knows what he just said.
Yeah, he said, bye-bye, have a wonderful time. Thank you guys for stopping here in Boca Raton. They get their redemption in this series, even though Toronto are at full straight without being in the lineup. But the ARs definitely came to play on the side of Miami. The SMGs had their moments. Like if you think about Metals in towards the bottom side of P4 where Ultra were dominating that HP. He just finds an opening kill, slides them through to find a second to make that play. Very, very chaotic. And this is what Miami is capable of when everyone is firing on all cylinders. I know you're not going up against the same Ultra roster you played a couple weeks ago, but just their game plan, their upgrades in their Search and Destroy on dealership. The same thing with the Vault Control. That's a series you're definitely going to look back and be like, okay, we learned a lot of things and it showed there.
And look at just the initial start from Miami, but most importantly, again, 2-3, 3-4, so successful for them in the final moments. Really, both teams finding a lot of success on that same transition. And again, it's just so tough for Ultra. We talked about it a couple of different times, but without Beans in the picture, when you're on the back foot, what are those requirements in terms of rehearsal reps of how are we going to break these setups? What routes are we taking? Who's doing what? That's where the difficulty comes through. But I still have to give a lot of credit to Mercules. That's a hell of a debut, put into an impossible position. 25 and 32, 16 assists, 3,800 damage, a minute 25 in the hill. I think you're still looking at a very dangerous Ultra team, even though they're going to be in the lower bracket early with Mercules in the lineup.
Oh yeah, without question, because Ultra, they're probably thinking once that match is finished, like, oh, we just didn't play our best. Like, Mercules, you did everything you could for us. We just need to put ourselves back into that form that we found ourselves in stage 3 if we want to try to contest or make something happen here at Major 3.
Wow, what a series to this point. The home team finding more success. Miami continues to just do really well when it comes to what is their home major. But Metals is on stage with Blaze as we get our final post-game reaction.
Thank you so much, Shift and Study Florida. Make some noise for the home team. Miami Heretics coming out on top, and Metals. Talk about an ending right there, okay? Throughout that hard point, you guys have control of it for most of the first half, and then you start to lose it. You start to see that map 5 closing in, but all of a sudden mistakes were made. What was going on through your POV of how the map 4 ended for you to be able to win?
I don't even know what to say right now. I was like, where are they spawning? Where are they spawning? They took double team kill, and I was like, it's done. We won, 100%. It's impossible they can break us before there.
And they could not break that hill whatsoever in that moment. Just lost composure there at the end, but you guys come through. But you guys kicked off the series down the map, but then the S&D comes through, and the young rookie on your team, Super, starts popping off. How proud are you for him and his performance in his first major?
I'm really proud of him. That guy is a beast. He's like the shock caller of the S&D, and he knows every strat of the other team, and we executed.
Oh my God, okay, all right. Out there calling plays right there, taking leadership, and I know we love to see that as a rookie, okay? Lastly for you, because I know you want to get out there and start preparing for your next match. This is the big moment. Anything that you want to say to this crowd in Spanish right now?
Muchas gracias a todos los que habéis venido, los que nos estáis apoyando desde aquí, los que nos estáis apoyando desde casa. Espero que hayáis disfrutado la serie. No es de la manera en la que quería ganar a Toronto, ya que no estaba su cuarto jugador, pero espero que la hayáis disfrutado de todas maneras. Muchas gracias a todos.
You heard it here. Vamos from me and Metals on the main stage. Chris, take us away.
Thank you very much, Blaze. I'm over here arguing with Chance. Yes, Miami is better than Boston. They now have 5 more points than them and steal the 6th seed.
There you go. And the race for champs continues.
It's going to be fun. Allie, this is a big win. You do it in front of your home crowd, but also shout out to Toronto. They made it very close with a man who got the call up, 48 hours ago?
Yeah, no, shout out to Mercules. I think he played great across the board. Honestly, I think it was some blunders from the core 3 of side of Toronto Ultra. They fell a little bit short, unfortunately, but I don't have any doubt in them when it comes to going down to that Elim bracket.
Let's take a look at some of the highlights from this series. And Nameless, you had faith in Toronto.
I did, yeah.
Any worries for them now in the lower bracket?
I mean, Miami's a really tough team. Honestly, I feel good about Toronto with Mercules being a stand-in. I think my takeaway is, like,
Mercury's played really, really well for them, right? He was able to
Frag
find
with
kills.
the CDL pros.
Yeah, and he gave them a huge opportunity down the stretch there on that P3. Found a massive two-piece. They're just not able to break in, and they couldn't make the decision to rotate early there, right? And I think that's what they're missing out with Beans not being here, right? Like, he's sort of their IGL and search and destroy at times, and then in the respawn, he's a vocal leader, man, and it's going to be a little tougher. But, yeah, that being said, Miami's an unbelievable spot. You saw the search, destroy, and the control were just a master class. And then when they needed to clutch up here at the end, I mean, P3 into P4, it was beautiful.
I mean, they bottled the rotation. They double team killed with the Semtex. None of that was Mercury's fault. Like, they played well enough to actually get to the map 5, but just the lack of ice, and obviously unfortunate, player side in front of you, it goes like that, but on this level, you can't afford to have that happen. So I'm with you, Ant. I like the team. I like Mercules as a fill-in, but that type of moment in this type of map to lose it, it's going to haunt you.
And it's a huge win for the side of Miami Heretics because you look at this is the rematch, right? They wanted to play Toronto Ultra, but not only that, the last two maps, they lost to Toronto Ultra in the last meetup, and they win them both respectively. So for Miami Heretics, it's looking good moving down the stretch.
How about Metals, huh?
He's great, dude.
He
His
fried.
ceiling
He
is
just
so
played
high.
such a good series, and more importantly, an important hard point as well, because Real, so slow in the middle of that, Metals kicked up, and he's the guy who said, I want Toronto. I cannot wait to play them. He got smoked last time. Man, did he get revenge.
He is like the ultimate wild card. Metals has the pop-off games, he'll have the double negative games, but when he's on form, that's when this team, you're looking at Sunday and you're like, they can make a run.
We could win.
2025 version of apathy, true or false?
Ooh, that's
world champion
that's
apathy.
extreme gas. That's not, we're not gassing Metals like that.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Nah.
We're getting
Where is
there,
Pop
though.
App? We're in Florida.
Let's take a look at our bracket and where we're going forward, because now Miami Heretics have a date with LA Thieves, and we still have a match to go. Vancouver will play the winner of our next matchup in Optic versus Boston Breach. But let's talk about the top half there, Allie. Any surprises, and what are the expectations moving forward?
Not really any surprises. Carolina Royal Ravens have been kind of on a decline, so the 3-0, I mean, LA Thieves has been looking incredible. I think Miami Heretics doing it in 4 was maybe a little bit surprising. Vancouver Surge, I kind of saw this coming, but naturally that is an upset. So Atlanta FaZe, a slow day 1. I can't remember the last time Atlanta FaZe fell on day 1.
It has been a while.
It's been a very long time.
Fifth or sixth time ever, I think, for like in the CDL era. So yeah, not often.
Check your stats on Twitter. In the meantime, we are going to a break. When we return, we're kicking Chance off the set. Why? He's going to be busy with his hands full.
Wild card.
Optic, Bottom Breach. With a wild.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
The Arcade Wiz Tracer Pack is available now. Hit the map in retro glory with the Star Player Operator, pixel-inspired emblems, and more.
Unforgettable. That's what you are. Unforgettable. Oh, near or far. That's why, darling, it's incredible that someone so unforgettable thinks that I am unforgettable too.
There's on the line. It's like, you know, a lot more bragging rights.
I think the very first map is the most important map. If you go down that first map to Optic, chances are you're not going to win the series. I think they have like an over 90% win rate after they win the first map, so it just really comes down to that first map, I think.
When you go up 2-0, it's really hard to come back, and we're really good at sealing the deal and just closing the...
We've been practicing pretty hard and, you know, watching a lot of film and stuff like that, so I'm just fully confident we're going to walk away with the W.
And backdoor.
I'm coming alley.
Oh my god. Oh my god! The paternity test is in. I am the father.
Now the Ravens battle. The final 5 moments for them now. What a turnaround. What a tournament. Carolina survive. Optic Texas go home.
Allow this to slip now, and there is snaking going on. Octane and Envoy have broken through. Ken finds the second 1v1, and it's Clayster looking for the last, and they put it out. 10 seconds, 10 points. The comeback of the CDL year. Can they do it? The thieves are moving, but they are moving into the kill feed, and Legion has just made the greatest comeback in Hardpoint you will ever see.
Yeah, our bridge shield.
What's left? I'm cutting mid.
I'm not sure if I'm getting old, but I swear to God, Joe, sometimes when Celium talks, all I hear is...
The party continues live in Miami, but they made us close the cooler. Welcome back, everybody. We've got Al, we've got Nameless, and we have Shift. Yeah, we had to cover what was in there. Guys, let's focus on Call of Duty before we get fired. Shift, we're about to see Optic Texas.
Here we are.
Maybe at their lowest.
No, not their lowest. Hello?
2 and 3. You snuck in. You're taking on a Boston team that's coming in with the number 2
Are you telling me they've had worse, Alan?
Yes, last stage, guys.
Hello? Last stage? Dude, Ant, are we blasted?
We're on Mars. Listen, let's keep it rolling. Optic Texas, though, in a tough spot because they are playing Boston, who have looked unbelievable this split. And I like this Boston team, man. They got a lot of dangerous players.
Let's take a look at our teams and who has taken the stage in just a bit. Reminders, this is first spot in your winners bracket round 2. We start with Boston Breach. And Purge, he's been fun to watch. Awakening has been your guy for about 3 years. But a 4-1 record has been quite impressive. That only loss was a round 11, game 5 to Minnesota.
Dude, and it's always a grueler when these two teams go up against each other. I mean, we're talking game 5s across the board, but I feel like the biggest difference right now is Boston has put so much work into that game number 3. Their control is unreal right now.
Yeah, and the ARs in particular have been absolutely ridiculous in that game mode. You look at Cammy, you look at Big Wake, both of them putting up numbers. Like, control is what they've needed all season long, right?
Yeah.
It was an auto loss. You're talking 5 and 16 in the game mode up until this split. Clearly, the overall has worked, and now they're in a great spot.
Rotationally, they've been great at hardpoint, and break percentage has been looking good this stage. The only thing is, are we just going to forget the fact that that's like the easiest qualifier schedule that we've seen all year? Like,
That's fine.
They got the job done.
They've always
that
been
is
good
a
online.
softball schedule.
They've always been good online. And I think they answered the question last split when we got to LAN and they took down Thieves. Like, can this team perform on LAN? Absolutely. And really what the issue has been for Boston majority of the season was the peaks and valleys of the players. Everybody was so inconsistent. You had Cammy having a bad stage. Then next thing you know, it was Big Wake. Now they've all found consistency, and they're in a great spot up against a struggling Optic. You have to capitalize.
But not the lowest Optic. Let's
Not
take
the
a look
lowest. Not
at
the
the
lowest.
Texas squad that is now surging into this event with 2 dubs after their 5 match in the qualifier. How impressive have the wins been? How bad have the losses been? Because the wins came early. It was a game 5 round 11 over Minnesota, then a 3-0 over Cloud9, who has proven not to be a real threat in this tournament.
It's been wonky. The wins have been wonky, I think is the best way to put it, just because like you look at the hard points, they've won 1 in their last 5. Search and destroys, it's been constant. Round 10s, rounds 11s, like they've been through the grueler, Chris.
No, I mean, Optic, the last 3 matches, they've been bad. I mean, even like the match versus Atlanta FaZe, it was a winnable match. I mean, You're talking a round 11 where we just trolled in every way imaginable, right? That does not bode well. And then you
top that with, like, Dashy's having a good split. Dude, he's averaging almost 3,600 damage in Hardpoint. We're 1 in 5 in our last 6 Hardpoints. We have to be capitalizing on how well that Dashy's playing, right? And to me, you're not going to get that from Skies. It's just got to be the SMG duo. Hook and Shotzzy have to have an incredible turn.
I wanted to set the bar low. Start here, Optic, and then we'll see where you can go, because this is a brand new major. You have the fans at your back right now. We're playing under the sun. It's a different vibe right now with the new maps. Let's take a look at where we're at in the bracket and what's at stake, because the winner of this one is going to have an interesting road. You got Vancouver Surge, who just took down Atlanta FaZe. Would you rather be playing Thieves like the Heretics here, or down against Vancouver where they currently are?
I wouldn't want to play either of them.
Yeah.
If I were either of these two teams, I don't want to see either of those guys.
I think I want to play Thieves.
Really?
Like, if I had to pick between Surge and Thieves right now, yeah. Surge?
Really?
Surge looked unreal. And with Thieves, it's like, as long as we can shut down Paco, I think we have a chance.
Well, that is valid. He did just absolutely
I mean, Onway didn't have the greatest series. You know?
And I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but the loser of this will play Falcons. The Falcons' only win in the CDL is over Optic Texas. I'm told we have our maps and modes ready, though, so let's get into our graphics. Allie, walk me through the numbers here.
Looks like Ant might want to freak out, so if you want to take this one, go crazy.
He just took off his headset, ladies and gentlemen.
Optic are playing a red card Hardpoint. I am absolutely baffled at this. I get Boston's not the strongest red card Hardpoint team, but Optic have not been able to win that, and they looked terrible on it when they were showing their scrims. So if you're a Boston fan, you probably feel incredible about, obviously, Hosty, your best Hardpoint map, and then red card, something Optic has to be able to win all year.
To make things even worse, we're banning Hacienda Control when we're 6-3 on it. It's our best control if you're Optic Texas. Now on the flip side, you go to look at Boston Breach. They have won 3 Haciendas in their past 5. So I will give it the context, but you know what? That sounded more. It sounded more entertaining.
This red card Hardpoint is about to be egregious.
It's about to go to game time.
It's going to be.
It's going to go to game time.
It might be one of the most chaotic red cards we will ever see, and I can't wait.
Why is it so mind-blowing that red card is in the mix here?
I mean, you just look at it, Optic haven't had success on it all year long. And when they were streaming their scrims, it was a map that you'd watch and you'd be like, there's just no way they can throw this in any series. And we're in a situation where it's like, Optic are on the bubble. They're going up against Boston, another team that is on the bubble, and we're just throwing it into the series, right? For what it's worth, if there's a time to play it, it probably is against Boston.
Thank you. Yeah.
But I don't know, man. It's going to be interesting for sure.
The thing about it was both these two teams love Vault Hardpoint. Doesn't come through.
Right.
So that's also, I think, a really interesting point. And this is going to be just one of those mixy series that, honestly, I think this is going to be like a 180 to 145 game clock wins.
Yes. This is the map. Whoever wins this, I believe, takes the series.
I've heard good things about both teams in scrim since they've arrived in Florida. It's going to be tough. It's going to come down to the maps and modes, and more importantly, these players to watch. Let's take a look at who EasyMac has identified as key players when finding success. Hook has been the guy, a 1.12. On the other side, Snoopy, a 1.05, but he has been extremely explosive when he pops off.
And just to completely chew into all of our previous points, at the beginning of the year, Boston looked great on this map, and a lot of it was because Snoopy was just running around doing whatever the heck he wants. So that has to be, I think, the recipe leading off that player to watch for Boston to come away with this map.
And respectfully, Snoopy's gotten better as the year has gone on. We can't knock that as well, especially versus Optic Texas at 1.23 in their last matchup. Like, he's looking, his lips looking at that map one.
Yeah, and on the other side of things, Hook, I mean, when they brought him back, they were just kind of hoping he would be the hero that they need, right?
The nuke.
Stage 1, he was their best player. It's been a little bit more radio silent since then, but we're on land once again, and they need a miracle Hook run, man.
We've got our players to watch. We've walked you through the teams. There's only one thing left to do. And Allie, can you make sure that we've done the math right? She's like, I better have gotten my bonus point.
I did. Actually, I don't know. I have no idea.
She's at 110.
We're gonna
Nameless still at 100. I'm in the lead by 4. I'm going to expand that lead. I was talking backstage. Optic is looking ferocious. I'm going Optic Texas today against Boston Breach.
Fair. Me?
Shift.
I think Boston's qualifier schedule was the easiest, softest thing I've ever seen. I don't believe the 4-1 is representative. Going green wall in 5.
That was a really good
I thought I was alone on this.
I don't really have a speech like that. I just got, I'm really trying to catch Chris, guys. I'm going to go with Boston Breach.
Yeah.
I'm really trying to catch Chris. Listen.
The crowd is split. I heard a yeah, and then they realized
They
it was
might think
Boston
the alley
and they
curse
booed you.
might. Yeah, they might think the alley curse is active.
I'm going with Boston Breach in this one. I mean, they've shown me so much more. They've grown in so many regards in terms of their gameplay. Their control is unreal. They should beat Optic here.
Live or die by the Gigawig, the nameless way. Ladies and gentlemen, the final match of the night is ready. Let's go to the stage with Guy Blaze.
All right, Chris, I'm ready to get this final match started. But Florida, you ready for the last matchup of the day? The first team coming to the stage is looking for a big win. Get ready, because into the breach we go.
Only leveling, pure beast mode, no settling. Tryna go hard, whole team for the veterans. Pull up on charge, gotta get these medals and haters. Gonna hate, but we still on top, no debate. They amaze how we make these plays. Field or court, we rock this stage. Only leveling, pure beast mode, no settling. Tryna go hard, whole team for the veterans. Pull up on charge, gotta get these medals and haters. Gonna hate, but we still on top, no debate. They amaze how we make these plays. Field or court, we rock this stage. Only progression. We call the shots that Smith and Wesson. They wanna smoke, no we can best them. Who's really game? Let's get to testing, take no losses. Only lessons, come back harder, no backing down. Still put in work when no one's around. No complaints, don't make a sound. Actions talk, they're really loud. Pure focus, I'm in and out. Keeping my head in the game. They could not step on my lane, must be insane. Look at the precision, aim. Do it for the passion of fame. Bring in medals and haters. Gonna hate, but we still on top, no debate. They amaze how we make these plays. Field or court, we rock this stage.
Florida, lock in and show some love to the Boston Breach. We got Snoop Dogg, Awakening, Killer Cam, and Purge. Ready to lock it to the grid and shut their opponent down.
This is one of my dark horses of this tournament. They have put in so much work. You look at this roster, and you think it should be so hard for them to take down Optic Texas. But Boston went 4-1 this split, undefeated in control. They're looking at this like they're the favorite, that they should dominate. We'll see if that happens, but it's time to bring out the green wall.
It's time to bring them out. I think the green wall out already here, so green wall arise, because here comes Optic Texas. Ooh, Shotzi, Skies, and Dashy. Fighting for the green wall, brick by brick, Optic Texas, ready to break it down.
I just can't imagine the amount of work and hours put into prepping for this event. Optic Texas having one of their worst drive spells in the past couple of months, and something needs to start the ball to get it rolling, and it could be this event. Optic Texas needs to get through their first opponent in the Boston Breach, and it could be one of their tougher ones. But you know they always get better at land with the crowd behind them. It's our last match of the day, Guy.
It is our last match of the day, Allie, and the crowd has been awesome. One more time, Florida, make some noise for yourself. Merc, Maven, take it away.
All right, yeah, last one of the day. Our first one was over real quick. Thieves handle business. I'm hoping for more of a banger here. You heard the conversations on the desk. I mean, was the breach schedule so soft, or is the control turnaround finally the thing that puts them over the hump? Because we know the Search and Hardpoint have been there at times. Control is not until lately.
Yeah, especially the Hardpoint, right? Even against the best of the best, they've been a very solid Hardpoint team all year long, and then getting to land. But it just feels like this team, their goal is to stick together throughout the year, make it to champs. So far, so good. Just can they continue to get better on land? You had the big round one upset last major versus LA Thieves. I don't know if I'd call this an upset, right? I mean, you kind of look at both these rosters, but
yeah.
I mean, this is a team that's 4-1.
Yeah, I think most of the time you would consider it an upset with these organizations, but where they are in the qualifier coming into this, no, I don't think you view it as one, but you never know. I mean, heard things have been going smoothly, and Scrims probably been playing pretty well as of late, trying to see if that transitions now into land. Obviously, they come out, they win like their first 2 qualifier matches, things looking improved with Hoop. Then things kind of slip away a little bit,
Yeah,
right?
you lost 3 in a row.
Yeah.
You lose 3 maps in a row, and then, I mean, even versus the phase one, just some maps that you probably should have closed on out, some mistakes that are coming on through. And who knows if that goes to a game 5, what that looks like, but it's been the tale of this year. Just a lot of mistakes, roster changes, trying to catch back up if you are Optic. And remember, if it wasn't for Boston, they would be in the lower bracket. You needed that reverse sweep on the Vegas to even be here in this round one.
Maybe blessed to be in the winner's bracket, but now the team that blessed you got a battle in the map 1. You heard Ant say, expects this to be kind of a crazy
Should
one.
be disgusting.
Card. Yeah, no, it might be. This might be one of those ones that goes to time. Maybe I'm faded, but it seems like one of those nasty ones. We'll see how it plays out. Optic Texas, Boston Breach. Away we go in the final series of day 1 here in Florida. Shotzzy, some up and down moments in this qualifier, looking to get back in his bag. We'll see if he can do it in this opening series.
Yeah, him and Hooch finding that opening. Sarge just trying to get aggressive. Well, that's going to be the first 4 kills going their way. Dashi, no matter what, he has always been fantastic, putting up numbers with doing it throughout the qualifiers. Just need a little bit more help.
We'll see if that help comes in. Do you get a land buff? I mean, they've at times been great online. It's just been the question mark. Hey, land so far this season, but you get some more reps with Skies and Hoop in the rotation, and you look to turn that into some land victories. Nice little sequence there from Skies. Shotzi's yet to drop, getting some solid P one time, but now the rotation's going to come in with that pick. We'll see where that final spawn comes in for Boston Breach. Looks like they're going to be spawning safe, but it is going to be early pressure here from Optic Texas.
Yeah, one spawn's very close, but you already have numbers here. Perzo did a find 2. He pulls out an extra AR, so it's just dashing towards stage. Gonna put some shots in, allow his teammates to spawn up alongside him. Meanwhile, Cammy, Snoopy trying to take middle of the map away through the stairs, but Optic, they're ready for this. They know they want to flip the map, but it's Awakening, it's Cammy. Those two have been so good throughout this stage. They're able to find 3, make it all 4 for Boston Breach.
Beautiful there from Breach as now they make a little bit of a rally with 30 seconds remaining inside the hard point. Trying to push through, potentially collapse and flip is Optic, but for now it's been getting picked up. Cammy's POV, if he's trying to deal with that exact play, not going to be able to do it. He will fall. And with these final 15, we'll see where the spawns come in as everyone tries to hit the rotation. Awakening, though, is hitting the shots. 5 straight for him, 6 and 3 start. Looking for number 7, not going to get it.
Yeah, I think you just had a little bit of help from Hoot onto that one. That might have been a hellstorm as well, but you're going to have Boston Breach. They're going to be the first ones to these hills, but all of Ops are out through middle of the map, so flooding through the front. Breach going to be ready for this. They find the first couple of kills. Could be some great time here.
Looking good, but as Shotzi gets 2, maybe an opening for the spawners now to make a play. Is Optic Texas spawn in?
Oh, that's all Shotzi.
Shotzi, his 2, then a 3rd, gets him to 9 and 3, and now you've made an opening into the hard point. Yeah, that's all Shotzi. Only one alive. Those multi-kills, you know how crucial they can be. Kind of, I mean, regardless of mode, honestly, when you're last up finding a multi-kill. What can he do from this 9 and 3 start? Trying to calm with the teammates, push inside. Another opening there as the streak continues.
And this is when he's at his most dangerous, right? Just getting lost on the map, finding the multi-kills, and then it's just a question of, all right, where is he? We have to find him. And well, he just flips the map for his team, puts them into the lead now as they're controlling this. Snoopy, though, going on a big route, so you could have a 1 versus 1. Dashi and Snoopy. You see number 4 on the mini-map. He's going to try to pick that up, put some shots in, so they know Snoopy's position. And well, you're going to get a trade right there from Cammy and Dashi. That should help Breach get on the hill.
They'll get on the hard point first. Tried to bring it back with a minute or so off the play clock. We'll see if that comes into play as we continue on in this map number 1. Shotzi had a nice little stretch in the last hard point. Trying to look for the openings here. The movement, though, the gunny not going to be on point. The trade is there for Hoopy. You can't get through on the cross. Dashi, though, pinching from the other side of stage, is able to get in. Now, how long can he play his life? Is going to rely on some help. Not going to get there quite in time. So Dashi does get the pick out of the hard point, but quickly, the numbers are there for Boston Breach. They'll retain control of stage. They'll go out in front. Now looking to push this lead a bit.
Yeah, it's just what's so difficult about this hill, right? Is finding that player out through the stage and the close spawns, just getting across to a position to even take that gunfight. So you're gonna get majority of this time. And then Snoopy, again, ahead of the rotation. He's gonna be the first one there. Sky's gonna get called out, should get chowed here early on, but he's just gonna live. Gonna actually just reposition, win a gunfight. Cammy now, the last player standing for Boston Breach. This rotation, it looked like Breach were gonna be there, but all that play from Skies sets them up.
They're set up, and now how does it go here at camera? Shotzi playing from inside the point. Inside ticket, though, Dashi is going to get picked, and here come Boston Breach. You know how messy this particular hard point can be. So difficult to get clean time. A flurry of trades in the feed. Dashi not able to quite win that. Purge has AR in hand again. So it'll be white time for now, and that play clock continues to tick. We'll see if anybody can get in here, how much that clock's going to get melted.
Yeah, this is kind of what we thought, right? It's just a It's going to be a battle, a back and forth. Who's going to come out on top? Very messy Hardpoint so far. Optic looking to get in maybe the final 15. But this is what's difficult about this final hill. Just so many positions that take you out. You can play your life, reposition. Hoot there for the trade. But it's pretty much going to be a tie game through our first set.
Yeah, no, like I didn't think Play Clock was really going to be a combo based on how it started, but then about 50 of those 60 seconds, all were white. So into our second set. There was Awakening for Breach that had a really solid start around 10-5. Feed, though, lighten up for Optic Texas. They're able to take out 3. Look for early control. Hardpoint, though, is still white. Play Clock still ticking. I want to hear the comms, though, from Optic Texas.
We'll pitch Phillies at the pillar, Stu, at the pillar.
Other guys have 3 behind.
I'm blocking.
Dimit.
One guy's gonna push me. Hedge low right camp. And we'll be hedge short. They're hedging ambulance. Yo, take it, pitch.
Watch our ticket.
Take it up. One stage me.
Yeah, what's mid-door time.
There's 2 time on me. Push me, mid-stairs. If you watch out mid-stairs, then what's their stage in time?
You're taking corner time.
He's weak. One shot at a time. One shot, push me, take it.
Where's your last guy's sidewalk?
He was almost on me. He was ticket. Top 3 and they're double us. They're double us.
I'm trying to watch my...
Yo, they're hedge. They're hedge hated. There's 2 mid.
Top 3 HP perch. 2
mid doors right now. Hedge, should be. Last 2 heads.
You're top mid. I'm on HP.
Heard you. I'm already getting the doors awakening.
I'll
kill him.
Two awakening front.
I don't know where Snoopy is.
Two times.
He's on the globe. Price sidewalk. Yo, he's outer left on me. Sidewalk on me. I need you. Sorry. Sidewalk fast. Yo, one time. Another one outer left.
Dark purge.
Goalie. Nice. Go fucking win, bro. Someone fucking win, bro.
I'm
Pitching your small window. Yeah. He's like,
top
three right now. Top 3 stoop. On time. He's revamping their window. Who is it? Wait. He probably took a longer.
I think they spawned B-shirt by the way.
They're still spawning at all. Missing Joe. Yeah, I'm looking going to with you, okay?
Calm, solid. I think we had a couple of listen-ins with Optic throughout this qualifier that weren't great. It was really just calling enemy positions, who was weak, not really back and forth dialogue like you heard in that, calling who's missing, asking each other questions. I like that a lot more.
Yeah, I mean, it was just like singular voices. It wasn't everybody sort of talking, just people getting drowned out. That was much better, calling out positions, names, and really what they wanted to do. And right now they are in control as well. It was a back and forth battle, but now they have a 30-second lead. They have the control of the map that they want towards this P3 and P4.
See if they can start to run away with this. Hook at least able to get one before he drops. Same can be said for Dashy. Breach trying to apply pressure. Hold this as long as they can, but it's Shotzi with the double. Snoopy comes flying out and making a triple. It's Shotzi with the multi inside will secure the final 15 to 20 seconds for his team. Lead will be, what, 40 to 50 points? And now stage pop. This is a big point now for Breach. They need to answer back.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to slow down Shotzi right now. He is doing whatever he wants. 28 and 17 minutes on a time, and while he's in a flame purge, that's going to find one. There was an opening there between him and Awakening. But you kind of said it. This is your chance to get right back into the game. It's Shotzi on one side. It is Hoop now on the other. That's why this duo can be so dangerous.
You're still holding inside, though. If you are Breach, how long can you hold? Nice multi there from Purge as he's able to snap back and get the angle. I thought Snoopy was going to be in trouble a couple of times,
Purge is going off.
But Purge is popping off. Boston Breach are holding. This is where you needed to rack up some time, and they're doing exactly that. Awakening not quite able to clip Hoop off the heady. Purge is going to fall as well. Now a chance to collapse. There's only 20 seconds remaining in this, so I think for the most part you'd say job done for Breach as they get the opening 40. But still, you'll obviously take these final 20 if you are Optic.
Oh, Awakening with the triple. So they're going to go at this, right? You know, P5 is next. They want to try to challenge this final 10. And Awakening is going to find all 4. Okay. And then on this rotation, all of Breach now going to be in a position outside of Awakening. Just one Optic player is there. That's going to be Shotzi. And, well, Snoopy's able to win it.
All right, this is probably the most interesting hardpoint when we talk about winning condition, just because you've got, what, a minute 45 to play clock. Last time we were here, about 50 seconds to this went white. If that's the same scenario here, I don't know if anybody's getting to 250, but so far, this is looking great for Breach. Opening 15 seconds, they've been able to earn. 2 players will fall, answered by 2 of their own, but that'll be everybody dead. Now it is Optic Texas' turn to hold.
I mean, you pick up the pinch right there if you were Awakening. The problem is, though, is your teammates go down. So he was the last one left. And yeah, I mean, Optic, they don't have a body on it. Just kind of slaying through it. But now it is the AR starting to get going again for Boston Breach as they find 3. Snoopy's going to find the 4th. 18 seconds left. This should give them the lead.
Yeah, they're turning this into time. Optic weren't able to do that off of their 3-4 down. Breach, lead change Lumen, lead change in. Breach now go out in front, 3rd. Set of hard points, ready to go. Awakening on your screen and locked and loaded, trying to make the play for his team down the stretch. 90 seconds on the play clock.
Good kill.
7 seconds separating these teams.
Yeah, I mean, you would love to have that kill to get set up outside. Normally, when we see a team really control this P1, it's when you're controlling the outer stairs the way Snoopy's doing it right now. As they find 3, now Awakening can get on this hill. Just have to deal with Dashy. Not an easy gunfight. As you can see, he guns him. Forces the trade, and then you're off the hill.
Yeah, I almost said shots over Snoopy. Snoopy trying to get cute with the movement, but not going to work against Dashy there. Just over a minute now on the play clock, and a lot of this has been white. We'll see how the team ends up winning this game. In for now, and battling was Optic for a second, but that'll be 3 dead, and going into the point will be Cammy and this Boston Breach team. Purge's double going to secure them even more time. They'll be the first to eclipse that 200-point mark as P2 getting ready to pop, and you've got kind of 2-on-2 little split right now for Optic Texas.
Yeah, taking some routes really on both sides.
All the routes come in. So far, you've won this if you're Optic Texas. You want to get in, you want to get early. 60 seconds remaining on the clock. Next Hardpoint is popped.
This has been the problem, is like, I feel like throughout this map, really until this set of hills, they've been out slaying them, but I feel like Boston has always found the player on the objective to force an over rotation, keep them out of position. That's what's kept them in the game.
No, absolutely. Breach have been a little more efficient with their kills when it comes just turning it into objective time. That might be the separation. Granted, it's not much. It's about 30 seconds, but that 30 seconds could be everything. But right now in holding, with 30 seconds remaining on the hard point, it will be Optic Texas. But once again, finding a player inside the point, it's Awakening. Giga just stripping them out of the point, somehow staying up in that. Maybe a teammate hits the stun. I don't know how he got through, but finally he will fall. Once again, trying to clear them out is Texas. Still though, 1 player up and around the point and fighting, that's going to be Purge. He can't turn that into 2, so the final 10 seconds seem to go to Optic Texas. You'll take this all day if you're Breach. You only need 20 seconds for the win. You're ahead on rotation. You're requiring perfection right now if you're Optic Texas, and a play clock going to be against you here soon too.
Yeah, big set of kills right now for Boston Breach, but they have to be ready for the splits that are going to get set up. Skies is going to get taken down. Now everyone, turn your heads. Look at the staircases. Purge off spawn. He's going to try to get their help. But Shotzi up to 40 now, trying to keep his team in it. 9 seconds in it for Breach.
Remember, it was his multi here earlier that got them in. Turned into a triple then for some remaining time. Can he go massive? You're not able to win it here if you're Optic Texas. 1 break for Breach and it might be done. Here go the big gunfights around the point, but so far Shotzi and company still able to stay on top. We'll see how many kills he can push this out to. Map is flipped, as you said. They've had a couple clutch moments. You think about some of their comeback hardpoint wins over this qualifier. They're looking to get another one done now.
Oh, but they split. You see number 6 and number 8. Now it's what do you want to do? Do you want to fight for the 9 here or just play for stage? Cammy and Snoopy get those spawns, so that's going to be the play. Boston Breach now in position to win the map.
They've got the rotation. All the pressure on Optic Texas to now break in and break in instantly. Final hard point up. 30 on the play clock. 8 needed for Boston Breach, and they're trying to pop off with the Snoopy multi-kill. That might be the difference. Purge next up to take a swing at it. Nobody from Optic can get close. And Breach have got the ice late. You thought maybe Optic Texas were to pull a rabbit out of the hat, do something miraculous in the final moments, but despite the 40+ out of Shotzi, not quite able to do it.
And I would have to go back and look at that. I'm not sure if someone's not blocking stage, if someone just got too far forward to fight around the hill, but that spawn opens up for Boston Breach. And that's really the map. It's just not the time you need to let that happen.
Well, it's tough because you're trying to win it on both fronts, right, if you're Optic, because you can't give up 9 seconds there or you lose the map. You're trying to hold spawns for stage as well.
Yeah, but you had 3-4 dead, right? I feel like someone should be blocking in that moment.
Yeah, with that many dead, you just have to. Maybe just a miscomm, or maybe just so worried about the remaining time you don't want to throw away the game there, whatever it is. The spawn comes in for Boston Breach. You're able to get set up and close it out there. You take a look at the overall slang. Yeah, a great map there out of Shotzi. 5,000 damage. I mean, you mostly got a sub in hand. Is just terrific out of him. Skies, maybe a rough one, but it feels like whoever's going to be in that slot for this Optic team is never going to be putting up stats, or someone has looked a real well-rounded effort, though, on the other side. Awakening, Giga, nearly 5K out of him, but a ton of lead changes, very back and forth, not a lot of separation. One that I thought might go to the play clock, but in with, 30 or so seconds on it. But man, a war there in the map one.
Yeah, I think the biggest moment as we had this back and forth battle was maybe that second P4 there for Breach, because you can see you get that 50-point lead for Optic from that P3. They had to respond at stage. They do. That keeps them in the game. And then the last set of hills was kind of all Boston. It felt like the Slaying then finally got going just from a team aspect. Yeah. And on the Optic side, I just think like you had to be more efficient with their kills to turn it into objective time. But that's just props to Breach, because they always found that one kill to get the player off the objective.
Yeah, whether it was 3-4 dead, not turning into time, or 3-4 dead, and not holding on to spawns like you needed to. A couple mistakes, but Awakening, he had some brilliant moments. I mean, whether it was like a 3 or 4 dead type scenario where he wipes out the entire team, he had some moments like that. You saw some moments of brilliance out of Snoopy as well. Purge, Candy, I mean, honestly, all of them stepped up and had some big plays. I think Awakening was probably the biggest highlight just because he started early and he was shooting throughout.
Yeah, this is when you see that biggest lead there for Optic. Boston gonna respond over here towards stage, and a much better P5 from them to close out this set. Gives them that lead to close it out. Yeah, it gets close. We knew this was going to be a messy one, and that's really what it was.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, it wasn't as messy as I thought it'd be, but still, yeah.
It was pretty.
It was. I mean, if you think about the one, I don't know. Like we saw FaZe in Seattle, or FaZe in Vancouver earlier, definitely a little bit cleaner. You saw, what, like 2.5, 3 minutes, I think, still on the play clock. There's a lot more control in that one. This one, going the wire. Expected this to be a battle just because, listen, I know you talk about Breach, they have like a soft schedule, but it's just more to, Optic haven't looked great. They haven't. I mean, it was tough schedule or not, they have not looked great. So, not surprised to see it maybe going this way. Where do you think is maybe the biggest advantage for Breach? Coming in at 4-1, I know one win is a forfeit, but what game mode? Is it going to be a Surge, going to be Control?
I mean, probably the Control, considering they've been 5-0, right? You throw the Toronto game in there, and it's a bit of a question mark, but the fact is that's where they have been laser focused, is the Control. It was 5-16. Before coming into the stage. Yes. They go 5-0. It was always their kryptonite.
No, we've had that talk so many times this year. Like, Hardpoint's been pretty good. Search has been pretty good sometimes.
They've been close, yeah.
If the Control gets there, I mean, this is a team that you think can make a run into like a top 4. Finally get that 5-0. We'll see. You know, one obviously comes with a forfeit. Not the toughest of schedules, but still, you get some Control wins. And yeah, from 5-16 to 10-16, a hell of a jump, but the squad seems to be all smiles right now after the map 1 ice up and victory. You see JP and Barlow out there chatting with the boys, trying to get them locked in. That's a tough one, and you know, they're probably believing they can bring it back. They've done it several times this year, a couple Skyline comebacks. Shotzi has a map, and you know, he's been taking some flack, you know, based on some of his plays that he's had over this qualifier. S&D, though, maybe he had some of the Hardpoint woes, but S&D has certainly turned around for him.
Yeah, I think, you know, him and Hoot, right? I mean, we even saw in stage 1, once he got his kind of buddy back in the lineup, just feels like he elevates that. But I think it hurts to lose that map 1 with the performance you got from him, because he has had these missteps on land in respawns where he's just getting caught all the time.
Yeah,
right.
That wasn't one
around.
That was one.
-5, -10. Where's our superstar? You get it right there from him, but you don't capitalize on it. You don't win the map.
Dashy, the clutch god. He seems to always be a beast in Search and Destroy. You knew that the second he came into the league. That has been something that has continued for him. And yeah, where they have struggled a bit throughout this qualifier, I mean, it usually felt like he was shooting, trying to put maybe the team in the backpack a little bit. He's trying to get dialed back in. They need a big land performance out of him, and maybe it's here in the Search and Destroy map too, where he can give them a little bit of fire. Offense for Breach. And we'll see where they look for their openings, but it's going to be a triple cat hit, and we go to war right out of it. Well, the war is won by Breach. Suddenly all on Shotzi, and suddenly he is dropped. That's just one where it is chow, top cat, and that one's done quickly.
Well, that's supposed to be like a hard counter by Optic, because you 2-2 split that. Really what you're trying to do is the 2 top hall, top open side, you're just trying to trade so that your 2 players from this bomb site can hit through the hallway and be there to clean up the mess, but that is just not what happened. Breach were ready for it right from the get-go.
Where you just have those moments where like Awakenings had it, or a Super, or a Cell.
Yeah, they line up.
They line up 3. or even 4. Just fry everybody, but that one kind of not as clean for one individual player, but certainly clean for Breach as they'll take that round 1. Now let's see, with Skies and Bomb in hand, on what they can do. Breach look to chow things top hall again from the other side of it. That round 1 is 18 seconds long, so it is a quick one. Shotzzy trying to dance with Awakening, both take a lot of damage. Like, all right, we'll revisit this as Shotzzy holds the corner. And they have numbers.
We've seen this Boston team on this map sort of get out to these early leads at times, depending on Snoopy and Purge in the sort of their early rounds. Then some adjustments are get made or they slow down.
When Awakening is last alive, we're in a man-down scenario. He upgrades. He just does the search. He absolutely does. He upgrades and search and destroy. You were in a 2 versus 3, now a 2-on-1. Can the clutch gods come away with it? 1v2, down to a 1 versus 1. Awakening, Dashy. Thought he had
needs one more bullet.
Yeah, one more. Awakening takes it, and that's a big 2 versus 3 clutch for Awakening and Snoopy.
Well, I just think this is massive to stop like any momentum from starting. See it from his point of view. It gets very, very close. But yeah, just as it, I don't know, keeps the crowd silent.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Don't let them build any momentum on this map.
And that's one of those players, like, you know, Dashy wants to square up. Awakening, another guy just wants to square up. Let's just take the gunfight. I'm not worried about the finesse. Let's square up and shoot. 3-0 start for Awakening, 2-0 start for Boston Breach. Let's see if we've got a square up here. Top halls again. We sure don't. Breach every round, by the way, have tried to.
No,
on both sides.
This is what Breach want.
Yep.
They want to play with early aggression. They want it to get messy. And that's exactly what we have. All of a sudden, it's a 2 versus 2. It was a 3-on-2. Optic won the early rounds, but there we go. We throw it away again, and now this might be another 1v1.
Yeah, these rounds feel similar despite being drastically different. And once again, you'd have those rounds felt so. It's different players, slightly different scenarios, but still kind of the same exact result and almost same gunfight.
And you just have, like, I mean, I don't know, Purge, Snoopy, Shotzzy, who they have no problem just fighting through the middle of the map every single round.
Wow. All right. You blink and it's 3-0 advantage to Boston Breach. Now I'm kind of curious.
It's total game time. I mean,
yeah, total game time. We're at 2 minutes or something.
Yes.
Yeah. It can't be long. We'll see if Optic try to square up with them this time.
We're at 148 right now.
Okay. That was close. All right, a little bit different of a round. Maybe we'll avoid halls for a little bit. But
the call is
here. Nice first blood though from Shotzzy. You've got numbers, but can you actually hold on to them? Shotzzy tried to take over like he did in the map 1, but you've had back-to-back rounds that were 3 versus 2, and then they fell apart. Is it going to happen again? 3v2 for Optic, suddenly a 2 versus 2.
Yeah, just taking one too many fights. You finally get the numbers, or it finally slows down.
When things slow down, they just forget. Somebody forgets it's got to slow down.
Yeah, you just don't get follow-up there if you're Hook. Maybe he wants to keep going, but that's when it comes to the communication. You have to be on the same page. Just we're not right there.
No, I mean, it just feels like you've fixed a couple small mistakes. Optic Texture's in a pretty good spot within this map, too. You've had numbers advantage. Outside of the map 1, you've had, or sorry, the round 1, you've had advantage. Can they clutch up, though, in this? 2 versus 2 now. Cammy Wake, Shotzzy, Skies.
This might actually work out for Awakening. He goes all the way back through spawn. I don't know if you're going to expect this if you're Skies. You absolutely are not. So what a route by Awakening. Then he spots Shotzzy as well. The only problem is Cammy is across the map, but maybe that works out. You do not expect that whatsoever. Heads up play out of Awakening.
2v3, 2v3, 2v3. 3 straight rounds. And I know one of those was traded out kind of quickly, but they're all pretty.
Right there's a dead stop, right? That, like, you just kind of stopped right there, but who?
I think you had that 2 rounds ago. The round before was pretty close, but those are tough ones. You talked about silencing the crowd, maybe clutching up with a 1v1. Yeah, there hasn't really been a peep since because it has been all Breach. 4-0 advantage. We might have doubled our game time just in that round because that one finally took a bit of time. Optic need one, and they need one quickly.
Yeah, Breach will just keep doing this. They will just keep fighting on different sides of the map. You're going to get a challenge over towards A. The nade's going to connect from Cammy. And while there's the call, they just see all the info. we're gonna go plant towards B.
Use the aggression, get the info, quickly and decisively make choices off of that. And trophy in, plant in, retake now for Optic Texas.
The only good thing here for Optic is you didn't allow anyone to get pushed forward towards office side. Here we go.
You're able to get the first. Can they follow it up? Well, it was 3v2 for a blink, but those numbers have not worked out well for him. Maybe it does here. Woo! Almost able to do it to him. Hook's trying to chase it down because Perch is so weak. He maybe gets right the first time.
He is a great swimmer.
He's quick. He's trying to go. 15 seconds to go. Oh, it's Michael Phelps. Perch is out. Hook is left guessing. Adios. 5-0 now. And dude, his first instinct, you saw him kind of like snap right. I don't know if it was a teammate comm or what, but his first instinct was check water.
Yeah, I think you hear the water. I mean, we hear the water. So maybe he's thinking he's going to wrap on back, whatever the play call is. But yeah, maybe he gets a comm from a teammate. Either way, go against that instinct. And just like that, it is 5-0. Another 1 versus 1 going the breach way.
This is, yeah, it just feels like this is so close to being like a 3-2 favor of Optic.
Yeah, no, it is.
So close. But that is not the case. They're hoping to just get around at this point. Maybe they're thinking just get us to map 3. Holy hell. But breach, a round away from a 2-0 edge. This time they want to take the fight top halls. Hook is just going to go. He put shots between all 3 players, but not a lot of damage really is done. Shotzzy can't finish off one either, so clean first blood for Cammy. Bomb is going to be down top halls. Shotzzy's leaping out of windows, and the read is there from Awakening. 3v2 advantage to breach for what feels like the first time I've said that. Now what can they do with numbers?
Yeah, bomb is down as well. Skies get some rough timing here on that one player inside of Shed. So you're going to recollect it, but you're just now grouping up. Now, what is just going to be the play call? It feels like at this moment, breach, they're going to give up the B bomb plant. Just play the retake with numbers. Going to try and go and get there before it gets down. They're able to spot him.
Okay, the bomb does get planted. And now the 3v2. There's the first pick on the dash sheet. Purge like, I'll sacrifice my body. Somebody's go ahead and trade that. Cammy able to trade it. He got the first blood. He got the final one. That is a 6-0. And wow, I mean, I want to say it was like a clean 6-0, and it is in the sense it was 6-0, but those rounds, I mean, they were mixy rounds. There were a lot of opportunities for Optic to get round victories. Fact is, they did. Purge is an incredible swimmer. Snoopy's movement on point. Gigawake was through on the clutches, and all the 1v1s go the way of Boston Breach. They're up 2-0. They're up 2-0 quickly.
And I just think he kind of played into Boston Breach's hand in Search and Destroy on Hacienda. If you watch any VOD, when they are flowing, they are literally just running down halls, right? You tried to like match it, and I get it. You have Hook and shots in your team, but you never really tried to switch up the pace at all. Like you never tried to slow down, catch them on that. I feel like that's when sort of the comebacks start to happen versus Boston Breach.
I think we talked about that even like we we're talking qualifier like 1 when we talk about Boston Breach and like how they like to play the map.
Yeah, so just no little change up there for Optic.
Or qualifier 2, sorry.
It goes the way of a Breach. That's how they want to play.
No, it absolutely is, and they are up 2-0. Up 2-0 quickly, and now we talk about the fact that they're 5-0 in control. A chance to take this, and it is a quick 3-0 for the Boston Breach boys. Des, break down what you've seen so far.
Alan.
Stop it.
Your team's down 2-0. How are we feeling right now?
Miserable.
What happened? 6-0 in the second game?
Did.
Well,
I got to just throw a little bit of a quote into my duo J.
Just,
These guys are trying to play hero ball,
swimming,
man.
bro.
Like, why are we running in 3v2s trying to just take an extra kill away when we've got bomb sites?
They had, I think, 4 3v2s.
It's unbelievably bad.
Yeah,
I
Real
also
bad.
chose Optic. I kind of feel the same way. Let's take a look at some of the highlights, though. If you're a Boston fan, you'll be smiling.
Fist bump me in.
Yeah, I mean, listen. Let's just keep it a buck. Giga is popping takeover.
Whoa!
I mean, that map 1 was phenomenal performance. I think Optic kind of threw it away a little bit. We're back in the green room. Yeah. Optic had a huge opportunity. Shotzzy just runs out, throws away spawns out on the flip, and then stage gets away from them, which that was the biggest hill of the whole map. I mean, on both the rotations, the stage was 1 on the side of Boston Breach, and now we get to this game 2, Search and Destroy. And man, it just came down to 1v1, like the first 3 rounds in a row. Optic kept on losing. Mind you, they had 3v2s like 3 or 4 of the rounds.
And that's the issue, right? Like you put yourself a man up and if you're gonna play the trade game, I mean, we were just banging out middle hallways. If we're gonna play the trade game, and you get the first blood, it is almost unacceptable to not close that out in your favor. I mean, they're 10th overall in the league right now when it comes to converting first opening duels, so I mean, not a lot of surprise there, but that map 1, you're feeling that pain. You know, your search if your optic hasn't been great, so you gotta lean on these respawns, and to lose that red card, which is probably one of your better opportunities. It's not looking great.
Optic's just like the easiest read in the game. Like, you watch that search and destroy, and it's like, all right, we got kills. All right, we're gonna push through. We're probably gonna plant it so you can see it from up top bedroom. We're gonna have one guy there. It's like the first thing you clear on retakes, and that was happening so many times for Boston.
Alan, I was gloating through the first half of this game.
Same.
1. You saw Optic Texas, you saw Shotzzy. You look up at the numbers, Shotzy's nearing a 40 bomb.
Yeah.
He gets that 40 bomb, but towards the end, it's Boston that walks away with the W. You outslay for the L. Where was Optic going wrong?
The numbers actually, I think, tell the tale here in terms of what's been happening to Optic this stage. They don't rotate well. They're really hanging on their ability to slay, whether that's from finding a rotation win and then holding successfully with good efficiency. But more in particular, I think they're like a top 3 team in break percentage this stage because, again, they're able to jump on through, find kills. But against a team like Boston, who's rotating and holding well this stage, you're just not going to get away with it.
But Optic's like, I know this is blunt, but like, it's on rotation P3, first rotation. They're all just standing hedges. Like, there's no clear objective, and I think that's part of the reason why they never play red card.
Yeah.
Like, this was a legitimate, if you're an Optic fan, this was a gamble throwing this in the series, and just hoping Shotzzy's takeover would be enough.
The stage seemed to be the kryptonite. Red card, though, is done, and we have a game 3 loading up. Al, is this the final game in the best of 5 tonight?
It might be. If that S&D was a little bit closer, I'd say maybe we're looking at a game 4, but we're going to need something special. I feel like, at least out of the SMGs, I think just Hook or Shotzzy, somebody's got to get going, get the crowd behind
Shotzzy
him.
was going.
He was going, yeah.
42
maybe
wasn't
it's
enough.
Hook then. Yeah, 42 is not enough. Maybe it's got to be Hook.
No, we got to play good Call of Duty.
And as we take a look at this leaderboard, I was a little shocked to see this man, Awakening, down at number 6. I thought he would be at number 1. Instead, it's his teammate, Cammy. The ARs are frying in this game mode. Why is Boston so good at game 3s?
Well, they've just put in a ton of work in it, and you can see right here, this is the reason why. Like, the AR duo has been establishing pace, finding their kills, and specifically, we're headed into a vault. They were 2-0 on vault this split, right? A map that they weren't that great at. They put so much work there, and Cammy, in particular, the guy leading the way for them.
I have to tip my hat to the attack side of things. They went from like a horrible control team to they've won like 5 in a row now, and it's been through their attacks. Their attacks have gotten so much stronger this stage.
ARs control space, subs run through it. It's control and attack. It's been really good.
Shift.
Hi.
Reverse sweep, right?
Nope. Nope.
Just keep swimming, guys.
Maybe a Merc.
Nope.
Let's go to a game 5.
Listen, I would love to sell that dream. I already came in pouting about our quick 3-0 earlier today. I mean, I thought that was going to be the fastest of 3-0s to start today. I thought this one was going to be a 4 or 5 game series, 100%. But if this was the old Boston Breach when their control was ass, I would have felt that way. But it has improved as of late. You heard them talking about the 5-0, the improvements on the attack, and your ARs have been so strong in control. And when your AR is that strong, I think you said it perfectly with your shift. Like, it gives freedom, it gives space to Snoopy and Purge to allow them to make plays. Here we go.
I mean, as good as I'm pretty sure I looked earlier, as good as their attack has been, I don't think they've lost a defensive round throughout this stage. I'm pretty sure they have a 100% defense win.
Are you making that up?
Maps. I don't think so. I don't think so. I'm not a Maven.
Yeah, I love to make up stats, Joe. You'll have to confirm that one now. Here we go. Optic gonna need to pull off the reverse sweep. Heartbreaking loss in the map 1. 6-0 just stomped in the map 2. Shotzzy had himself a map 1 respawn. Could he come up with something here? I mean, he might have been the reason they end up flipping out though. Before that crucial stage hardpoint, despite the fact he drops 40 plus. Or will be Snoopy. That has the final laugh. Nice opening so far for Boston Breach as they get the first 2. They get bodies towards the objective.
Yeah, you kind of heard the guys talk about it, right? 5-0, but 2-0 on stage 3. That was like kind of the key, is finding a second map in their control so they can play the vetoes a little bit better, and now they have 2 of them. So
you have to have 2.
You have to have 2. They didn't have any. It's now Awakening, Kiki, as we like to call him. On the mic, able to find a double. Hook, though, does slow this down. You get very close to to getting done with A and then switching it over to B. But Snoopy recognizes that, finds the trades, is like, let's get this minute extension.
And he'll get it so quickly, able to get the minute extension, up a few lives already. Snoopy tagged up though, so not able to take that gunfight as he pushes forward. Nice job, Shotzi kind of staying up until the help comes through from Dashy. Now trying to make sure they have control of this B Street. Not allow Dashy to continue to make plays from there. Snoopy is trying to pull off the AR and rip Shotzi at top part. Or rip Skies at top part. Not the easiest gunfight, not able to do it.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing here for Boston is at least you've had a couple of players touch B, pause the clock. You still have a minute 40 to work with. Not a massive life advantage, but due to that early start, you are still in a good position to at least find multiple takes on this B zone.
And now, Purge gonna get on pause the clock for a little bit, just worried about the underground push. Thought he was gonna rely on his teammates to make some plays, but he's gonna have to do it. It's been Shotzi though, kind of through the flank. It's been able to disrupt their pressure onto the point both times.
Yeah, I mean, him and Hooch leading the way right now, 11 and 5. They are kind of struggling on the Optic side, but as things slow down, they should start to find some more picks. And if you are Boston, just have to worry about those pinches. Not only is it going to be Shotzi, it's also going to be this man. Now you get a 4 dead. The trap is set up. How do you get out of this?
Do you get out of this? So far, just pinned in. Skies, only 2 and 5, but trying to hunt. Unfortunately for him, the timing is not going to be there, but it kind of worked out for him. He spent so much time. They don't think he's here anymore. He'll try to battle around ammo as long as he can. Not going to be long. His head's going to be ripped off. Oh my God, 3 dead. Awakening with the shots.
That's such a good read.
And pistol hitting, beautiful out of him. Cammy trying to reinforce this. Trying to dodge the nades, I think, with no trophy in, and they can't dodge cars. Sky's gonna blow up the cars. Snoopy gonna blow up the faces. This is nearly done, and it is. Optic fold and fall apart. They have all the real estate in the world. They go 3 dead and never bounce back.
I mean, that is just all Awakening right there, though. He finds that first pick and immediately slides with the pistol chow to find the double. Gets 3 players onto the point. If that doesn't happen, if there's a trade, maybe that's a double, maybe Optic are in the clear, but Awakening gets them on. And then I thought maybe an Optic van situation from all those time, all that time ago was going to happen again. But they stay alive.
The breach, control improvements, showing themselves down round 1.
They were trapped.
Yeah, no, utterly trapped. With down 5 lives or whatever it was. Not in the best position, and that's the thing about control, though. 1-3 dead can turn the tides. One huge multi-kill can be everything. Now pressure to Optic Texas to do this to the offense, but Awakening has just been a straight shooter throughout the course of this. Been the best AR so far in this matchup. We'll see if he can keep it going into this round, but Hook trying to be the super sub with Shotzi as they push forward like a sledgehammer. And now look at the map control you have got.
Yeah, now it's just a question, though. You only have 1 on each point, right? So you're really not going to get much done. You're hoping to get a takeover towards B, so that's going to be Skies. All the attention is on him. You don't really get any help elsewhere, so you still have a chance, if you are Breach, to retake the map.
We'll see if they're able to do just that. You see the defensive record, supported what you were saying, Joe. 8-0. Out of Boston Breach trying to remain perfect here, but Optic put them to the test early in their first offensive attempt. Hook, a fantastic start here. Purge looking to get going. They win that offense, but him and Cammy, maybe a slow bit out of them. You already have that 1 tick gun at B, though. Can you get the final 2? Great transition kills out of Boston Breach, though, to alleviate some of the pressure as they work over towards B. Number 2 is going to be through on the route left. Shotzi, does he get through?
Yeah, I mean, you just know it's Shotzi, though, right? So Awakening's just watching the back door. He's been looking at this for about 5 seconds. That is just player comms. All right, who are we looking for? Shotzi, somebody turn around. That is just simple. Great heads-up play there from Awakening.
Yeah. Don't allow him to get through. What a threat he can be when he's got the position, when he's got the routes, but don't let him get him. Uh-oh.
Hopefully that's our observer.
Hopefully just the observer. We'll find out in a second here.
I see the players not playing.
Okay.
So we'll figure that out.
Well, we'll find out in a second here what the deal is. I think it's the entire lobby, we're being told for our producer, so it looks like we're going to be hopping back into this one. Well, 1-0, a round advantage. Boston Breach able to take the offense. Not much we can do about that other than replay, assuming the entire lobby did drop, but I wouldn't really say there was any, I don't know, big advantage either side. Just frustrating probably because you had 4 ticks, right? I guess if you're Optic, but those 4 ticks mean less when you just lost your defense before that. Not as big of a deal, but hopefully we'll be able to get back into this one quickly. Players seem a little bit frustrated. I'm sure they're in the middle of a battle there. Breach just trying to close this out. Maybe Optic trying to get a little bit of life, and well, the wind kind of taken out of you. Granted, I mean, they didn't have, I don't know, some great foothold in the round. Like, they were capitalizing on B. It's still a lot of work to do. We were like, what, 17-17 live. So
yeah, that's it. So
yeah.
What do you do?
Yeah, no, not much we can do about that. But what the official ruling is, we'll tell you as soon as we can. But I think I agree kind of with what Ali said. Like, her sentiment was sort of just, I just want to see some good Call of Duty out of Optic. Maybe not like an individual player moment, just see some good Call of Duty. Whether it's her or Ship that said it, like, can Optic put together a solid map, a solid series to bring this back? But while we get stuff reset, we're going to head to a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
Push me. I already pushed. On the forklift, take your time. Probably won't hop in this situation.
Let's
come on.
Nervous.
Oh
I was about to say, I think he hopped it. Oh, see that, dude. I couldn't see it either, but I thought it was
I thought you'd have my cross there.
Where am I looking here? It's Mother's Day, all right? Call your moms, all right? And maybe I'll call them too.
I look at it, it's guaranteed. Well, actually, talk about things that are easy to do. If you're having a knife holding, that's unstoppable. You both awesome.
Oh no, mamma mia! Oh my god! Mamma mia! Oh no!
Wow, you are him.
Oh no. How about you both?
Yeah, perfect.
We got Envoy!
Well, best champs ever. Well, for these two, it absolutely was. Just a moment ago in the venue, the green wall, the rest of the venue, of course, giving the congratulations to that lucky couple. Heck of a way to set a proposal up, I'll say.
What a fantastic weekend, man. Like, it's all about the love, man. Congratulations to both of them. You know.
Scuf, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
The Arcade Wiz Tracer Pack is available now. Hit the map in retro glory with the Star Player Operator, pixel-inspired emblems, and more.
Unforgettable. That's what you are.
Hey, we're back. All right, that timer was a liar because we got the lobby together more quickly than we expected to. Ruling is going to be, unfortunately, a lobby crash. It's going to be a Breach 1-0 advantage. We're going to replay that Optic offense and see what they're able to do. Unfortunate, but here we are. Lobby should be loading in a second.
Yeah, I see the players right there, locked in, already on the map, so got into it quickly. Map about to get underway, but yeah, pressure over to Optic now to at least try to match what they had into that that round where they had 4 ticks.
All right, here we go. Thank you for your patience at home and in the venue. Back in to the Battle of the Green. Optic, breach. As Optic were able to get pretty cleanly the last time through. That break does not go so well. That'll be all breach, and they're able to push forward.
That's how resets typically go.
Typically, sometimes, yeah. But that is tough. We already had a couple so far, but Cammy is on a mission early in this one. He's finally going to get caught, but starts off with those first 3. Snoopy taking a dive out into pool. Just trying to keep players looking for him. I was going to say, I couldn't believe Shotzi wasn't cut up in that situation, but he's able to snap, thankfully rip. Snoopy's a little bit weak.
Yeah, Purge now trying to lock this down, but Skies is through. So all of Optic are trying to get to him, but then you just kind of have this 2x2. So you are staggered right now if you're Optic. You have to wait for each other.
And they've struggled with that time since Hardpoint. It's just been like these hero plays, these individual chows. It's tough on this map because you want to keep pressure. It's so easy to give up map control just due to the size of it. I know you can get staggered, but somehow you've got to slow this down. It's just too staggered.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, again, then Hoot and Shotzi get caught. Now Skies gets caught. You are just not playing together as a team right now.
It's just really easy to happen here. It is, but how do you get out of it sometimes? It just feels like you can't really slow it down. Otherwise you give like this perfect set of the defense. You allow them to push forward and spawn kill. It takes 5 seconds to get there, but like it's hard to get like in sync again, right? It is.
I think you just have to have someone sort of finesse, right? Maybe get inside a lobby, just try to play their life. But I'll tell you who's playing their life right now. It is Purge, 7-1. If you're Optic, you get back in. But it doesn't matter, just that man shuts you down, and now you are 1 round away from 3-0 Optic.
Yeah, Optic's like, can we get back to commercial break? Holy hell. Purge, as you said, 7-1. Comes out and fries them there. They won the opening break. They never, ever look back. And yeah, you just put them in that kind of stagger blender, and they were in it for 90 seconds straight. Just straight.
And then, like, sooner or later, this just becomes a much bigger discussion if you are Optic. Just no matter who is in that 4th chair, it has been a struggle.
It has. Yeah, no, it absolutely has.
I mean, you have world champions coming into this team. And just nothing.
Maybe they need you there, Joe. Well, can Breach do it this offense and close it out with a 3-0? Skies, though, in that tough chair maybe, but coming away with a multi to get him started. It just feels like, yeah, when you're in that blender, it's just, you rely on either a finesse or like somebody to multi-kill, like a hero player. Someone's got to kill like 2 or 3, and then suddenly we're out of it. And if you don't, that's what happens. The whole round's gone, but you blink and it's done. And never once did you fight as a team.
Well, I'll tell you who is fighting as a team is this Boston Breach team. The bait and switch on point. Now you're going to start to work up towards B. Then maybe just converge behind this guy as Purge is going to win it inside A. Oh, my.
Woo! Cammy shooting nukes. He's only got 6 left. That's all he needed. He had 6 bullets. Exactly what he needed to win the fight. Holy hell. All his teammates kind of dropping, though, so let's see what he can do from this spot as he's just trying to find some kind of opening, but some progress getting done at B. Cammy is kind of tracking back to help because he has to. The rest of his team's sort of in the blender. And that's probably pretty frustrating if you're Cammy. You win a big gunfight, you win a second gunfight.
Skies and Dashy both found picks. 1 player top ammo, 1 player on the B point. It was set up for Cammy to kind of, maybe secure them this match. Instead, Optic hang on by a thread.
Just hanging on, but we're not quite done yet. Clock going to be paused, just under 30 seconds to go. Looking for the minute extension, and Lives basically square. Stunned inside the point, but staying up. Solid since the reset is Purge. Out the triple positive before he drops, but you keep numbers here. Maybe not for long, though. Snoopy get hit by everything in the kitchen sink, and finally he's going to drop. The reinforcements get there right after he does, though. Shotzi, that's a big multi. The hold around the point. Under 15 now to go. Utility is hitting. Bumpers are getting smashed. Is Optic Texas doing enough, I think, to see another round? Clearing that 3rd tick will be Dashy inside. And he is shooting. He is shooting. You just need that for several more rounds. Optic Texas on the board.
Yeah, I think he kind of called it. You got a multi-kill from Purge, but then it was Shotzi who kind of turns the tide back in their favor to give them lobby control, force them on this tough push, and well to run into this guy is Dashy. Best play of the round. Great shots from him, as we normally see.
Yeah, I don't think he missed a bullet. Okay, he missed that first one, I think there. You saw it go in the ceiling, but for the most part, he was so good. They just need that offensively, or this one is done.
Persia 16-7.
And on the other side, I mean, Hook the Nuke is 4-10. I'm just talking about, because you're talking about similar roles. You're going to need Hook here to step it up. Same with his duo and Shotzi. This round for the map. Shotzi look for an opening, but the prep is in. They're ready for that push through. Hook, though, going to follow it up. He's going to get shut down as well as the headshots clean from Awakening. Can Optic just avoid that stagger? It's going to be multi-kills like that that set up the team for success. I mean, maybe the comms are going to be point, the pacing's not going to be on point. Yeah, you'll rely on the big multis.
Yeah, you're going to rely on the talent right now. Is this Optic team to win this offensive round? But there's Hook and Dashy. Dashy's still up from that life before. But there's always one more player like there was in the Hardpoint. That time it was Purge. But now you have two on it. Well, what? It looks like Boston, one player going to go through under. That's going to be Cammy. You're waiting on him.
Purge and Cammy start to pounce. You take numbers here for a moment. Sky's going to reevaluate the situation. Try to play, maybe I was thinking like a little finesse, play the info game, and now he's going to drop, and now you're into this stagger loop. How do you get out of this? Hook is going to try and take a route. Having a rough map, but trying to look for an opening. He shoots literally everything but Awakening. Maybe scares him there with a wind from the bullets, but he'll track back to the point.
That's a show of force. That's what we call that.
There's the minute extension now. Okay, here we go.
It was all a distraction to open up the A zone.
Can they get it to around 5? No pressure on the B Street. They're going to do this all from the inner door. You have nothing from a map control standpoint towards B. It's Awakening just locking it down. His double. Maybe enough. Shotzi, can he take the route, or will it get picked up? They've done a good job reading it.
We have 3 dead. Who is the last alive? It's Shotzi. All right.
Awakening's just already locked on the door.
Yeah, Cammy and Awakening are just going to watch the flank. I mean, you're just waiting on this guy to make the play. But the timing works out because his teammates find too. Maybe a chance here for Optic.
Yeah, he goes the second dash. He gets the pick on Cammy up top. This is the opening they need to get it to around 5. Objective is moving. Purge, though, has been a monster, and he is winning fights. Hook struggles continue. Shotzi on 6 straight, headbutting the door, and Stoopy that comes out on top. First tick, though, done. Second tick is looming. Dashy still taking faces.
Only 8 lives left. I mean, you have stalled this round out as well. You've got to push forward. Great stuff out of Optic. The team are down point through the street.
Contest is here, and it is clear. Now let's go to around number 5. And now the problem with the replay is...
yeah, count ticks. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what the call is going to be here. If they're just going to play it out, or... They're just playing it out, I've been told. So Breach going to have to do this on offense. Honestly, with the delay, I'm not even sure what the math was on it. There we go. One more round. I thought they were chatting through stuff. I wasn't sure if they were reevaluating how this is going to be played out. No, we're going right into it. Okay, so offense for Breach. They're going to have to win it here. This will be a comeback for Optic Texas, and, well, maybe a chance in this series. And things start out well for you. A team kill comes in through the frag from Cammy. Purge has been the hot hand, but he's going to get shut down there. Dashy on 4 straight. He's up to double positive. Maybe Hook starting to bring it a bit as well.
I mean, this is what has been so impressive for Breach.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, every time you've been stuck in your base, they have gotten out of it.
Yeah, they haven't really been stuck.
No.
It hasn't been the stickiest. They've gotten out of it so quickly and so cleanly. Now second tick ripping and roaring. They turn like their own 3 dead into a 3 dead for Optic. Now they have 2 dead, and they might be able to transition this across. They pick another in the back. Last guy's going to be Sky. Sky's just trying to play his life. He's at least able to get 1, and he's able to get away. But right over to the point will be Boston Breach. Striking early and often. Cammy can't put 1 down. Now it's going to need to be 2 minutes of lights-out defense, or is it? Okay, that's 4 dead. Awakening lights it up with a triple, and maybe we're thinking offense. Oh no, for Boston Breach for the trophy gets in. No fan to save them. Can they get through? The contest is here for a moment. Final kill is in. One more contest. Tammy wins it with a pistol. And Optic is headed to losers. Breach are able to take it.
I mean, I thought Skies did enough on that transition to just buy time.
Yeah.
Right, just staying alive, but then it is just all Awakening with the multi-kill again. They spawn street, they stack the point, they have a trophy, they avoid the nades, and well, it comes down to a 1 versus 1, but you had the numbers, did Breach.
I think most of the pressure on Breach was to Cammy and Awakening based on some of the early success. You talk about some of the most improved players this year. You talk about Snoopy. Purge as well has been playing great. But now Awakening's playing some of his best COD since like 2019. Honestly, like he's been playing great. Cammy is there with him. And now you're starting to see why sticking it out, battling together, keeping this team through the years to the new title. Hold up.
And now Optic have to go down and play Brett. I mean, that is not.
Yeah.
They just lost to Vegas. That just happened.
Yeah.
A couple of weeks ago. It's Boston going to move on to Winners 2 and play Surge.
I might just call Kenny, write him an apology. I don't know.
I mean, now we're talking champs here soon. They're the AC.
No, 100%.
They are the AC. They 100%. Are being hunted.
Because I think we thought, like, listen, at least with this squad, like you bring Hook back, like the online would be good enough. We thought, right? The online would be good enough that you'd be able to get into the top 8, but then you go 2 and 3. Now you're at risk of potentially being double bopped and walking around no points. And yeah, it becomes a very real conversation where you won champs and you may not qualify for champs like that.
Now we'll see what Rocker can do in the losers bracket, but yeah, this losers bracket
like
is gonna be massive.
Yeah, Rocker, Cloud9, some teams are gonna be trying to make a run.
Yep.
A chance to do it, but yeah, losers bracket's gonna be insane because you've already got FaZe down there, obviously. You've already got Optic down there. Who the hell knows what's gonna go on? But like, props to Breach, man, because yes, they were the favorite in this matchup based on where these two teams are at, but to come in and take a 3-0 and in the convincing fashion they did. Like,
yeah, especially in the control and in the search. Like, obviously the red card was not great for either team, but you battled, you stayed in it, and you clutched up.
Well, Awakening has been an absolute monster as of late, playing some of his best Call of Duty. We've got him on stage. Let's hear what he's got to say.
Thank you so much, Merc and Maven. Florida, make some noise for the Boston Breach. They come out on top with this last series of the day, 3-0 Wake, man. How you feeling after getting that win there against South of Texas?
You know, I'm feeling amazing. The team came out and played great, and we just handled business, got the job done.
Yes, you did handle business right there in that series. Now, as we're there in that control, you guys are on offense last round, not looking too good for a second, but talk to me what's going on in the comms and in that final hit there on the last point there for you guys to really close this out.
After we capped A, we knew like how to transition to B, and I think I got a 2 or 3 piece to kind of bail us out, and then we just stacked the point and won the game.
Yes, you did. You got a few of those 2 or 3 pieces throughout this series. You were popping off here today.
They actually couldn't kill me.
Yeah, he was unkillable, right? Now you guys got to continue on forward here, okay? Now we've just been watching this Boston Breach team get better and better after every single event. How proud are you of your teammates, and what have you guys want to improve from last event to this event so you guys can go to the finals?
I'm super proud of us because every single day we just put in the work and the effort to keep getting better and improving. And everyone still doubts us, but honestly don't know why. But yeah, I'm super proud of the team, and I'm just excited to keep on playing on LAN.
I don't know why they doubt y'all as well. We know Boston sports is gritty out there, okay? Lastly, what do you want to say to the Boston fans that are supporting you?
The Boston fans, I mean, hey, we hear you guys loud and clear, and yeah, keep it up.
Keep it up. That's going to do it for me and Big Wake on the stage. Puckett, take us away.
Yeah,
Thank you very much. Awesome fans all the way down here in Florida from Boston. And I heard a few Optic sucks chants.
Yeah, that was crazy.
For the first time in CDL history, it feels like FaZe Optic no longer fan favorites amongst some of the fans here down south.
FaZe hasn't been a fan favorite in a long time, feels like.
It's been a while. But I feel like the Green Wall fans are just getting fed up at this point,
think so
right?
too,
So
yeah.
they're just waiting for a win. Saw some of them turning, starting to get loud, but this is all about Boston.
We
guys.
did hear "Let's go Boston, let's go Boston," and this will not be the end, I have a feeling, of that chant. They were very loud for this squad, and You gotta be when guys like Purge are dropping numbers for this.
And I think for a team like Boston, like you talk about Gigaways, like he's a guy that's been getting a lot of flack online of like maybe he's a kill whore, maybe he needs sound cues, maybe he needs this, he needs that. Well, he didn't need any of that in this series. I think this was a huge couple of maps for him, and also Cammy I think had a great series. Honestly, across the board, everybody on Boston Breach really had their moments.
Well, everything that they've improved on online this split, they just showcased in that series, right? Like the AR improvement in Giga and in Cammy, like you saw throughout Awakening had a sensational series, and then the control improvements like stacking the point, having clear objectives. How easy was it? Every single time Optic got a multi-kill and tried to set up a spawn trap, Boston broke out of that immediately. So that's rehearsed, like clearly practice is going very well, and then we get into the nitty-gritty. That search and destroy, they're making easy reads the entire game. That was a clean series.
I was just looking at the bracket. What does this mean for Boston? This is probably your best chance of making it to a winner's bracket final. Normally, they would have ran into Atlanta FaZe at this point. They've never beaten them. Now you're going up against Vancouver Surge. You very much could go to a game 5, if not take them down in 4.
It's the same story as last major, though. You beat Thieves, you run into Vancouver next. So there is a level of they've had this matchup in this type of environment before. I think it just kind of keeps going back to what you're saying, Ant. Like they just need to keep finding those improvements, keep capitalizing on that, and make sure that all 4 show up, because Vancouver looked really scary today.
To that point, it's just the search and control, right?
That's fair.
Like they've always been a solid hardpoint team. But if you can contend with the world-class teams in those game modes, then you give yourself a real fighting chance, and that's when we get the bangers. Winners round 2 is where we really start to see who's put in that work.
That all goes down a little bit later in the weekend. Tomorrow, though, it's all about the elimination bracket, and we got to find out how we got there. It started with LA Thieves sending our first team packing to the elimination bracket. And tell me about this LA squad, Allie, because going up against Carolina, they have had Slasher's numbers since the start of the season.
It is nowhere near what we saw in Major 2, I'll tell you that. LA Thieves look incredible today versus Carolina Royal Ravens. Now, does that have to do with Carolina Royal Ravens and making a change and that being wonky? Or does it just have to do with LA Thieves looking dominant?
It was a closer 3-0. I mean, you look at that series and, like, you got a 1.29 on both sides of Hydra and Scrap just taking over. The hardpoint really could have gone either way, and then it came down to a crazy gunfight win out of Scrap on one of their defensive rounds in the control, right? So I think if you're an LA fan, you feel pretty good, right? Like the first round, you settled in, you didn't end up losing any of those crazy hard points like you did last tournament, and now you can coast going forward.
These guys suck.
You're crazy for that.
Just kidding. Hydra and Scrap are dropping ridiculous numbers in this tournament.
That's the other side. I think you're trying to go to this as well, Allie. It's like Envoy and Dan were not as present in this series as I think you would have expected them to. But when you've got Hydra playing like he did, it's always going to be a bailout for this LA team, especially in the head-to-head match versus Carolina, where they've had their number all year.
Absolutely, exactly. You have to take the other side of this as like, okay, LA, day 1, we had the scaries during Major 2. You go up against Carolina Royal Ravens, you get a good showing, but this is a matchup you've dominated all season long. So I don't want to get ahead of ourselves and be like, LA Thieves, it's their tournament to win, because in some aspects it is, but you can't
take
this series and run with it.
They were number 1 in a qualifier.
Yeah, they're good.
They've tied for number 1 seed in a qualifier back
to back. This isn't being negative about it. This is just saying that like this is a matchup that they were expected to win. No
I do think they got a little lucky getting Carolina round 1 though, because I feel like that win was taken over that map 1, right? And it started to give like reminiscent of the first match they had at that last major. So that being said, they're through round 1. They're feeling comfortable now, right? Now it's time to just bring that same level of play going forward that you had online.
Carolina fighting for their lives in the losers bracket tomorrow. Meanwhile, Vancouver will be sitting pretty until Saturday. Who's not? Atlanta FaZe after adding Neptune. This is now 3 wins in favor of Vancouver. 2 of the previous ones, though, went to Atlanta.
This year is starting to turn out to be a season of mismatches. Like Vancouver really has done very successfully well versus this Atlanta team. But to be fair, like, I don't know what it is about this FaZe team this stage. They just did not look like the same team that had won Major 2. The qualifiers were a little wonky. I know they were trying out a couple of maps, a lot of Hacienda reps and things of the nature, but it just didn't really feel like the same FaZe team that we had seen from stage 2.
This was the biggest like rollover and fold series of the day. Like Atlanta halfway through that control just looked like they rolled over and said it's over for us, right? Like Surge just started bringing it to them, playing super aggressive, put them in spawn traps, largely in part due to Abuza, man. He played so damn well throughout this series. Abuza maybe sneaking his way up to AR ranks.
Best in the lobby. Vancouver locked this guy down. He has been the face of the franchise since coming in. The Belgian doing work today against the league's best. Our third match of the day, though, featured the hometown favorites, and Miami was off to a bit of a slow start, but they got the dub they were looking for. They had to go through Toronto Ultra, who in all fairness, found out 48 hours ago they would be beansless. Merc stepping up.
Something about beansless, just like the visionary.
Let it marinate, baby.
Literally. I will say, I mean, Miami is showing that they did not have any sort of a fluke qualifier. They looked good everywhere. The other side of things, I think you still have to give a nod to Toronto. They did look competitive, considering that you're putting in a player from Challengers who'd only been there for maybe 24 hours. It's probably the best debut outside of Neptune we've had so far this year. Really impressive stuff from Hercules. I still hold this Toronto team with some good favor in the lower bracket.
Well, Super had a good debut.
Yeah, Super did.
But yeah, I mean, Merc definitely played well. He's trying to earn himself a spot. And, you know, they're in loser bracket now. They're going up against LAG. So you got to favor Toronto Ultra to win that. And in terms of Miami, Metals, Allie, he fried today.
Yeah.
I'm so glad you said that. I was going to say, I think that was what I took away from this series, was Metals. And I think the most important part of this is, like, we know what his ceiling looks like, but we also know what his floor can be more often than not. But he showed up today on day one very, very early against the Toronto Ultra squad that they wanted that revenge against. And I think that speaks volumes to how they're going to play for the rest of the weekend.
You get a better Real, you probably win this tournament.
That's fair.
Like, if you get the takeover Real and Metals is giving you this, who is beating them?
Depends on their path, right? Like, you still have LA in front of you and stuff like that. Like, there's still a number of.
And that match was close last major with the worst version of Miami. So I'd be stoked if I was a Miami fan.
8 of our 12 teams in action today, and the best player when it comes down to KD, Rancor, the rookie, in front of the hometown crowd, dropped 92 kills, 71 deaths, a force to be reckoned with in Respawn. That's a shocker.
He said, excuse me, Rancor, excuse me, Super, I'm going for that Rookie of the Year still.
They have no weakness,
Still
bro.
front running.
Allie, before we go to the bracket, I want to give you your prize. Congratulations. You went 4 for 4 on the day.
And I got bonus points.
Oh, be careful. All right. Let's go to the bracket. Take a look at what is coming your way tomorrow.
I got this.
Don't break it, bro.
Don't break. We need that for the whole weekend, I'm told.
There we go.
Have you guys named the flamingo yet? Have you named this?
Do the honors, Allie.
I have to name it?
Yeah, right now. Absolutely.
Binky.
Binky?
I don't know where that came from.
Mid.
And here's your bracket, ladies and gentlemen.
Oscar.
We
I'm calling him
have
Oscar.
4 teams powering through at the
here,
top.
Oscar.
It's Thieves, Heretics,
stealing my
Breach,
prize.
and Surge. Binky and friends so are partying in the elimination bracket. Allie, who wins these 4 tomorrow?
You want my answer for all 4
right
of them?
now, go.
Okay, I'm going to go with the Minnesota Rocker, the LA Gorilla Mates, Vegas Falcons, and Atlanta Face.
Oh, yeah, Allie is.
Whole lot of fun coming your way. That's right. She just said Gorilla Mates, and they play at 4:30 tomorrow. We also continue with the elimination round 2 as we send 5 teams packing. It's CDL Major 3. We hope you all enjoyed day number 1. Shout out to Alley Cat, Binky, and friends. We'll catch you tomorrow.
No, it's Oscar.
Oscar!
My prize, not yours.
Frank.